Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well, and I hope all of you Americans had a decent Thanksgiving. We are live here, and no problem. RW is just going to chill in the background. I hope everyone's well. Hope you all had a good time with family and whatnot. So, yeah, do another pub tonight. Last week was good, and hopefully this one is as lively. So I'll get rid of these until I click some people on. Try to do some guitar tonight and fix the sound settings before I do, because that bothered me. Last Dance, good to see you. RW, good to see you. And Eyes Wide Shut, how you doing, man? Welcome. English Bottle Cap in the house. People start flowing in. I love it. Thank you for being here, everybody. Very cool. Very cool. Just go with that. Right on. Yeah. Lots of interesting stuff going on as usual this time of year, this time of life, here in the US and internationally. Crazy stuff, man. So we're going to obviously unpack all of that tonight. Anything else anyone wants to get into, be all about it for sure. It came to my attention today that some people are protesting some of the businesses here in the United States because they backed up Donald J. Trump. So, as I said with previous boycotts, if you want to do it, do it. If it pisses you off, do it. I don't care. It's not going to stop me from shopping at certain particular places, and it didn't stop me from drinking Bud Light in the past. So, right on. Mr. Kill doing the Christmas tree. Cool. We're going to do ours next weekend as we get a real one, and we don't want to, we have, forced hot air heat here. So tends to be quite a dry house, and I don't want the Christmas tree to get too dry by the time Christmas comes around, and we try to keep it up till New Year's. So, but good to see you, Mr. Kill C1. I don't know who BlackRock backed. English Bottle Cap. If you know, go ahead and answer. Or if you don't, I'll look it up. I don't know. Back. I honestly don't know. It doesn't really. It looks like they may have backed Nikki Haley. I don't use BlackRock myself, so I have no idea. Well, I use the other big guy, the other big one on the block for investing, personal investing. Let's get caught up here. Do I know the story of Captain Boycott? How you doing, Captain Cup of Tea? Good to see you, man. English guy who went to Ireland. Okay. He had a bad time. I hear you, Cup of Tea. Hey, do what you want to do. Spend your money where you want. It's all good. But Walmart went MAGA, as well as Home Depot, of course. That's fairly common knowledge. So, obviously Target did not. We all know of their advertising campaigns. But honestly, I would not go someplace or not go someplace because of this. Political endorsement, I don't think matters. It doesn't matter to me. So, Harley Davidson, yeah, okay. Well, there's a lot of other good motorcycles out there if people want. The company Indian has come back. Indian is making awesome motorcycles right now. They're American made, as well as a myriad of other custom bikes you can get for a little more than a Harley, but Harleys have gotten really expensive too. I don't know, man. I don't know what that is really, Mr. Kilsey one. Sorry, man. I'm assuming you got a real Christmas tree. The only way to go. For sure. Coming into the Christmas season. Very exciting. Just dropped a pick. I'm going to get a little something rolled up here. Yeah, had a great Thanksgiving. Had my old college buddy come down, and he had a nice meal with me and my family and my extended family. It was great. Good times. Don't really love Thanksgiving meal, but I'd certainly love being together with the family. That's what it's all about. You know, I guess you British people are looking forward to your Thanksgiving meal on Christmas because you have a turkey on Christmas, which is, that works. A lot of Americans do too. Jaguar, they make some pretty sweet cars. And I'm not surprised they're woke. A lot of companies are. A lot of countries are. So, what are you going to do? Let's roll with it. Whatever. I don't really honestly care. I don't know what ad campaign you guys are talking about. Careful, is that grinder clinking loud? Pumpkins backed Trump. Just pumpkins in general. The pumpkin plant became MAGA. That's funny. Hey, Shell, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for coming back. Multiple weeks in a row. You're the man. I completely forgot about Random Goon last night. Had a couple hours, 5 o'clock to 7, to just hang out. And I friggin' forgot about Random Goon. I don't know how. Just a busy week. But if he did have a stream, I hope it went well. I'll definitely be there next week for sure. Eastwind Farms, what's up, man? Thanks for coming back too. It's the man, Eastwind. All right, cool. Return visitors. Get this little number twisted up and see where we're going to go on to next. Maybe a little jam, fix the audio, as I said earlier, because I got to redeem myself. That really pissed me off that I did that last week. And I actually have some recording software that with this new computer, it's not working too well. Maybe I have to delete it and re-upload it. And I hope that's not going to be the case with playing guitar through this microphone because it doesn't sound right on the recording software. But it was probably just a glitch. Yeah. Let's roll this out onto a tray. All right, nice. Steve MRE, great YouTube channel, by the way. This week he released 2. And one of them was kind of gross and rotten, and the other one looked pretty good. Estonian meal from 2022. An often overlooked country of Estonia. All right. See what we can do here. acoustics upstairs, that only leaves one option. Electric. And I'm going to give it a run. I don't even have the fan on yet. That's going on later though. All right. Last Dance, if the sound sounds weird, put that banner back up on the screen that you made last week for mic settings on the ticker. I'll notice it if something's wrong, but I did just fix the settings. Start off clean. Scum, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Does that sound all right? Good, all right. Playing guitar with the pick in the end. That's always a good look. I can never tell what it's going to sound like from your end, so apologies, impossible to tell. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Let me fire up the fan, fix the audio, and get my buddy on here. All right. Thank you, everybody. Just kind of playing some random shit there. It was a little discombobulated because I didn't really write anything. You ready? Yes. All right. How are you?
All right. Happy Saturday. That was awesome.
Thanks,
Real treat. A real treat.
Makes a big difference with those audio settings.
It does, yeah.
And was it loud enough?
Yes.
All right. Cool. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was okay. It one of my daughters is still sort of boycotting me. So I went out to lunch with my other daughter to an Indian restaurant.
Did you say boycotting you?
Yes.
What?
She's for various reasons she's pissed at me. I don't really think it's justified, but it's really not
Personal stuff or more like political?
No. I don't really know for sure. It's mostly
right.
She wasn't happy when I had my girlfriend move in with me. She thinks of this as her mom's house, and I mean, I understand that that's painful. I do for her, but I do have to live my life, and
sure.
so
it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's not really something I'm prepared to accommodate her with.
Sure.
So she's, I'm happy.
That's it.
With my girlfriend living here, she makes me happy, and I want her to be with me. And since she's moved in, it's just been a wonderful time.
There you go. And it's better than being alone, I suppose, unless you really want to be alone. But if you want companionship, then why not?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind being alone. I have things I enjoy doing, and I didn't mind our arrangement before, but this is better.
Yeah,
and I'm not inclined to change it. I'm very happy with the current arrangement.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, more power to you, man, and hopefully you can iron it out with your kid too.
Yeah, I'm hopeful too.
And obviously the other daughter's cool with it, so maybe.
But even if she isn't, she's gonna be nice to me, and she's polite. So
cool. You guys went out for a vegan restaurant meal?
Yeah, we went to an Indian restaurant that has vegan food.
If both of you
not traditional Thanksgiving, but
both of you the same on eating?
No, she's just a vegetarian.
Okay, so she'll do dairy.
Yep.
And pretty much nothing else, right? Eggs, I guess, count.
Yeah, she does. She does all, eggs, cheese, dairy.
Yeah.
Just cool. no meat,
no flesh.
No.
Gotcha. Anna's here. How you doing, Anna? Aphid says tough stuff, man. And Topple, yeah, everybody's here. Cool, yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. I had a big family thing over at my bros, and my buddy came down and he had a meal with us. It was cool. Always. I'm not really ever looking forward to the meal that much. Kind of. I don't know. Do you remember it? Like.
Yeah, I mean, I always loved the meal, but it's like with me. When the event is good, when the company is good, I like everything about it.
Right.
So if you were to take the same food and give it to me while I was at work, let's say,
Sure.
probably wouldn't like any of it.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
But I'm very, very much a someone who's influenced by suggestion. It's like when I'm watching TV and I'm watching, let's say, this British TV series called Vera, and somebody will offer her a sip of whiskey. I then feel like I just want to get a sip of whiskey,
Sure.
and so
Yeah.
I'll get some. If someone is, someone offers them coffee, suddenly I want to, I want to have some coffee. I'm very
Right.
much a creature of suggestion. Hey,
Exactly.
Smoke Wife.
She is. Yeah. I had gotten into this show on Wednesday nights on YouTube. It was a bourbon show. And I started buying a bottle of bourbon every week for it. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't have to be drinking bourbon while I'm watching the friggin' show. I can just watch the show. It's like, it doesn't have to like get hammered every Wednesday. So I had to, maybe if it was a Friday night, I'd feel differently, but it's a great show and I love bourbon. But yeah, like you, people on screen having a drink, it almost feels like you're having a drink with them,
Yep.
And that one, of course, in the chat, everyone's talking about what they're drinking. It's just a whole fucking group of alcoholics, like justifying their drinking because of expensive bourbon. But let's face it, we all know what's going on there.
Yep.
I try not to, hence the reason I would stopped buying the bourbon scum. It's not a good night for it.
No.
It's like middle of the week. Thursday's not good either, but that still carries over from like the college days, Thirsty Thursday.
Yep.
You kind of feel like, well, there's only one more day left in the week of work, so it can be a little hurting, but yeah, it's still not pleasant. As I get older, I'm realizing like when you have shit to do, it's best to be well hydrated and well rested,
Yep.
for the next day. Most definitely.
Yeah, I never knew any of this when I was partying in college. It's like we never had a class in in surviving drinking.
Exactly. Yeah, totally. 100% right.
Because they couldn't get away with it. What do you mean you taught kids how to successfully drink and get without getting hungover?
Right.
That'll get a teacher fired, even today.
Yeah, it's almost like kids just have to learn on their own, which is theoretically more dangerous than anything because you do end up with kids, asphyxiating on their own,
Yes.
vomit and freezing to death, passed out under a car or something,
Well, I remember, I didn't know what my limits were when I first started drinking. Like what, only you pretty much have to experience it in order to know not to do it again. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone says you'll feel bad, you'll get sick, blah blah blah, that's just kind of abstract.
Right.
Until you do it and unfortunately that's true for everything. It's the same, don't put your hand on the on the stove. Why? It'll hurt. Well, we'll see. Sure enough, yeah. You have to learn the hard way for everything, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you to a point. I think at some point I did know, like literally there's drugs that are okay, and then there's drugs that aren't okay.
Yep.
Drinking is a drug that is okay. Cannabis, yeah, maybe some of the hallucinogenics, if you're done carefully, sure. But once you start getting into things that are either synthesized or, processed, opiums, cocaines, whatever, angel dust, stuff like that.
Concentrated.
Yeah, you got to really, you don't want to learn the hard way with that stuff, man.
You do. A lot of people have learned the hard way with that.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't die.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They might get sick. They might go to the hospital. They might. I don't know if you remember Len Bias.
I do.
don't know how old you were then.
I do.
But
great ball player.
Yeah, and he he did the same thing basically with cocaine, and he took too much.
Right.
Well, he didn't know, and he died because of it.
Heart attack.
Yep.
What happened with Reggie Lewis? There were rumors.
I don't know.
Had you heard of him?
It rings a bell. Did he die?
He died also. He was a
Yeah.
Celtic.
I think
Yep.
he
But
did. He have
his
an
might have been
enlarged
heart.
heart. Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Marfan syndrome or something.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
But there were rumors because of the Len Bias thing. I think Lenny Bias happened first, but yeah,
Yeah.
scary shit, man. And Lenny Bias did that with cocaine. Like,
Right.
he was doing a lot of it, I imagine, to get to that level, right?
Well, it's hard to. You mean like his history of use?
I mean,
there was
dabble in cocaine for years and years. Look at the drummer for Fleetwood Mac. He claims to have done over $1 million in cocaine in his life, but he's still alive, you know?
wasn't
But I think,
the drummer for Fleetwood Mac?
what's that? Mick Fleetwood, yeah.
Yeah, Fleetwood. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a matter of spreading it out, like
Yeah.
clearing out the system, not doing a half ounce in a night or something like that, even though,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's also luck.
It might be luck. The same amount might react differently with different people.
Tolerances, things like that, sure.
But before Len Bias died that night, his drug dealer said, "Don't, I think you've had enough." And he said something like, "Nah, I'm a horse.
Huh.
Give me more."
Crazy. Unbelievable. Well, anyone else feels like they want to pop on live here, feel free. Topple, Scum, Anna, Paka, you're always all welcome. It's opened up once I get it going. So
I just
And
add one more thing about Len Bias because
go ahead.
he's local to this area. So I also know the story of his younger brother, who also died a few years later, not from drugs, but he was shot to death. He was, he was flirting with somebody's girlfriend, and they took exception and took exception the wrong way, and they shot him and killed him. So that
Jesus.
family lost both their sons quite young. It was really hard.
Baltimore, like that zone, Chicago.
No, it was the suburbs of Washington D.C.
Yeah. DC is
like
definitely
Landover, Maryland, I think is where.
There's some hard places down there, man. DC for sure.
Yeah, it's not like they lived in a bad neighborhood, or anything. It's just, in fact, he was killed at the mall, at the Landover Mall, I believe. The girl was working, and he was just flirting with her, and I think the boyfriend caught him out in the parking lot and shot and killed him.
Jesus. And he's probably got life.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
What a waste, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking waste. Yeah, I mean, speaking of Washington, D.C., today on Smirkanish, a great show, by the way. You should watch it. He covered a few things, and one of the things he covered was the disdain for Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. from just D.C. itself. He's hated there, like 9% approval rating or something like that.
Yep.
It has to be said that there would be some kind of a bias, right? Against him legally in DC.
I don't know what could be done legally against him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about more of the cases that are being canceled now, that are being no longer going to be pursued and prosecuted. Like,
well, I don't know that there were any of them in the DC area. Well,
okay.
Actually, I don't.
Some of the impression that one of them was.
I'm not sure. Maybe one of them was
Obviously,
or would have been. I'm not
right. Obviously, Bragg was New York State, and I think Fani Willis, right, was Georgia.
Yeah, I think that was Georgia, or was it Florida? I think it was Georgia.
But Jack Smith would have been DC.
Yeah, to be honest, I am not absolutely down, up to date on exactly all these cases. Seemed like there was the fraud case in New York that was distinct, but somehow all the J6 cases seem to run together in my mind.
Hmm.
And one of those was Fannie Willis.
Hmm.
Um, but Jack Smith was also investigating or preparing to indict or did indict for some J6
I thought
offense.
his was documents.
His was documents, yes, the classified documents, but there a J6? Wasn't he pursuing a J6
I think
case
so.
too?
Yes. But I think it's all 100% gone now, or is it postponed?
Well, the New York case, I don't know where it is, but it's not going to be dismissed. It's because it's a state case.
Right, of course.
And at least not by the. I don't know about the Fannie Willis case. I don't know what the story is with that. But Jack Smith has dismissed the indictments or asked them to be dismissed without prejudice, which means that if that's granted, they can bring charges later.
Right. So that's what wife says. That makes sense.
No, her quote is going to confuse people. She was
Trump.
It was about Trump's attempt to overturn the results in Georgia.
Right.
Fannie Willis herself wasn't trying to overturn the results in Georgia.
But that primarily, a huge piece of evidence in that would be the recorded phone call to Brad Raffensperger,
right?
Which didn't sound good. And I guess you really have to get down to the semantics of what exactly he said.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is you can interpret it. I don't know what he meant, and I don't trust Trump. So if anyone imputes improper motives, I won't disagree. But the actual words he said, I think were ambiguous. With something like, I need 30,000 votes.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's more than one way to interpret that. Now, I'm not going to argue that he meant it, in a non-illegal way. All right, Paca.
Paca's here. Hello. Paca.
How are you doing?
Hello. I'm all right. Long time no see. I've literally just arrived, so you two crack on talking.
No problem.
Okay.
And I'll try and join in when I think, as an Englishman, I can say enough about your electoral system for you.
Okay. Well, as an Englishman, I understand that you are officially in December. So happy December.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get there in a few hours.
I can see the Christmas lights up behind him.
That's a string off of gin bottles.
Okay.
That's literally what that is.
Gin balls?
Gin.
Gin bottles.
Gin as in the liquor. Gin.
Yep.
Gin bottles.
Yeah. Joe Biden is still the president until January 20th of next year.
And wife here says Jack had 2 federal cases, stealing the classified documents and January 6th. I guess maybe inciting January 6th.
Well, there were a number of aspects. A slate of fake electors alleged.
That fake elector thing is interesting because they did exist, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really know the details.
I mean, there were fake electors. They were caught.
What does that mean? What does it mean to be a fake elector? Am I a fake elector? A potential fake elector? I mean,
do they literally represent electoral college votes? Is that
it's hard to say because the whole thing was just such a Trump bizarre fantasy.
Do you not kind of ascribe to the point of view that to claim that the system is completely unbroken and
Perfect.
completely perfect and unriggable. Do you not think that's equally as silly as the whole thing was faked and Trump won and they screwed it over in 2020?
Well, I don't think anyone would suggest it's perfect, and I don't think anyone would suggest that there's
So you
ever
are,
an election
so
where
you
there's
are,
no fraud.
so you are of the opinion that constant scrutiny of the system and a good eye on it to make sure that everything's okay and things are being run properly is generally a good idea.
Absolutely. And you have to do that.
Okay.
Most definitely.
And what
And I
system do
think
you have for
I
that?
think I think as part of that, you do want to have ID. People should have ID before they're
Right.
allowed to vote. I think that's important to to prevent fraud, and I don't see any reason why that would really uh, affect turnout for one side or the other. It's just ID,
Right.
and the
And I think
election officials, they're not going to arrest you if you have a warrant. You know, when you show your ID, only a cop can do that. Nor are they going to check. They're just checking you, against voter rolls, and you know that's all they do. They don't have any police powers. So I don't.
Well, it does seem from the outside looking in that your system is set up in a specific way that you have a right to privacy and you have a uh, obligation to ID under certain circumstances,
Right.
Yeah.
and
I mean,
You
that's
do.
written into your constitution almost. And a Republican that believes their right to privacy unless being accused legitimately of a crime or something other that affects their amendments, who also agrees to giving ID to vote, that seems logical. I
I
don't know
agree.
anyone can argue with that logic.
There's a bigger problem, I think, with the whole thing, and there's a lack of standardization amongst the states for federal elections. State to state, the standards and rules can vary vastly, which is bullshit. Uh,
Well, it didn't used to be a big problem.
It's a problem now. I think it is. It's not supposed to be. You're supposed to be a citizen to vote, but like, how can you confirm that without having an ID? You can't.
Yeah. I mean, Congress is free, certainly, to enact laws that govern how federal elections are held. That would be, totally within their purview.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a big deal, and maybe there are some things that ought to be standardized, if it's a big deal, then it's, it can be remedied or attempted to be remedied with congressional legislation. Now, it would have to be something. We live in such a divided time that even legislation that people should support will be rejected by the other side, no matter which side offers it. So the Republicans have majorities now in the House and the Senate and the presidency, so they may be able to get some good legislation passed. They may be able to get some bad legislation passed. So, I'm part of me says it's good for one party to have full control of the branches of government for a little while, and part of me says it's never a good idea.
Well, it wouldn't be good if that party happened to be the party that said, okay, we're going to make it a national law that you don't need ID. I would disagree with that.
It wouldn't be, but was that really a Democratic wide belief, Democratic Party wide belief, or was that just I don't know.
What do you think? It was more of the progressive or ultra progressive wing that wants that?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it it's so hard to say because the Democratic Party is so much far to the left. The Democratic Party leadership is so much farther to the left than the Democratic Party constituency, and so it's hard to say.
Mm. That's why they lost. A lot of people think because
It's one reason. It's always a collection of reasons, and it's kind of like a plane crash. There's never one reason. It's always a chain of events, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing with an election because it's the voters. There's the things that animate voters. There's so many different types of voters, and they're animated by different things. So it's very hard for a party to figure out what on the margins is going to piss people off and avoid that.
It's strange to watch them for the last couple of weeks because they have been flailing almost to figure out what it is that went so totally wrong.
And that's expected. It really is. You expect people.
Very strange from someone who because I'm the other side of the pond, so I view it with a different perspective, and I'm not saying whether I'm right or wrong, but I have a certain opinion, and to me it's crystal clear what they're doing wrong because I'm right wing, so yeah. I see everything from my point of view, and to watch them go into, well, I can't understand why they didn't vote for us when we lied to them about Joe Biden having dementia for 4 years. I don't get it.
Joe Biden had dementia. It wasn't as bad, but he had it when he ran in 2020 and he won.
Yeah, so. Why didn't they believe us when we told them for 4 years that he didn't have it?
Voters.
Now they're looking at us like we're liars. I can't fathom it.
Yeah.
Paca, apparently you're on the internet 24 hours a day, according to There Are Four Lights.
Yes. No. Yeah, I am. Yeah. No, he sees me about. Yeah, I am. I lurk.
Cool. Right on, dude. Yeah.
I think a lot of what you see is score settling. There's a lot of different factions in Democratic leadership, and those who were opposed to what might be called perhaps inaccurately woke culture wars, they're taking advantage of this loss to bash everyone who might have been for it. So a lot of it is a loss for a party is also an opportunity for the voices within the party that feel like they're not being paid attention to say, oh, you lost because you didn't pay attention to me. Here's what you should have done. And there'll be people that say, well, the real problem is we didn't triple down on these progressive policies, and so they'll slug it out. I'm sure they'll swing a little bit to the center, and the Republicans will swing further to the right, and then the next election, the Democrats will win. It's just a pendulum.
Democrats will collect more of the middle next time round.
You're right. Exactly.
It's possible. If they swing correctly, they can. Smear Konish on CNN brought up 2 weeks in a row now as a main talking point on his show the trans athlete issue that's going on in collegiate sports, specifically men playing in women's sports. And just recently, a team in the Midwest had made it to the championship game. Rather than play against another team that had a male who dressed up like a woman on the team, they forfeited the match, the whole team. Yeah. Well, these are girls who've been playing volleyball since they're probably 7-8 years old, Fucking, this is it for them. There ain't no professional league for them to go into. This was the last hoorah for these seniors. They're off to the professional world. They decided to stick to their guns. And out of a 17-girl roster, 16 of them voted to forfeit. So obviously the 17th had to go along with it. And that was their choice, not to play against that person.
Good.
Yeah, I wish
Yeah.
they would have done something a little different, like protested but played. But
No, they should all just sit it out.
because I
Then
think,
then it kills the competition, doesn't it?
see,
It makes
at
suddenly
least
it nulls the whole thing.
here in the United States, I strongly feel that that whole idea is dead. It's it's possible that the corpse doesn't know it yet, and it's still walking on, but that had its day, and that day is done, and that it's going to go away. I
Yeah.
think that there's much less of a there's much less support for that even on the left than there used to be. So yeah, I think there's some people in the pipeline who are still going to try and trans you know trans women are still going to try and get on women's sports teams, but
Yeah.
I think that'll just dry up because the oxygen has been cut off from that whole thing. So I'm not really worried about that. I think it's donesy. There'll be a few cases still left, but it's pretty much done.
Yeah. I mean, there was a famous helicopter pilot from Los Angeles County, still alive, I believe, still a helicopter pilot who was the primary one on the O.J. Simpson car chase, the helicopter in the sky, is trans now. And are you familiar with this person?
It rings a bell, yeah.
An interview they had given recently, basically, she, whatever, was like, I'm old now and I'm still quite strong and I have transitioned. And I'll just call her opinion was she was never comfortable with using the women's room until after she had full reconstructive surgery and years of hormones to achieve that. Like, up until that point, she'd never used the restroom. And she also believed, like, even up to this point where she is now, she should not ever be playing sports against biological women. Because even with the estrogen she takes, she's still got wide shoulders, a square jaw. She's strong and broad and big.
And toes point out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Martina Navratilova, a famous tennis player, lesbian. She's come out and said this is ridiculous having these men play against us women. We fought so hard to get where we are, and she's a hard woman. She would be what you might think of as like a very liberal or whatever, but when it comes to female sports, she wants women only in the sports.
Not only is that, but she was a trailblazer in trans rights, in the sense that she took a coach whose name it was a he, and he transitioned, took the name Renee Richards, and Martina Navratilova, that was her coach, and she insisted that he be seen and heard. She did not keep him in the background. So I think his name was Richard Rogers, maybe, and then he transitioned to took Renee Richards. So her word carries some weight, but it's just one opinion.
It is.
Anybody else.
But these sorts of opinions of people who are not just your average Joe are important to change this ridiculousness that's going on in female sports. It's insane. There was a boy playing in a female, I think it was field hockey league here in Massachusetts, and he blasted the ball right at a girl and smashed her nose, broke it. I mean, not to say there isn't another girl who could do that, but he shouldn't have goddamn been there in the first place to do it. So he can't do anything. He's just playing the sport. But that might be also this ridiculous state here that says if there isn't a sports league with the sex that you are, you get to play in the other one. And that kid might have actually just been a boy playing in it. So ridiculous. Yeah. The luggage thief, that guy, huh?
Sam Brinton.
Yeah. definitely got an uneasy feeling when he came into the picture. And then that happened. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, you know. I don't know. What about this guy who's in the military who, you know, dresses up like a girl? He's like a high end, right? Last Dance, you know this person?
Yeah, vaguely, I think I've seen a picture of it. I mean, I don't know. It's up to the military, I guess.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, it doesn't
Certainly-
really matter for a handful of people do it.
Well, I mean, it's
But I definitely,
When
I
you're
just
standing up against China and Russia, and you're going,
Yeah.
this is our top military brass.
yeah, I mean, maybe he just pushes buttons in the trailer. I don't know.
but even still, his contribution is to kill people, not check his makeup. You know, they're all
Exactly. It's a distraction.
they're all together collectively trying to kill. That's it. No other
Mm.
fucking crap, dude. You know, that's why, like, when a male soldier's doesn't cut his fingernails in the Marines, they fucking scream at him, you know, or his mustache goes outside of the like width of his lips. He gets 100 push-ups. You know, this is
Yeah.
a minor infraction, but you got so I guess these are non-commissioned guys. I guess officers get different privileges. You're not going to see a master gunnery sergeant who's trans, are you? I mean, the sergeant major of the fucking Marine Corps Last Dance? Come on, man.
I wouldn't rule it out, but I
It
just
can't happen, dude. Jesus.
I definitely want the military to focus on the military mission, not the cultural mission, not any rights mission. I don't want them to focus on the job at hand, which is the defense of the United States. So that's if things are seeming to distract from that, then something is wrong there. It's almost certainly the case that the problem is leadership and not the rank and file, that they would
Right.
allow these distractions.
Yeah, so what's Trump saying? He's going to ban it?
I don't know what he's saying. Dumbass. I don't really care what he says.
All right, yeah, that one's kind of a crazy one. VW. Oh, yeah, okay, obviously. Now I know.
He's from Wales.
I'll let you on when you get comfortable, buddy. 30 seconds. We can move on to another subject with Trump now, and he'll probably be wanting to weigh in on this. What about this mass deportation thing that's going to take place? Is
Well,
this going to happen?
I don't know. I'm skeptical, and I worry about it because massive movements of anybody is definitely a safety issue. But I don't, in principle, object to people being deported. I think that's a perfectly legitimate response to mass illegal immigration in the previous years.
So deporting the people who are here illegally.
It has to be done in an organized fashion.
So would the crime of illegally entering the country but on its own be enough for deportation?
Yes, I think it should be.
Okay.
It doesn't mean
How
that's
about
the
this?
only consideration, but
How about this? You take anyone who's here illegally and has been working under the table, you come up with some kind of a number for the amount of years they've been here and make them pay back every penny of taxes that they didn't pay in order to stay.
Based.
the longer they've been here, the more unlikely they are to be able to pay that. So
Then
but
that's it.
Yeah, I understand.
So
I mean,
your option as a illegal immigrant is either deportation or you pay off the tax that you should have paid for the time you've been here,
Right.
and then you can stay. You incur a debt, and if you're prepared to pay off that
No.
debt and stay,
No, it's not good there. I don't think so. But I mean, the bottom line is let's get rid of the wrong uns first. Yeah, there's loads of wrong uns in the country,
Yeah.
right?
I agree.
Right, and they're sadly U.S. citizens. but let's get the wrong ones who've just come in as guests, eh? That's the
I
easy
think the
thing.
line should be drawn.
And I know it's not like millions and millions, but let's get rid of them. And then I think they should get rid of the ones that are not economically active, that are illegal. So you get rid of them. So you just filter out the wrong ones, the ones who aren't providing. They're just taking. So and as it goes on, I'm sure it will become hard, and it become a bit of a shit show. But you've got to police out this fucking wrong ones. There's loads of them over there.
Yeah, and in order for an employer, or I mean, it is hard to pay somebody without paying taxes on them. You've got to figure out a way to do it. It's not easy. It
You
gets
got to
dirty.
pay them in cash and cook the books. That's what you have to do. So
Yeah, it gets hard if you're dealing with multiple employees, and it's just easier to hire people who either have green cards or are citizens. One or the other.
no, what they do. So
That's businesses.
that's a problem, and every problem has a solution. And the solution is there are contractors who specialize in staffing, and by the magic that is, the employer who needs staff pays the contractor, who pays cash to the illegals and puts them on the job. And so there's a need for employers like the building industry, builders, name brand builders. They can't directly hire illegals, but so they hire contractors who directly hire illegals, and that gives them it kind of launders the cheap labor for them, and the contractor can disappear overnight if they're about to be raided.
And of course they're taking jobs away from citizens.
Well, that's the effect of one effect of illegal immigration, especially
forget.
illegal immigration from our southern border, because those people want to work. They're here to work, so it's their very industriousness that's kind of their downfall in some sense.
Yeah, but like I said, it always affects the lower, the less economical in society, in economically situated.
Yes, because it typically the lower the skill is, the more easily they can be replaced by someone who doesn't have any training or has minimal training. But it really ripples to all occupations. I'm not saying that somebody who rakes, picks your leaves up is going to have a big impact on the wages of computer programmers, but it will have some impact because it ripples through.
We're the guys who are hiring legitimate people and paying them legitimate wages, and in certain places with the size of a company have to provide insurance. They're now going to get priced out because the guys who are hiring illegals can undercut their estimates by 30% because they know their labor is dirt cheap. They don't have to maintain these guys. Work falls through. They can tell a guy to just stay home. They don't give a shit.
Well, they just don't pick them up on the street corner, do they?
But there's the other thing is there's always people on the boundary between, for example, skilled and unskilled. And when you pour people in, for immigrants who are willing to work unskilled jobs for low pay, those who are on that boundary are going to be jumping up to try and compete with people in the skilled class. And they'll do it for less. They won't be as skilled. And so it just puts wage pressure on everybody above them.
So throughout the UK, this is what we've got the problem with.
In the short term.
Is that we get like this home delivery for like takeaways. It's like huge. Uber Eats and all these sort of people. I can't remember half of them. I've never used them, but they're huge, and they just deliver food on bikes, normally e-bikes. And in the UK, like 90% of them from a migrant background, and not the vast majority of them, but a lot of them are using Uber ID, sort of employer's ID, and they rent their ID out to an illegal, and then the illegal does all the work. Yeah. So they use their password to get, and the thing is, then the job comes out, and it's a £3 job. Well, the prices go to the prices raise and drop depending who takes them on, and So if, for example, they're willing to do that for that price, then that's just lowering the price that it would have naturally gone normally if it was just, say, British citizens doing that job, because the job wouldn't have been accepted for that low price.
Yeah. You see, there's no overcoming free market effects.
Yeah.
Even if the law prohibits it, well, then you get the black market, and the black market is the free market, and there's no avoiding the black market. If they couldn't avoid the black market in communist Soviet Union, we're not going to be able to avoid the black market in the comparatively liberal and tolerant West. So there's when you bring labor in, and a huge chunk of labor, it's going to depress wages. That's the short-term impact. The long-term is very hard to judge because there's 1,000 variables and nobody knows how to weight each variable. Hey, Aphid Lip, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Seeing you.
Good to see you.
Camera's a little high. Am I too loud? I noticed last week I listened to the playback.
No.
I was a little loud.
You're a little low.
I'm a little low.
Well, I could turn my volume up, but I'm a little deaf, so.
Oh, I did it.
Yeah. I mean, Topple's right. According to a quick search, illegals can get a tax ID number, which is fucked up. That shouldn't be.
In some states,
that's
they can
bad.
also vote. In some states, they can also vote, can't they?
Not legally.
Well, California's still counting.
I know. I heard this
Not
today.
everybody's there yet.
I heard this somewhere that California is still counting.
Yeah.
Today.
Not everybody's there yet.
Oh yeah, California, Pennsylvania, Arizona, a whole shitload of states are still counting votes.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Some of them, like Arizona, or Pennsylvania, some of them have a pile of votes.
That's completely stupid.
So I think it's Argentina or Brazil. I can't remember which one. I think it's Brazil. They've got over 100 million population, and they can count them all physically, no machines.
That day.
in 24 hours.
Yeah, that
and
day.
When you got
I don't really know why.
Honestly, to the rest of the world, you can't sit there as America and say, "Oh no, there's nothing wrong with our voting system."
Yes,
when it takes
crazy.
a month to count votes in California.
I know it doesn't matter, but you're the most developed country in the world, and we're going to go back old school. We're going to go physical counting. If other countries can physically count 100 million in a fucking day, surely you should be able to do 300. Well, it's not even 350, is it? Because the voting population is less than that. It's 150. So
it's about 100.
Third world countries can do it by hand in 24 hours. You just look like idiots. And it isn't just you. I'm not having a pop.
There should be a deadline, shouldn't there? There should be like
for a first world country to come out and say, "Oh no, it takes us a month to count votes." You just You look dodgy. It just looks dodgy.
I don't know I don't know why it takes some states so long. I don't understand what it is.
No, you do know why? Because it's dodgy.
No, I don't think it's dodgy.
Don't say no. Give me another reason, or tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why it doesn't look dodgy. Or
the legislation might not be in place that everything's got to be counted within a week or 5 days, and there's under no excuses. I mean, if there's nothing in place,
that's the kind of law that might be something worth considering.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Like my initial point, it's nonsense for the leader of the Western world.
Agreed. But if they're not forced to count by a certain date, then some of these fucking crazy places will just take their fucking time. It's stupid. I know.
By example.
I mean, I don't know. We get a lot of mail-in ballots. I doubt other countries have a lot of mail-in ballots.
You shouldn't.
I don't like mail-in ballots.
Your mail-in ballots should extend to your forces deployed abroad,
Yeah.
basically, and
Well, we always
will be within the system of the military, which should be absolutely 100% tickety-boo secure, shouldn't it?
it was
Not a
always
problem.
it was always an option. You know, ever since I turned 18, mail-in was always an option, but you were supposed to justify it for some reason, and not you know, a small percentage of people took advantage of it because they were away. Typically, because they were away, they knew they would be away for some reason.
Okay,
And then it just
work, that's legitimate.
Then it just started
If you've moved away
snowballing,
from America, if you've left,
and
then
you know, states started allowing anybody for any reason to do the mail-in ballot. And you know, imagine all the paper cuts from having to open, you know, 300,000 mail-in ballots. It sounds like maybe it's like a math. Probably the floor is probably coated with blood at the polling place.
Once every 4 years. Once
Yeah,
every 4
that's
years. But Aphid, I'd like to pose the question to yourself about obviously this deporting thing that they're planning. What would do you agree with it at all, or would you tackle it a certain way? And I'd like to know, because I know you're on more the left side, so I'd like to.
Well, I'm here to surprise you. I kind of hope
No.
like you know, this is one of those situations where I hope somebody else does my dirty work, so they do some house cleaning and I can be like.
So you
what the
agree with taking illegal criminals out the country first?
No, he does. I think
I mean, I don't think that is going to be.
I
don't
think he's
that's
talking about his house cleaner.
No, I don't think that's.
I think he's saying he's not going to agree to it, but if someone does it, he'll be glad to take the benefit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Last dance
Yeah.
can always.
Yeah,
No, but
that's how I took it.
I don't think that. I think that this. I think that this is. You know, that whole. You know, we're going to have some mass investigation, and that's going to be too slow of a process. I don't think that's. You know, I think that it's going to need to be kind of more of a. You know, more of something that a lot of Americans aren't going to be comfortable with seeing on their nightly news. You know, rounded up and
you
carted up
don't
and.
think it's going to happen like
You know what, Aphid Lip?
the left is afraid it's going to happen.
Not that many people watch the nightly news anymore.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
I'm saying we get news in silos.
Well, whichever way you get your news, there's going to be clips of rounding them up, and there's gonna be your you know, kid that gets to stay with grandma and has to, you know, cry and hold on to his mom as she's being pulled away to load onto some train. You know, that's probably the realistic thing that's going to happen.
They said they're not separating families.
I mean,
that's what the guy said. He said, we're not going to separate families. We'll deport the whole family.
Right. There's going to be situations where the parents are going to be like, no, I want you to have a better life. You're going to stay with, you know, Aunt, you know.
Right.
Whatever,
Theoretically,
Louise.
What was that term? Anchor baby? Which still makes me laugh.
Right.
So if the baby was born here, then it's legal.
Yes. The baby is stay. Yeah. There's
baby can stay if they have. I guess,
I mean, the parents would have to be legal too.
Well,
I'm kind of.
This is the difference, right? So America and the UK or European countries are fundamentally different because European countries are based on homogenous.
America's a unique country in the world.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. Whereas, America's based on those that went and lived there.
Yeah.
We're
all immigrants.
You're
but
it's called a melting pot back in the day. A melting pot of
you're
cultures.
built on that, though. That's your right. That's what you're.
It's like a rabbit in a big pot.
Yeah, but that whole bring us you're tired, you're hungry. That whole thing we kind of shut down on that bad boy vote.
Therefore, fundamentally, the idea of an American is not the same idea of being a European. They're not even the same thing.
No.
You can't put them in. You can't compare them.
Yeah.
No, I know. We can't.
Fundamentally, to be an American, you have to be born there.
The
From
first
people
settler,
that went there to make a better life for themselves. basically.
the first settlers though were British and French, weren't they? That came to America.
Yeah, but
Right?
it doesn't matter.
Well, I
It
mean,
doesn't. I mean, yes. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It is important. Yes. How America was founded and built is very important. I wasn't poo-pooing that at all.
that's basically what I was suggesting.
Fundamentally, to be an American, you go there to be an American. Do you follow what I'm saying? And
Sure.
Right.
being American is an idea.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Freedom.
You don't have to be born an American.
Right.
Yeah, it's
You have
such
to
an
be born an American
oxymoron,
to
that
be the
freedom.
president,
That
to run the
freedom
country,
shows.
but to be an American
Per
is
capita, you
is a
imprison more
fundamental
people than any
idea.
other country in the world.
Yeah, it's very different to most other countries in the world. Whereas to be English, we understand the English. Your forefathers were born here in the last 2,000 years, and you come from Anglo-Saxon and Norman and
Celts are your first
Celts,
British.
yeah, and Picts and
Welsh.
and
The Welsh are your first British.
yeah. You're built of all those people. You're built of 2,000 years of invaders.
Yeah, we go
winners.
back.
Yeah, that's what an Englishman is built of, or Britain is built of. But like, it's two fundamentally different ideas. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Carry on.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Certainly a huge amount of immigration that happened in the first couple of 100 years here.
We're hypocrites. We're a nation of hypocrites.
Times change, bro. Times change, that's
Yeah,
it.
you weren't taking those numbers 20, 30 years ago. You only been taking these crazy numbers, like 3 million a year or 15 million over 4 years.
Yeah.
Or 20 million.
Percentage wise, it was heavier, obviously, in earlier times.
Right.
Capita, you think?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. You got numbers, but the whole world's got a lot more people in it. So
Yeah, I do think we have to distinguish between legal and illegal immigration. Those are two entirely different beasts. I'm totally fine with when we're ready to bring people in, we bring them in, our choice.
What's the illegal numbers in the 4 years? I mean, have we got any reasonable number on it?
I don't know. It's enormous, but I don't know the exact numbers.
Well, I'll give you the numbers in the UK. They just revised them again. This is the second time they revised the numbers from 2023. It's now 959,000 legal came in the country last year. So that would be the size of Birmingham, which is the third biggest city in the country. Or the second biggest country.
That's legal immigration?
Yeah, just legal.
Okay.
So the small boats round about 40,000.
I thought it was overall immigration.
Yes, so legal immigration was 59959, I believe it was. They revised it for the second time.
That's legal.
Legal.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that was just overall. Yeah, that's
No.
the city the size of Birmingham, which is our third largest city, and that comes in every year. So a population the size of our third largest city arrives and stays in our country every year.
Isn't Birmingham our second biggest?
Legally.
I thought Birmingham was our second biggest, but you got to remember, we got to build the schools, the hospitals, the roads, the houses, everything goes with it.
Yeah, wild, man. Jeez, that's a lot for your country is pretty damn small.
We're a tiny island.
Yes, I mean, you could fit the UK in, I think, maybe twice of Florida. 2 Floridas. I mean,
Texas.
In Texas.
Is Texas bigger than the UK?
Fuck yeah, Texas is about like 5, 6, 8 times bigger, most probably. I'll find out now. Yeah, Texas is huge, isn't it?
Alaska is almost as big as the rest of the continental United States, so you could fit probably all of Europe inside of Alaska.
This is a weird one. So I was listening to something where they're saying the map of the world is not correct in size. So I'd like to, if you know any difference. They're saying that Africa is much far bigger than it appears on the globe, right?
Oh, it's because when they smidged the globe out, the north and the south of the globe, they have to spread it out in order to flatten it. So Greenland is way bigger than it actually looks.
And Canada,
Greenland is way smaller than it actually looks. Yeah, Canada is way wider than it actually is.
If you have a round globe,
Canada's
that's
wrapped around the top of the globe. But
accurate.
when you flatten it out, it looks.
Oh, okay.
well, yeah, that might be it. That might be it, actually. I'm not, because I think it is the globe. It's like as it appears, Africa appears far smaller than Canada, but it's actually they didn't mention the illusion because that's what it really is, isn't it? What you're describing.
Well, right. So when you look at it on a globe, is how it actually is. If you subscribe to the world isn't flat, not wishing to upset anyone that might be watching this on the internet. Obviously, I have my own opinions, and
Do you think the world's
no.
flat?
investments can. Do I? No.
Oh.
Investments
Well,
can
fuck,
go
fuck
down
those
as well
flat
as up.
earthers then.
Okay?
If you're watching your flat earther, fuck off.
I was
I like it here. I try not to start arguments.
yeah, I thought they just they put it on the map smaller because maybe prejudice or something. You
Yeah,
know, that's how I
racism.
thought it.
Yeah,
That's how I thought it might have been from 250 years ago or whatever. Honestly, I'm not a leftist, but that's how I thought. That's how it might have been. But yeah, now you said it's a globe, and if you looked at it as a globe, you'll see it differently.
Yeah,
Yeah, when you
flat.
think
You can't
about it,
draw. You
they've got
can't
that.
draw a flat. You can't, draw a rectangle of something that's spherical. That's why they got those weird maps that have like a thing coming off the top, and it's like you take a piece of paper and you wrap it around a basketball, and you're gonna have curves. So it's just
Yeah, when you look at it, everything outside of the what they call, you got the equator, and then you got the basically the area above and below the equator. There's the tropics, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
So everything outside of the tropics on a flat map is pretty much distorted because it's been flattened out.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I missed what you were talking about. I was looking up something that the Blunt Crusader was talking about.
I was looking at the chat as well to see what they had to say.
Hmm. 100 years, Paul. Yeah, interesting stuff, man. Yeah. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with Trump with this thing. Like, is he going to send? How's it going to work? Texas is allocating some massive chunks of land for them to build deportation buildings, structures, something like that.
There's going to be, as long as you don't get emotional about it, things are going to be very entertaining starting January 20th.
Wow.
First of all, I'm expecting Trump to pardon himself, so Jack Smith could just go home permanently.
I think he's going to leave before that happens.
Who?
Jack Smith. He's going to.
I'm using Jack Smith as an example, but
The country, Philip?
What?
The country?
Yeah, he's leaving. He's out of
What
here.
do you mean by he's going to leave?
What I heard is they're going to. I mean, I don't know. I heard this, and it makes sense that the current administration wants to end all, any kind of investigations or anything, because they don't want Trump to pardon himself to set a precedent for the future. So falling on the sword, basically. That's what
that is not the plan.
Really?
Trump, yes, they don't want to prosecute. They don't want to have an active prosecution of a sitting president. But Trump pardoning himself, he could still do it. The Jack Smith is trying to dismiss the indictment without prejudice, and which leaves Trump still vulnerable after he's no longer president in 2028. So I predict he will pardon himself.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
talking about people leaving, Ellen DeGeneres, She's come to the Cotswolds in the UK. I don't know if you know. With
Oh,
and
Yeah, thanks.
I raised the
Thanks for that.
question that might have a
Oh.
connection with old Diddy and his freakouts.
You know, as much as I shit on most of your conspiracy theories, I have heard a little bit about this as well, and I think she might have something. There might be some kind of connection with her and the Didster, and she had that DJ that did her show, and he committed suicide.
Yeah.
And I've heard rumors that there might be something, with a connection with that too. And she did have him on her show a lot.
And don't forget about her lover, and Haish, who like went psycho and fucking drove her Cooper Mini into a house at like 100 miles an hour.
She was.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, I remember that.
She was psycho, though. There's
A
no
Mini.
doubt.
Mini driving a Mini into a house is
Yeah.
Yeah.
She, I mean,
Like,
lucky
no,
she
no.
survived.
I think that was
Even a
result
moddy.
of inebriated driving rather than a plan.
Yeah, she was. She was absolutely. I mean, if you've seen some of the last clips of her in the past year or two of her life, I mean, she was. It's not surprising that she did something crazy like that.
She was. Remember her lurching up in the stretcher and pulling the covers off and shit, dude.
Yeah, she was like half. Her body was all burned up and everything.
Fucked up, man. Totally.
Yeah, Ellen DeGeneres, let her look after your kids for the weekend. Give her your bank card. Don't worry about it.
Well, I've looked into it a little bit, like with Justin Bieber and stuff, and I've seen all the clips on Justin Bieber, and it really looks uncomfortable. Now you know what you know, you can put it all together quite easily. And the way it was like the first time they met, he was like a little kid. The next time they met, you could see he was petrified, and Diddy checked him for a wire. He 100% checked him out. If you put in Twitter now, Diddy and Justin and put down wire, you see him check all his shit, whether he had a wire on or not. And just Justin's face was fucking, he looked horrified, like. But the cameras are there, so they sort of worked it out, like. And who's the other one? Usher. I've seen some fucking videotapes of some guy getting fucking fucked in the ass, supposedly. Audio. Which
sounds like a good video.
Yeah.
Well, it's audio.
Don't bother with putting the link in the chat.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if don't put that in the back chat.
No,
I'm not sure I even want to hear the audio.
No,
Does
no
that make it any?
in the back chat.
I don't know if that makes it any better.
Yeah, but you look, you. I mean, the Justin encounter, the three encounters I've seen with Diddy and Justin is really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable.
Well, we all got these. He poisoned Django Unchained, and that's what kicked this all off.
Well, yeah, he poisoned Jamie Foxx. This is what done it.
Yeah, I heard that rumor, but Jamie Foxx himself hasn't.
No, he has.
That.
No, he has.
What happened.
Oh,
I said this last week, didn't I?
Yeah, he came out on he did a skit on Saturday Night Live last week or something, and in the middle of it said, "Did he poison me?"
Huh.
So I mean,
Topple, you don't agree with that?
Saying that's what happened.
Topple's saying no.
Okay.
So
that's the rumor.
So I'm walking into Base watches gay sex videos.
No, he just listens. He just listens with his headphones.
Audio.
It was audio only. It was audio only.
He just listened long enough to confirm what was happening.
It's totally not gay if you just listen to.
So you can understand
two men having
voice.
sex.
Was Bieber singing during that time period?
No, this Diddy business is fucking. You only got to put if you put in Diddy Justin on Twitter, you'll see.
I'd rather not.
Well, no, you don't see nothing.
I've never been interested in putting.
He checks him for a wire. Why would he check him for a wire? And the way Justin.
Well, honestly, there's reasons.
Yeah, you're checking a 16 or 15-year-old.
That's ever going to come out of this case. Nothing's going to come out of this case. It's another Epstein.
No, I don't think. I don't think.
Well, they're not giving him bail. They ain't giving him bail again.
I mean, they probably have a decent amount of evidence to have done what they did so far.
Well,
just
they're
If
going to
they
need
give him bail,
videotape.
someone else might get hold of him, and the truth might come out, and then what will happen?
It can't be hearsay. It can't be testimony. It's got to be videotape, or
Well,
at the best, high quality audio. But it's got to be
Could be
inconclusive.
eyewitnesses,
That's still nothing, though.
not earwitness. No, eyewitnesses are good enough for court.
Well,
They could be lying.
of all accounts, everything's been videotaped. It's another Epstein sort of off.
Mossad.
I mean, he could end up, but I mean, I have a feeling.
Aphid, that's Epstein's 100% Mossad, but it was the same sort of operation. But that Epstein was 100% a Mossad off. It was to make VIPs in a vulnerable position so they can be controlled. Not fucking brain. It's not surgery. It really isn't.
I mean, I still have a feeling it was. There was something more than a lapse of judgment on the guards.
Here we go.
Protection. I can't say anything more than that, but if
Again,
it was just a lapse of protection,
It's your show.
I mean, you think about it. Think about it. Like there's been lapses before. They walked Lee Harvey Oswald through an unsecured corridor, and fucking Jack Ruby walked up to him and stuck a revolver in his chest.
So they want you to believe a lone gunman, right, killed the president, and a lone gunman killed the assassin. Yeah?
There's
that's
been
what they want you to
lapses.
believe.
So this is in that category. Is it just a highly suspicious lapse, or is it
Look, it's quite normal for the CCTV to break down. One of the guys to leave early, and the one not to do his rounds. I standard.
Yeah, especially when it's only someone very low profile, like
like Jeffrey Epstein,
who had fuck knows who on his island.
Yeah,
well, they got rid of it. They got away with it when they took out the Pentagon, so they're like, we can handle this.
To play the violin on his island.
Right, it's almost like an Austin Powers thing. Oh, we caught him. We'll lock him up and put these two idiots to watch over him, and we'll all just fucking leave, and everything will be fine. No,
those were probably the two smartest guards in that facility.
And should we fix the CCTV? Should we say the CCTV is not working? No, we just leave it for 24 hours and just allow.
Right, so I just want to say again, we're back to if you're the freest country in the world with the freest elections that definitely are never diddled by either side ever. What happened to? Where's Epstein's list? What happened to Jeffrey? What the fuck went down there? And where's the list?
Who says there is a list?
There's no list.
Who says there's a list?
What is Gislaine in prison for?
Well, wait there. Trump. Well, wait there. Well, they yeah, but wait there. They never asked her who the perps were. They just somehow they convicted her. They convicted her of trafficking girls, but they never mentioned who the clients were.
Yeah,
it's perfectly normal.
Clients.
It's perfectly normal. That's how you run a case. You run the case.
You think Gislaine is protecting these clients, even though she's sentenced to life in prison, and she has no reason to protect anybody.
No, I don't think Gislaine is. No, I don't think she is. No.
I mean, it would make more sense. Your conspiracy theories would make sense.
Okay.
The judge threw the case out.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, are you?
Yeah, but last thanks.
Do I think that? And I said, no, I don't think that. I don't think Gislaine is protecting them. No.
Okay.
No,
Can you find in the case, anywhere in the case, where they asked who the perps were? Who these girls were being provided for? Because I'm telling you now. Wait there, please. Nowhere in that case did they actually say who these girls were for.
Well, I'm sure they asked.
Don't you think that's... Well, if they asked it, there'd be an answer, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there would have been an answer, or she would have had no comment.
Well, how do we know? Like, I've heard names thrown around of people that they know were there, like people like Bill Clinton. Is it true that we
know he went to the island? I mean,
28 times he's been on that flight log.
Do we know that Bill Gates was there? Yes.
He didn't know. We don't know he went to the
island. Dershowitz was there.
Yeah, we
Alan
know
Dershowitz.
we know Bill was there because his missus. Well, that's one of the reasons why she divorced him. She
We
said it.
know Prince Andrew was there.
But we don't know what they were doing. So it's your assertion that they were just there drinking and dancing and having fun.
It's my
Well,
assertion? No, that's not my assertion.
No, we know,
You're-
we
you're
know
all-
the assertion is somewhere in the middle. The truth is somewhere in the middle, okay? No one's saying 100% were there learning to play the violin, and no one's saying 100% were there because of the weather.
The only
And
person
the-
I'm convinced didn't have sex who was there was Stephen Hawking.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know.
No, he was the worst.
You gotta use your imagination, man.
He was the worst.
Rub
You-
up
you-
against me again.
Get
He
on
was,
my microphone.
Yeah.
he was renowned.
I will vibrate it.
Wait there. He was renowned in the UK for having hookers. So,
He probably played the Daft Punk song while he was doing it.
I don't know what he was doing. He might have given me some freaky fingerings. I don't know.
I don't
But-
think
Can't
he,
do anything.
However,
He
I
literally
think only his nose had feeling. Or
Well, I think maybe he
that's
used his
fine.
nose. I
he
don't
got a
know.
nose job.
There
the
you go.
question remains that the Venn diagram of people who visited that island and people who run the free world, that Venn diagram, there's a quite big fucking crossover, and maybe we could look into it. Maybe that would be a good idea.
same
If we
way.
want to call ourselves the free world that does things the right way. Just saying.
I'm more concerned about Diddy's list, though.
Oh yeah, that's in there as well.
Yeah. Who's that
So,
really
here's-
short?
Here's
who's
what I'll
that really
say.
short comedian, the black guy?
Kevin Hart, you racist.
Oh, I hate that guy.
I think there might be a little something going on there with Diddy
Yeah.
and him
I hope
Yeah,
so. And,
Why do you
and he's
say that?
canceled.
because
Here-
some people were talking to Kevin Hart in an interview and started bringing up Diddy and some weird shit, and like Kevin Hart was like, "Shut up! Don't be talking about that here."
Yeah.
And people
Yeah,
came to
they're
his
all
defense
doing it.
like,
They're
"No,
all
he's
doing it,
worried
Steve.
about lawsuits. He's worried about lawsuits."
Yeah.
well, why?
They're all doing it, Steve. All the ones that sort of implicated in to being his freakouts.
Cat-
When approached, they're all freaking out and just running, isn't they? They're all fucking getting the fuck up and running.
They all have lube on their hands.
Not
Oh,
50, not
baby
50 Cent.
oil.
And I never liked 50 Cent. I always thought he was just a straight thug. But after
Just on
hearing
the-
him
on
speak
the money.
recently, I'm like, wow, this guy.
He's been saying it for 20 years, Steve.
And the
What's
cat,
the name
the
of his
cat,
documentary
the cat
coming out?
Williams, the Cat Williams guy too.
Yeah, he's the first one. He was the first one.
Okay, here's what I'll give you based. Epstein, whether there was a list or not, he certainly knew in his, who the clients were, and he knew which ones, did underage girls too. So whether there was a list or not, he knew that. So he was definitely a liability to people there. I'll grant you that the people that went to that island didn't just go there, at least not all of them, for the nice weather and Epstein's company. They went there to have sex.
Yeah,
And I'll say that Gislaine Maxwell knows almost the same, knows what happened on that island too with those people. So
oh yeah, she was integral. She was integral. She got the girls. It wasn't.
you know what? They may already have a list, the prosecution, but they can't release that list without there being some prosecutable evidence. You can't just say, hey, these people might be pedos or sex traffickers. For all you know, they do have a list, and they have to keep it very tightly controlled.
But as I read the Gislaine trial, it was agreed on both sides that they wouldn't bring up who the customers were.
Well, yeah, you don't want to. I mean, you definitely, it's irresponsible to bring somebody's name up without having some evidence against them. It's
Yeah, but wait there. Okay, so they've got evidence because it's on video, most obviously, because that's what Epstein's Island was all about: multiple videos, hidden cameras. So,
they had videos. Was that what did Gislaine's jury see that?
well, I believe the Epstein thing was an op to make VIPs vulnerable.
Okay, but that you don't have a shred you don't have a molecule of evidence for that. So
Well,
you're going to, based on that premise, you're going to
Okay.
bootstrap to there must be videos, because after all, what good is is an op without the videos to pressure the people involved?
okay. So yeah, that's I believe there's videos. Then the New York Department,
Well,
when
hang
it,
on, hang on. Can I just add, can I just answer last answer? Yeah, what we don't have is a list of people that Gislaine and Epstein trafficked underage girls to. So
Right.
bleat as much as you like about, well, you've got no evidence for this or that. What we do have is a definite list of people that underage girls were trafficked to that no one's fucking seen yet. And it's been a New York minute since they fucking had it, hasn't it? So
Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing about. Based is saying that the Israeli
so
Mossad
don't argue
ran
that.
this whole
That's
operation.
not what we want, is it?
go on, last dance.
Last dance.
Yeah, I wasn't really addressing that.
Okay.
No,
Okay. So say
what do
we
we
go
want?
back to the original points, right? Say, for example, that they've got evidence against VIPs during the Gislaine trial, and they just, like I said, there's no investigation. There's no even a secret investigation to not expose these people too early. As far as I know, it's a couple of years down the road now, and nothing's being heard of or said of, because Gislaine got her 22 years or whatever she got, and that's that, and end of chapter. Where actually, even if there was no video, there would have been statements by some of these girls that gave statements against Ghislaine, because that and those people would have been implicated in those original statements anyway. So why isn't there an investigation going on? Because they don't want to investigate any of this. They want to just shut the doors and walk away.
Well, you don't know that there's not an investigation going on. I would assume there is an investigation going on.
Well, when was Ghislaine convicted? It must have been like 2-3 years ago now, and I've heard fuck all since.
Well, I'll tell you what. I agree with you. I haven't heard anything since, and it makes one doubt that there's anything going on. I understand that.
Correct.
We got a new sheriff in town coming back into the sheriff's station, and
He said he was going to release it. He said he was going to release the Epstein list, and I don't believe he will. I believe he'll blow up with the Mossad connection on it, because I do believe that's what that is.
Well, he was on the island, so why would he release it?
Oh, was he on the island too?
He's never been on the island.
No,
but
not him.
He'll white his name out and then hand it
no,
out.
but he'll Sharpie, not whiteout.
Sharpie, okay.
No,
He-
he seems so uncomfortably liking Gislaine or whatever her name is when she first was in trouble. Said she was a lovely person, and I just wonder if there's not anything wrong with him, and I'm not saying there is.
How many
People
times?
hold on. People he supports or is close to and doesn't want their information out that they were part of it, then I don't think he'll do anything about it. I think everybody across the board, there's so many people probably that have their hands dirty with this that you'll probably have a hard time. And like what Last Dance said, that you have to have a legal reason. You're not just gonna, unless somebody leaked it that had their fingers on it.
Yeah, and she was convicted of 20 years in prison for including sex trafficking of a minor was basically it. Her role in that. She was not convicted in replacement of Epstein, but she was convicted with her role that she played.
She was integral. She got the girls there, and she was involved in it as well. There's been testimonies by a couple of girls there to say that she was involved too. But he was prolific. He was.
Paul in chat had an interesting comment where he said, "Can I add that Maxwell was jailed for trafficking children, but to no one?" So the point, and
Yeah.
so figure that out. And the point is, like, how come that information can't be released if she was charged with it?
Exactly.
How did she? Who did she? How did she? Go
Yeah,
to
so
prison
she's
for
been
trafficking children?
convicted to
She didn't have
trafficking.
anything to do
Exactly,
with it.
she's been convicted trafficking to nobody.
Well, I mean, you make so many assumptions that are unjustified. It's possible that she has been negotiating this whole time to get a sweetheart deal in return for her information. And that's possible that they are, she probably wants no jail time if she gives off this list of people. And the government's not going to settle for that. That's possible. I mean, it's a good question. What's going on now?
Upon sentencing, the judge said, "Today's sentence holds Gislaine Maxwell accountable for perpetuating heinous crimes against children." I mean, so yeah, she was convicted of that. I mean, there's no two ways around it. There were victim impact statements saying that she facilitated abuse, and she directly spoke to the victims in the courtroom, saying basically that Jeffrey should be up here, but he isn't, and I hope my conviction brings you some closure. I'm sorry for your, the hurt that you've experienced. She never admitted to anything or took responsibility for one fucking thing either, but that's how it went down.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it stinks so much, Last Dance. I'm surprised you're taking this sort of line on it, because
what do you think
there's so many angles. There's so many angles that's been raised. They say the whole scenario, this whole fucking Epstein thing is fucking dirty as fuck. There's so much shit going on.
You do realize that Maxwell's testimony would not be enough to indict anybody, let alone convict.
Well,
it's not just Maxwell's testimony, though, is it?
There'd have to be other evidence.
Wouldn't, but there's a reason she's alive and Epstein isn't.
Well, he killed himself.
Because he committed suicide.
The fact that fucking corporations, plasterboard, and Jeffrey Epstein don't fucking hang themselves. Just ignore that and then go, well, legally, Gislaine, this or that.
No, there's no reason. If you believe that Epstein was killed, then Maxwell would be just as strong.
You believe he hung himself?
Absolutely.
You believe the cameras went off and two guys?
Why haven't they killed Epstein? I mean, why haven't they killed Maxwell?
She's worked with them. Someone had to take the can. Someone had to take the can. She'll serve 10, 12 years, and she'll get released. And otherwise, she was going to do life. So they gave her an option of 10 years just to work with us.
Her sentence is about 40, but her probationary period starts at 20.
Right.
For exactly the reason you just explained, Last Dance.
She'll probably die in prison.
Alone wouldn't screw them over. That's why she's still alive and he isn't. For that exact reason. The reason
his testimony also couldn't be enough to convict anybody. You need the victims to at least testify.
No, not now.
There's only one, as far as I know, there's only one victim that has testified, and that's Virginia.
No, there's multiple girls that were involved in that prosecution, wasn't there, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I don't think they were publicly made. Their names weren't made public, but they were there. They were involved.
But if you don't ask the victims,
I know there were multiple girls.
If you don't ask them, if you don't ask them the question, though, Last Dance, you're not going to find out who they are you? They didn't ask the girls the question. That was not the question. In the court case, they were not asked who the customers were.
Well, you don't know what was asked.
Well, I'm telling you that I was told, or I read when this was happening, that no questions were asked to find out who the perps were, who the customers were.
Well, that wouldn't be necessary to convict
in the court case.
That's irrelevant to convicting
But you keep on saying
Maxwell.
about evidence. You keep on saying about evidence, but if you don't ask the victims, the survivors, who the customers of the perps were, then you're not going to fucking have the evidence, are you?
Oh, I'm sure they were asked, and
I'm telling you,
everybody has been asked.
Tell
I'm
them
telling you. Well, I'm making the statement that I believe that the survivors weren't asked during the court proceedings who the perps were.
Possible. Pretty funny.
During the court proceedings?
I just noticed Paul Wilson White. I thought it was a hyphenated last name. I don't think it is. I think he's saying Paul Wilson White.
Who's Paul
Yeah.
Wilson?
I think we.
Who's Paul Wilson?
Is that right, Last Dance, or did he just forget to capitalize that?
He's the new legend in the
I
chat.
suspect you're correct.
Who's Paul Wilson?
He's in the
All I know about him is that he's white. That's all I can tell you.
Oh,
Oh my god,
Or he claims to be.
And may believe in
He
aliens
identifies
based on
as white.
icon.
that is funny, dude. I'm not offended. I think it's funny.
He might be trans white.
Is it offensive?
Oh, is that still happening? Is that a
I
thing?
don't think it's offensive. And if
I
I don't
don't
think
know
it's
either.
offensive, who are you offended?
No, I think it's
Here,
hilarious.
I'll update myself.
Oh, you're going to change your name now?
I feel it's trendy. I want to be part
Just
of the
make
trend.
it R White instead of RW.
so we're not doing pronouns no more.
Yeah, but I was watching The Crucible. I recommend it. It's a good YouTube channel with a guy called Andrew Wilson, and he's pretty bit of a debater, very good, and he was in raids on TikTok channels tonight, and there was this one where you had to give your pronouns, otherwise you wouldn't even be allowed on the panel. And they were like, if you said he him, you could see the disgust in their attitude. It was so fucking crazy. And the first thing they said when they made it was, "How many cats do you own?"
Yeah.
And why did you vote Trump? Because he's a man, just to trigger them, and they were fucking triggered. Very funny.
Reservoir Dogs. Sorry, good point. Could be code.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's a really great Instagram video with this woman who's joining like a Skype group. And she's like holding a cat. She's like, Virginia, they, them. And when she says they, them, the cat turns to her, gives her a couple scratches right in the chin. And she's like, Jesus Christ.
That's a
Cat
big
is
meme, isn't it?
based. Yeah, it is. It's a good
Yeah, the cat literally, it was responded to the pronoun, wasn't it?
Right. It seemed to be. It was chill as
It
hell.
could have been a rescue cat.
The second she said they, them, this thing was triggered, man. It was pretty much nuts. All right.
Oh, wait, there's Jewish chat. What's going on here? I once identified as a Jewish, but I couldn't afford it. Oh, I see the joke. I see it.
Blonde Crusader. I bet you.
So let's bring up Ukraine. Zelensky wants to talk peace. First time in fucking.
When did you see that?
Yeah, so it was all over last night. It was Twitter like.
Okay, I've been out of it for a couple days.
Today,
What does he want?
Shorty Cracker on YouTube covered it today. Zelensky's willing to talk peace and give up areas of.
Here, let me guess. Like, guys, if you guys can just give me a whole bunch of money and give me all my land back and just go out of my country, I'm willing to say that we're gonna stop fighting.
No, he doesn't want all his land back. No, he doesn't want all his land back. Yeah.
Russia's not going to leave without any land. That's definitely.
They're taking they're taking 1/3 of Ukraine. I said this before. I said it'd be all over by the end of
His
Feb.
offer is you take these bits you want, these bits you really want, you take them, and I get NATO.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what he's after. That's what he's after. He's after NATO protection.
Copper will never let him into NATO.
Yeah.
The vote will never
Now what
pass.
happens?
There's a little problem.
Obviously there's problems. Yeah, no one's having that. Obviously.
Yeah, well, NATO countries are supposed to be pretty much lacking or free of corruption. You know, there's a fair bit of internal corruption goes on in Ukraine government. You know,
Yeah,
we kind of want that to be a little bit cleaner. You know, NATO, we try to have some standard there.
Yeah.
Um,
So Putin comes in with his
but-
offer.
Yeah, but that's the excuse. That it's correct your point, Steve. But that's the excuse. The reality is you can't have NATO in Ukraine. Full stop. It's just, Putin won't have it.
So Putin comes in with his offer, which is I will only take this much of what I should really have, but you don't get NATO. Right? And then Trump comes along and says to Zelensky and Putin, this is what's going to happen. Otherwise, because if you don't agree, I am going to double what Ukraine gets and flatten Russia. And if
No,
you don't agree, I am going to defund Ukraine.
Trump hasn't said that. Trump hasn't said that. Trump
Trump
hasn't said that. Trump's insinuated, without speaking to Zelensky, he'll pull the plug. That's why Zelensky's now fucking trying to make the best of it. 40 days.
Yeah, I suspect that Paca is closer to the
lifting up
truth
some big titties in the camp.
because that's really the only way to negotiate to get something in the middle. Is you gotta tell each side they're not gonna win.
Go on, make your best offer.
Another thing, Zelensky tried to get on the Rogan Experience podcast recently, and Rogan told him to go fuck himself, basically.
I mean, in a journalistic sense, and I know Joe Rogan's not a journalist, but he should have taken that. And he should have, if he has a problem with Zelensky, torn him apart with questions and with statements, not taken him, but
Who
that's
is
just my opinion.
He's
I
a
think
celebrity.
more
He's a
information.
celebrity whore. He doesn't want to grant him it, like he didn't want to grant Trump
Yeah,
it 2
I mean,
years ago.
I think it's too little, too late. I think get him on there and fucking tear him apart, Joe. If you got it, do it. You know.
Yeah,
Do
why
you know
would
what,
you
Steve?
turn? Why would you
You
turn
know what,
down
Steve?
anybody?
I agree
that-
with you now. You've actually turned me, Steve. Turn me.
Wait. You're saying Joe Rogan could have interviewed Zelensky and he said
Yeah,
no?
in the last month. In the last month.
What an idiot!
And
Wow.
actually, Steve, you've turned me on that. I honestly, I think you're right. You should have put him in there and had a fucking 2 hour at least.
Why
Give
not?
Alex Jones a chance. What about that? I'll listen.
I see how you're right, but I see how Joe Rogan is, because Joe Rogan is just like that. He thinks a certain
Yeah, he's
way.
done it before. Like, I don't blame him.
Yeah, and that is form. He will, and he probably will change form and have him on at some point once he's been
But
persuaded.
to rip him apart.
Whatever.
I mean, I think it's pretty
At one point,
ballsy.
he was
If
having no
true,
business.
I think it's ballsy for Zelensky to do that because
He's a leader. What's he doing on a podcast when he's fighting a war? For fuck's sake, why is he?
Oh, dude, perfect propaganda, Welshie. Come on,
He
man.
wants to
can
change
pull
opinions.
people in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's he got to lose? Skyping for 2 hours?
I heard that only 17% of the Ukrainian population would vote for him. So that's how his popularity's gone down in his homeland.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I
Well,
mean,
they must be
I
pissed
mean,
off.
especially if he agrees to a deal that he could have gotten
In
You know,
April 2020,
two-
in April
2
2020.
months after the start of the war and
That's
saved
right.
hundreds of thousands of lives.
Yeah, well,
Remember-
that kind of thinking got us in trouble in Vietnam too. That's why it went on for unbearably long amount of time. I wasn't alive, but
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I say it one more time. Boris was sent to Ukraine by Biden to tell Zelensky that he was going to get full backing from the West and not to worry. That was a direct message from America to Boris to go and do the job. Boris
Hey,
went there,
Wilkie.
done the job, and they pulled that peace deal. And it has come up. It's in the press into April 2020.
do you think Zelensky's trying to get a peace deal before Trump's in the
Yeah.
chair?
Yeah.
well, I
That
think
would-
that's
would make
posturing.
sense.
I think this military action they've taken recently with the landmines, the furthering of escalation with our ATACMS missile, stupidest name ever, and whatever the Russian missile is
Go
all
gadget.
posturing for negotiations when Trump gets into office. I think it'd be foolish to try and rush something beforehand, like what in the next month over the Christmas season. I think it's purely posture.
It'll be great for Biden, won't it?
What's 100, Roy?
100%.
Yeah.
His blood pressure.
What would be good for Biden?
Yeah, what was that in reference to?
Why is that important?
Get the war ended before.
Well,
before
yeah.
you could say,
the
state
the
of war.
war.
I agree with Paco. That would be the only way to salvage his foreign policy legacy is to have made a peace agreement of some kind.
That's just a consequence, though. There's no goal
Well,
there.
Yeah, but he'll take that badge.
I don't know what his thinking
man.
is.
In the history books, it'll say that Biden was the one that
The shit show
took power.
withdrawal in Afghanistan. Look, I ended the war between Ukraine and Russia. Jobs are good.
Are they twerking for the inauguration fee? Is that a new tradition?
Much more.
The last 3 weeks of his life, he'll have that checkoff mark, I guess.
Well, I don't think they're going to execute him after he leaves office.
I don't think he's got much longer than that.
He steps
Or
right
at
out
least-
into the office,
Life
into the
connection.
extermination.
At least he won't remember that event even happening.
Well, you don't think he'll be like Carter?
Oh, that's brutal, Aphid.
Oh yeah, Carter.
No,
Carter's. Have you seen those pictures of Carter? He's sharp as a tack these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's still going.
He voted, though.
Yeah, he did. He voted.
He doesn't know who's for. He has no idea who's for.
That gives me so much confidence in our voting system. Carter voted.
They must have used the Ouija board to help him vote.
I thought old people stretched as they got older, like ears and stuff. He shrunk.
Watch them be able to use that dance next turn.
No, you get small. You get smaller when you.
Yeah, your spine compresses, your knees buckle.
I'm smaller.
It's not good.
That's from skateboarding and landing 20 feet off a vert.
Yeah, it's spinal
My knees,
compression.
my knees are really starting to show wear for sure.
Oh, it's going to get worse.
I know.
I'm looking forward to talking with you in 10 years. First of all, I'll be alive. And second of all, you'll be in agony.
Yeah.
Be weird if Trump gets nominated for a Nobel. I don't see that happening.
Even if he deserved it, they wouldn't nominate him.
No.
For a peace prize? For peace?
Yeah, for the peace
No
prize.
way. No way.
Bob Dylan won one, and he didn't even show up.
I mean,
That was a Nobel Prize in Literature, not the Peace Prize.
I mean, apart from giving Ukraine 200 billion or 183 billion, to be more direct, up until about a month ago, the influence that Biden or the Biden administration has on any sort of resolution in the Middle East or in Ukraine is fucking completely minimal. They really have no, apart from the blank checks they keep on firing over. It doesn't, it's a lame duck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was time that was spoken when the amount of money that they were sending over closer to now was absolutely balked at by people. Like, oh my God, that's so much money. But over time, they've ratcheted it up a little bit each time.
Yeah.
So now what they're giving a year ago would have been a shock to us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
They add like 50 to 80 million per time. So all of a sudden, a billion, whatever. It's like
it's frog boiling. They've gradually raised the temperature, so we don't realize what's happening.
Like that immigration bill that James Langford worked on, that had funding for Ukraine attached to it.
That's amazing.
It ended up being that they funded way more than that to Ukraine after they killed that bill because of the funding for Ukraine. So, like, killing the bill and saying it was purely because of the funding for Ukraine didn't make any sense because that funding ended up happening anyways.
Yeah,
Just that part was attached to it because of the bill. It ended up being obvious why they killed that bill.
It wasn't so. Am I right in saying it was so dishonest because it was titled the border bill, but 2/3 of the money went to Ukraine? You're like, wait, how can you call it a border bill if 2/3 of the money goes to Ukraine?
Yeah, a significant portion of the money did go to Ukraine. My only point is after it was scrapped, everything was gone. All that money went to the Ukraine anyways, and a lot more. So it didn't fucking matter, really. And what we needed at the time was to fix the border. Now that begs the question, were they killing the bill because Donnie was telling them to, because he wanted to run on election, he wanted to be a main part, or what? What are you shaking your head at, Topple?
Maybe he did. Maybe
Sounds like your wife is talking through you.
No. What's your opinion? Seriously.
No,
What's my opinion? He's not even in office, so why would anybody listen to him? Most of the people that did not vote on that bill threw him away on when he was on his way out of office.
Really, Mike Johnson?
Not Mike Johnson, but others did.
And
one person out of how many?
A lot of people were with Mike Johnson and were choosing that way because
it doesn't fucking matter. He wasn't in office, so why does everyone keep using that? It's so stupid.
Well, why didn't they pass the border bill then?
Because it wasn't a great bill. Did you see the bill?
I didn't like the bill. It wasn't much of a bill. It like set a cap
5,000 a day, wasn't it?
5,000 exactly. It's like what that was crap.
And I understand
it would have been
bipartisan. It would have been
a great reduction in what was passing.
I don't care. I don't care if you're going to allow 5,000 a day in, and you times that by 360 fucking 5. I don't know what that number is. I would suggest it's a fucking lot, and that doesn't deter them at all, does it? Putting 5,000 through a day, it just means get up early.
There is no reason
I hear you.
That the bill couldn't have said 0 a day.
What that's going to help to accomplish the 5,000 a day is these fucking border guards and these administrators down there are so overwhelmed with the volume of people to process daily that I know 5,000 is still an absurdly high number, but it would be a great reduction to what was happening on some days. So at least it might have made it a controlled maximum amount of number, which would have allowed a better amount of processing, not having just dropping people into Greyhound buses and sending them out fucking all directions.
Didn't need a bill to do that, though.
Well, I argue that would have been better than nothing.
Well, yes, but they could have done something.
And we still have nothing. We still have nothing.
There's nothing. There is no more legislation needed to stop significant amounts of this illegal immigration. It just has to be the will to do it.
Yeah. It's the same in the UK with Just Stop Oil. There's legislation in place saying you can't block carriageways. They were blocking carriageways. And in the end, they put a new public order act that's come into the UK. They brought it in, and it was draconian as fuck. It stripped us of our liberty because Just Stop Oil were puppets for the government in the end, gluing their hands on fucking tube trains and shit like this, blocking roads and causing carnage on the motorway. I mean, there was legislation in place to curb this, but no, it was an excuse. So, yeah. Sorry, I don't know where on that rant. I don't remember what we were all about.
Yeah.
Smoke Wife is making a comment saying that, do you really think James Langford of Oklahoma would write a bill that let 5,000 people in a day? Are we talking about illegally or legally?
We're allowing 5,000 a day in.
Legally or illegally?
Under this bill. Legally.
So legally, I bet you it'd be more than 5,000 a day legally. I thought the issue for that bill was that once they found out a certain number of people crossed illegally, they would put a lockdown onto the.
You might be right.
Here's the language. It would give the president the authority, not the requirement, but the authority to shut down the border only when the 7-day average of cumulative encounters, not entrances, encounters with illegal immigrants is between 4,000 and 5,000 per day.
All right, there's nothing to do with the legal aspect of it.
And it would be mandatory if the 7-day average is above 5,000 per day. But that's the number of encounters is a vast underestimate of the number of actual illegals entering the country.
when you say encounters, like you're being challenged on saying encounters and interactions are equivalent. Is this an encounter, an illegal crossing encounter, or an encounter of someone coming to the border?
Somebody encountering a border patrol agent. That's what an encounter.
Even if it's at a port of entry.
Are you saying there are more people are obviously going to come through than going to be encounters? So there's going to be a lot of seepage, isn't it?
Yes. People who are crossing, in Arizona and through the fence and so forth, they're doing everything they can to not encounter an agent. And I believe most don't encounter. Most people who enter illegally don't encounter.
Well, it's like drug mules, isn't it? They'll stick 10 on a plane, they'll tip off the one person so the 9 go through, and they do that on the border, don't they? They sort of play the old little games, so they either allow people to get caught, and then further down they'll.
And the reason Lankford put 5,000 in there is not because he wanted it, because the Democrats would only agree to that, and he wanted a compromise, because people like Smokesteve say better something than nothing, and maybe that's true.
Well,
but
in
it's
December,
the Democrats are the ones who wanted unlimited immigration. That was their position. That was the negotiating position.
in
None
December,
for the Republicans, unlimited for the Democrats.
300,000 came over in December, and 45,000 people were given work permits and parole status as a reward for crossing at a point of entry. That's not good.
And that was entirely a choice of the executive branch. They were not required by law to give work permits to illegal people who broke the law by coming into the country. That was their policy. And
so what I just read was a quote from James Lankford, who's pissed off about this. That still happened in this most recent December of 2023. So he's saying what his would have done more than nothing in the end is what he's saying. I don't know these guys. Do you recognize these guys?
No, they're just an influx of trolls. Someone posted the link. Either in defense of Blunt, my guess, or I don't know, but it's entertaining.
It's most probably lads from Mark's place, Kelly's. He's been on it before. I can't leave a message on there at the moment. No, I can't.
I mean, I don't know them. Danny or Carl's Frosted Tips.
They're Mark's.
You got 45 people watching now, though.
I like the names.
Yeah. I think he got posted on 4chan, bro. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Don't feed the trolls.
No. Mark's live earlier on. I told him to do a raid on you.
Okay. Who's Mark?
Mark Kelly. He's been on here before.
Yeah, he's been on before.
Okay, cool.
The senator from Arizona.
So I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check if he's going down. If he's live. If he's not live, then obviously.
You want to let him on, Last Dance?
Go for it.
How's the read?
Do it.
You
do it.
As long as they're not, what's his sick name?
Do it.
The one
who as long as it's not Frankel.
The nameless one.
Then it's it's totally up to you. I mean, it's your call.
I can't tell who that guy is, man.
I don't think either one of those is Frankel.
Yeah.
Topple's hungry. Topple's hungry. You can tell.
Yes. So yeah,
I need entertainment.
He needs food badly.
Lads, chill out, lads. Yeah, it's Mark Kelly's crowd. It is.
I didn't block you, Takedown. Somebody's.
Are you guys all upset that Harris?
Adam and Last Dance.
Yeah, bring him up if there's someone coming in.
Adam in.
Are you out of liberal tears? Is that the problem, Topple?
Bring him on, Last Dance.
Why? You don't want to push the button?
No, I don't. Because if you do it, then I didn't do it.
Gentlemen.
Whoa, that goes. What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. Sorry, let me turn my reverb off. I'm at
There he
work.
is. Carl's Frosted Tips.
Oh,
Watch out for
Carl's
that
Frosted
guy.
Tips.
Watch out for
Hello,
that guy.
hello.
You know,
Give me,
Trump 2024, mate.
how you doing, Carl?
Good, good. Trump 2024.
We're not for Trump here.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Big up,
What the
Trump.
fuck?
Big up, Trump.
You're kind of late. He already won the election, Carl.
We got a
Gentlemen,
massive. Topple's a
it's
massive lefty.
if
I'm a
someone with
massive
hair
lefty.
could jump in here and speak for a second, Carl, it's nice to see you. Welcome.
Mike.
We are from TSN, the Shuley Network. We do a show called The Raid, where we go around and we see what shows are on live that might have a little smaller of a view count, and we pop in and we bring our people, and they flood the chat, and they bring joy and wisdom and a couple gay jokes here and there, but nobody's perfect. All right,
It's
it's
allowed
fine.
now.
Well, I'm all for it.
We're
Jerry.
allowed it.
You bet your sweet ass it's allowed. Hold on, I got to do a quick.
Can't say
I'm at-
ass though.
No, but
Yeah,
I'm at
yeah.
work. Give me 1 second, guys. I just got to do something. All right, fellas, coming up on main stage. Her name's Tempest. That's right. Whip it out, fold it up, stick it in. Tips on the hips, monies for the honeys. Take her back to the VIP room. It's Scotch guarded.
Why are you looking at Carl when you talk?
Yeah, just for clarification.
Hey, watch
where
your
the-
wallet around him. He's one of the ooze.
Got it.
It's where the main stage is. Jim.
He's the ooh.
I got it.
His hair's
They have
not.
nice drywall at that club.
So what are you guys talking about? Politics?
We talk about anything and everything.
Yeah,
All
a bit of
right.
Politics.
What do you
We've
think of
been
this?
talking about immigration, American immigration, European immigration.
Forget that.
Trump
Who's seen
in gen-
Gladiator
Trump in
2?
general.
Let's talk about something
We
important.
do talk about movies, and I have not
Yeah.
seen it.
You ever heard of Stuttering John?
Oh yeah, I've heard of Stuttering John.
He's a
Yeah, what-
retard.
Well, he's a stutterer.
He's a stuttering retard.
I don't know. Some of his interviews were the greatest things ever.
His son has a vagina.
Wow. You know
That's a
what?
shame.
Too far. Too far. Too soon. Not enough hair. Not cool.
Um,
I'll handle
yeah, I
it,
don't know
guys.
anything about.
You know Mike
stuttering
Morse?
things.
Mike who?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Nobody's heard of
This
that.
thing's fucking loud.
Mike who?
See you, white people.
Right. Right. Well, that's
Oh
fine.
well, thanks, Carl.
Yeah.
We didn't get a
I've
chance
got-
to say goodbye.
You know, I can
That's
vouch
cool
for
having you on.
almost everybody but Carl and a guy named El Diablo. I have no control over
Diablo.
those two. Yeah.
Diablo.
So, all right, Gladiator 2, that was a bust. What else did we talk about?
Were you? Are you a Trump guy through and through, Daniel?
I mean, through and through. Thank you. Through and through. I mean, you know, yeah. Why the hell not?
He
What
looks a
else
little
do we
bit
got?
orange.
Thank you. We want to go. We want to go down this road. Is this what you want to do? Because I'll take the goddamn hair off and I'll show you what's up, dude. You don't want none of this.
Oh, that is intimidating. I have to
That's
agree.
great.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. I got to do another announcement.
Wow,
All
we have
right. This next skate is fast skate. No rentals on the floor. No rentals. Fast skate. Sorry. Go ahead.
Stacy, possible actual woman.
Oh, yeah.
Unlikely.
Right.
By the way,
Okay.
fully shaved.
Oh. No landing strip?
No. No.
Wow.
I could get lost.
I like the 80s style. Sorry.
You like a pine forest to walk through, huh?
No. That's 70s. I like the landing strip.
So 80s is 70s just with cocaine in it. That's the only difference. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. Nordic Born says she's real. And
Yeah,
she's
she is real. She's from our channel. She's from TSN.
cool, man.
So what do you do? You just do this every Saturday night? Just raid other people's just to say what's up?
Yeah, we try like if there's shows that are monetized and they don't get a lot of super chats, our people come in there and super chat them. We've helped people get monetized. We help people get to whatever number they got to get get monetized. We bust some balls along the way, but it's cool seeing people get excited when their views go up and money comes in. So I dig that.
So what's your channel?
TSN, the Shuli Network.
Shuli.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shuli. That's from the
Yes,
Howard
sir.
Stern show.
What's up, dog? Represent.
Oh, is it?
Are you
What you know about
Shuli
that?
from the Howard Stern show?
I is, bitch. What you think I'm doing? Who's using
I'm
that
sorry.
name? Who wants that identity? Nobody. I'm a nobody. Nobody cares.
I haven't watched that show, the Howard Stern show, for over a decade. So
4 years for me. That's when I quit 4 years ago. Real quick, RW, what did I do to you? Huh? Because you have yet to say anything. You look like
I'm just
you
judging the
pissed.
spirit, bro. Enjoying the show, riding the experience out, just smiling.
I'm watching
You-
you, fucker.
You
Don't
can
think
watch
I don't
all
know.
you want, my man.
Don't think I don't know.
Yeah, that is Shuli. Holy shit! Right on.
oh,
Thanks
you had
for
to
being here.
verify that.
Yeah.
Like there's somebody else.
Well, he does look a little bit older.
Yeah.
He's still bald though. But
You Google my name, you get a picture of a Jew and 27 Asian singers named Shuli. All right.
We are honored.
Please, the honor's all mine, gentlemen. I'm telling the people in the chat, subscribe and support these guys. What do you guys need to get monetized on this thing? Where you at?
I've never tried. I don't even know, dude. So I don't even care. I appreciate the
name.
sentiment.
That's the answer for a guy whose name is Smokesteve. He goes, I never even tried, dude. I don't even care, bro.
Don't care. Yeah.
Respect.
Just like to get on here and talk to people and have a good relationship,
Well, good, man. That's what we kind of come on here to do is meet new people, talk to some people, and maybe help them out, which would be cool. We're not a huge channel by any means, so whatever we can do. Let's go, Steve. Let's go, dog.
I have a question for Danny. Being that you're more in tune with stream networks and stuff, what do you think of the news networks and how they used to be in the 90s and the early 2000s and 2010s? Do you see the news networks dying off and news changing into a new platform, or any thoughts on that?
Already dead.
oh, you're making him think.
Yeah, thanks, RW. That was-
RW with the freaking-
Jesus.
I heard a pop. Well, if you don't come back, thanks. You were a lot of fun,
Yeah, it's
Danny.
remember it's not RW's show.
Mind you, I'll answer it by saying the word press, it needs to be printed. So we refer them as the press. That's how outdated they are. They're
I
fucking
see.
non-existent now.
Yeah. So I guess they don't do serious.
Well,
Multiple people said too serious.
Well, we do all kinds of stuff. Whatever someone wants to bring up. We do movies. We do lots of non-serious stuff.
Yeah,
We
but
do
we
football.
do. We talk.
Thanks, though.
Yeah, but we're sensible. I think is what they're missing. Adult is what they're missing.
The news sucks. They're spineless bastards. Ernie, yeah. I mean,
I
there's
think that's true. They are
Good.
I could bring a topic up that is not serious. I think that a belt is the most unsanitary thing in your closet, and
I know.
think
Your
was
bill
thinking
might
the same
be.
thing.
I don't think I would buy, after thinking about it, I don't think I would buy a used belt.
Well, here's the sequence.
What?
You go and you.
Listen, Last
You-
Dance knows what I'm talking about.
No, I thought about this too. I had the same thought.
Yes,
You undo your pants.
that's right.
You do your business.
That's right.
Do you then walk with your pants down to the seat?
No,
No.
you do
go
not.
and grab your pants. You tighten that belt.
That's
you
right.
You do that, and then you wash your hands.
No, I
And you
normally
do that a
wipe
million
I
times.
normally
that
wipe
belt
my
is
hands in the back
toxic
of my
waste.
jeans. I normally wipe my hands in the back of my jeans. I do that.
So I'll tell you
Hang
what
on,
I do.
stop. Backtrack up a second, right? Who bought a second-hand belt?
You don't know anything.
and
about
our views.
everything
our,
you see in this house
What
is
is it?
secondhand.
You buy your own belt.
It's
That's what
You
get
don't
like
wash.
an estate
You can't.
sale.
My son had this argument with me because I said the same thing to him, and he was like, "No, underwear is worse." And I'm like, "No, you can wash your underwear,
Wash that
but
underwear.
you don't wash a belt." It never gets
It
washed.
just builds up.
What
And
are you
your
guys
finger
doing with
use
your
your
belts?
fingertips, and those are the most susceptible to
Right.
having fecal matter on them. You use those fingertips to belt that buckle. So I'm telling you, people don't think about it, but the belt is the worst thing
What
in your
about you
closet.
suspenders?
I got
to
Is that
be-
the same
People
category.
who aren't germaphobes don't think about it.
Aphid, I leave my pants and underwear around my ankles in a public restroom, and I
You just-
waddle over
You,
to the
you
sink,
scary.
wash my hands like a normal person,
Yeah,
and
Like a
then pull
normal
my
person.
fucking
That's right.
pants up. Jesus, what do you think? I'm some
Yeah.
kind of a
Both
sicko?
boys, please
Come
burn
on.
your fingers.
When I walk into a restroom, I go stand at the sink and then I just get the cock out and throw it over to the urinal.
That's why the toilets that have the sinks on them.
I missed that.
Take my fiddle and wash my hands.
There you go. All right.
Have you guys
Fecal
ever seen the
matter rock.
toilets that have the sink on the back of instead of the cistern, it's like got a sink on top,
No,
right behind the toilet? I thought
How
that
does
was
that
pretty
work?
creative.
you don't mean a bidet, do you?
No, that's a very. If you're washing your hands with a bidet, Dance, we need to give you a bit of culture.
I use it as a drinking fountain. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. Delicious.
Theoretically, the
So-
water's clean.
So the belt's the dirtiest thing in your closet.
yes.
No, an aphid's closet. It's not a.
No,
a
it's
universal
everybody's
statement.
closet.
He's saying that his is the nastiest belt.
I mean, the belt's the only thing the flies are sitting on. So
Do you have
That's right.
so you don't have sex toys in your closet then?
Thanks,
In my
Bob.
closet,
Yeah.
that's there's too good of a chance that somebody could see it if it was in my
Oh.
closet.
We keep ours in the dishwasher, so we're good.
That's the last place anybody guessed is going to go. That's for sure.
The belt? I would think no. Underwear's still dirty. It doesn't matter.
You can wash the underwear though. You
yeah,
can't
but
wash a belt.
when you wash something in the washing machine, doesn't exactly make it disinfected.
A lot more than not washing it at all.
Thing is, if you bought a second-hand belt, just an example, it would mostly be made 20, 30 years ago.
Why?
And very-
That's
and
a lot of fecal matter built
with
up
that,
on it.
and very high quality,
Well,
very
more of
high
a
quality leather,
Your
You know,
number one
we-
fan has
wait-
a comment.
right? So, for example, all that piss and shit that patina, some might call patina.
Patina.
If you actually clean that belt, you would take all that shit and piss off. Decades of shit and piss. That patina would be lost. The belt would be worth nothing.
See, I feel like Danny missed out on this conversation.
It wasn't gold after all.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It was a black belt this whole time. I had no idea.
So here's a question: where do you keep your
That's not gold.
toothbrush? Where do you keep your toothbrush?
Me?
I keep it
Yes.
next to my belt.
Yeah, right. I
keep it
stick it in
between
an
my-
extra hole. No, I have it sitting by my faucet in a cup.
And you're
Doesn't
worried about
everybody-
fecal matter on a belt?
No, I stick it.
I'm
next
not
to
worried
the
about it.
toe,
I'm just,
right?
I just don't think people think about it.
Yeah.
And I had this discussion with my son, and he disagreed with me. And I just thought I'd bring it up tonight because RW killed off a third of the viewership with his. What do you think about the news today?
Such a
You're
fucking
welcome.
bummer.
I mean, the guy had like some foghorn and talking about
Right.
skate thing. He wasn't
Hey,
interested in that question.
Did you know who that was, though? Afa, did you know who that was?
No.
You watched Howard Stern show, right?
Yeah.
It was Sholey, wherever his name is.
Shoot.
Shuley.
I don't recognize him.
I'm
Oh,
good.
all right.
Man.
Ra-
I'm actually
Rabbi
proud.
Shmuley with no hair.
Would you buy a secondhand hat, Aphid?
What?
A secondhand hat?
Yeah, I got
my next one. That was gonna
I
be my
have
next one.
I
Not
have
a-
second.
Not an ass hat.
For someone that just said he dumpster dived in this stuff, and you're worried about a belt.
Did
Come
right
on.
here, man. Here's my new dumpster dive find right here.
Aphid Lip is
t-shirt.
wise. He thinks about these things. It's important that people think about these things. That's how hygiene is improved over the centuries.
That's right.
There might have
Last
been
dance.
some
Last
meth
dance.
made on that.
Is he related to Rabbi Shmuley? Is he Rabbi Shmuley's brother?
I don't
'Cause
know.
He said
I
he's a
have no
Jew.
idea.
He said he's a Jew.
I
So,
thought he's not Shmuley. Shuley.
Shuley.
I
No,
thought
no
Shmuley.
M. Yeah, I don't remember him from the Stern Show, but it's been
I-
30, 30 years since I listened to Stern.
He was on the show on and off,
Okay.
and I know he has
12
beef
years
with
ago.
Stutter and John right now. So him and other couple people. So I don't know what their deal is. So, but it just amazes me that it's just like you leave your toothbrush in the bathroom. Does everyone else do that?
What are you supposed to do with it?
I leave it
have a little
right
clip
next to my
that goes
bed.
over it, but like if I don't use it,
Toothbrush next to your.
Yes.
Why do you brush your teeth in bed?
No, I wake up, take my toothbrush to the bathroom, take a
Wow.
piss, brush my teeth. Sometimes do it both. Sometimes I jump in the shower. I get
Do you wash your
multitask like
hands
that.
before you
That's
brush
an
your teeth?
extra step.
I stick mine behind the toilet seat.
There
Safe
you
there.
go.
You prop up the second.
You guys
leg
never
with-
seen that Mythbusters? Never seen that Mythbusters episode about
No.
bathrooms?
I
Yeah,
have
and
where
flush?
they did
Dude.
the
Bacteria
test.
travels, my man.
Yes, on everything, how far it travels.
Yeah.
Well, you don't see it, but as
Well,
Blunt
sure.
Crusader's alluding to, even when you flush the toilet, there is a certain amount of you kind of creates a mist.
The good old aerosol.
And, the mist gets airborne and aerosolizes to a certain extent, and that aerosol travels. It goes in your lungs for one thing. So
I put a mask on when I go in there.
Well
I mean,
done.
to a certain extent, your bathroom is pretty nasty.
Yes. It's
Yeah,
it just,
congratulations for putting a mask on. That will solve the problem.
But then, as English Bottle Cap points out, our immune systems were kind of engineered evolved over the millennia to.
But they
Right.
weren't designed. That's for sure. Right?
They were not.
Is it okay to piss in the shower while you're showering?
yes, absolutely.
No,
just not in the
I-
bath.
Right.
I do.
yes,
You want to try and get it in the hole, though,
exactly,
right? It's all
You're,
about
No.
you're designed to
just right on the wall.
No.
Yeah.
and
No.
stand in for
Pee
when
on
you
your
touch
feet.
the toilet
You gotta-
and breathe.
It's
You
good
gotta-
for athletes' feet.
You gotta test the strength so you see how many tiles up you can go with it.
You know, I'm really
Well, first of all,
wet
piss
right
is
now
not
at
shit.
this point.
It's just humor.
I
Piss
know.
is
Oh,
a
my
different.
wife doesn't like urine humor.
Sometimes sterile.
Bloody hell.
Do you
Piss
guys
is not
know?
as bad.
Do you guys
Sometimes
know that
sterile.
your
Get rid of it straight away. No problem.
all your bathroom drains or your tub drain connects to the toilet drain too?
I agree
I
with
know
you,
that.
but I got this guy, a customer of mine that he still to this day, and this was like 20 years ago, but when he was first starting out, he did a lot of shower remodels, and he was like, when I got to the drain, it's reeked of piss, and I'm like, he was like, who pisses in their shower? And I'm like,
Oh.
you know, I
When
didn't
you're-
even
Well,
say a word
There's
to
no
him.
way it would smell because the water, it's water soluble. That's the whole point of piss.
Now, if you have a trap, and the only thing you're doing is peeing in it, yeah, it will smell.
Okay, but what about when the water goes down?
Well, no one.
If you pee in it while you shower, if you get in it and shower and you're doing,
I do it first thing.
and you carry on showering yard.
You know who else thinks of these things? Howard Stern is a germaphobe. Thinks of these things.
The trap's going to fill with pee.
Well, do you guys know, like when you drink, you can't aim that well, so you just aim for the tub, you can't miss it?
No, I didn't know that. That's
Oh,
not a bad
wow.
idea.
Damn, I guess I'm the disgusting one here.
That's not a bad idea.
Have you any of you guys got so drunk that you randomly pissed in some weird place in the house?
No.
Well,
What?
And
In the laundry basket?
unfortunately,
Laundry basket?
I was watching somebody's house at the time too, so that made it way worse.
well, I've got a story. I've got a story about.
You drank their liquor and pissed
Time
in
out.
your house.
Time out. Where was this location?
We were watching a doctor's house. Well, we were watching a
Oh, a
doctor's
doctor's
dog.
Right back.
A doctor's dog while he was out of town.
Okay. Okay, no. Where did you pee?
Oh, right next to the bed, standing up all over his nightstand, his alarm clock, the floor, the carpet.
Well, you were standing on top of the fucking bed, just fucking walking.
No, I got out of bed and I stood there, and then my wife, I don't know if we were married at the time, we might have just been dating.
And she
No, I
still
think we were
married you?
Yeah, and she was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, what do you mean? What? Like, I was so pissed off that she was asking me what I was doing. Like, what do you mean? What am I doing? I'm pissing all over his nightstand and carpet.
You blamed the dog, didn't you?
No, but I woke up the next morning and I totally forgot about it. And then I was eating breakfast and I was hungover as hell because I was that drunk. And I was like, something happened last night. You know, I was asleep, but I kind of remember that something happened. And then she got out of bed and came in there and she's like, oh, I'm so pissed at you because she had to clean it up because I got right back in bed and went to sleep.
What were you drinking? What? It must have been harder than beer.
No, I don't think it was. Maybe it was. I don't remember. But go ahead, Based.
I got a horrific shit story.
Oh God.
Where did you shit? On the nightstand?
Well, what it was, it was a neighbour. It was like there was a side street between us, so he's technically our neighbour. We were on the end of one side, they were on the end of another, and they had a huge dog, bull mastiff dog. He kept on shitting in the lane and stuff, and I slipped in it, and you know, it's a big dog, so it's big problems. So, I don't know. So I got a shovel. I could throw a football to the halfway line. I got a big left arm on me. So with a shovel, I give it the big heave ho towards the house. and the one lot sort of covered the window and the side wall, and they just painted it. And then I got the other one straight after. I doffed it right in the corner of the house, and they couldn't get it down.
Oh.
It just stayed there.
Being rude.
Stayed there for years. I remember years. And the thing is, they got sticks out and everything. Trying to get it down. They couldn't get it down.
They were trying to.
I mean, why? You're gonna say what? Topple that, like, oh, it's just dog shit, no big deal.
No, I'm not saying that. I said that was rude. Why would you do
of
that?
The dog to shit there, or to throw the shit on the house?
Throw the shit on the house.
Well, what are you gonna do? Clearly, there's no other logical response. Obviously,
pick it up, put it in a trash can.
Well, you got to confront them. Had you said something, Based Welshman? Had you addressed the subject on multiple occasions?
Yeah,
before?
yeah. Everyone in the community was well aware of it. They had two big bull mastiffs, and they used to roam around. They were nice dogs and all that, but they used to shit everywhere. They had no control.
Fuck you up.
So it was like, I give it the big heave-o towards that direction. The noise it made, it was like, doof.
So was it the shit that broke the camel's back? Like it had happened so many times that
yeah. And it happened in the winter because shortly after there was icicles coming from the one.
Oh God,
moist. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a legitimate response.
Maybe this is just me being mean, and I'm just very all knowledge. But isn't most of your houses like one story anyway? Like they couldn't just get a 6-foot ladder and take it off?
No, two stories over there.
Yeah, 2 stories.
You got 2 stories? Oh.
Well, that building was. So you got a ground floor and a first floor, most houses. But the first floor, if you hit the gutters at the top, you know, that's like 2 stories, isn't it? It's just
okay.
Right.
Didn't do it low.
2 stories.
It went higher than I expected.
Were you going for the roof?
I was going for a big heave ho, and the one just hit the corner and fell into the gutter in it. They just couldn't get to it.
Oh, nasty.
Just need a good rain.
Yeah.
It's covered. The guttering covered it.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a problem. Like in this day and age, I remember like my dad and like other old timers talking about like back in the day, nobody picked up dog shit. Parks were full of it, like it was everywhere. And I remember that as a kid, like when there were leaf piles, like if one kid detected dog shit, you had to yell out, "Dog shit!" So nobody else would jump in the fucking leaf pile, because what's worse?
White dog shit. We all remember that from the summertime.
I dealt with homeless shit, so it wasn't dog shit that we had to worry about.
It's always sunny in Philadelphia. We know.
I know.
Is it a Democrat run?
Dog shit dried out in the
course.
sunshine. It went white.
Of course.
I mean, I
No
never
one-
dealt with human shit as a kid.
I've
but
seen that.
guess
I
was
don't
lucky.
watch it as a hobby, but I have seen it. I
There-
like Special Rocks
There's
when
a
you're
couple
hiking.
good episodes. The one that they're in the Jersey Shore and they're under the boardwalk. I belly laugh every time I see it. I'll send you the link.
What, the Philadelphia show?
Yeah, well, no, the one scene from when they're under the boardwalk at the Jersey Shore. It's just hilarious.
There's little pickaxe handles on the floor.
Huh?
What were you saying? There's
All
little
right,
shit on
Mr. Kill. Get your butt on here, dude.
No, there's that song "Under the Boardwalk." We'll be having some fun. Well, there was no fun going. Well, there was fun going on under the boardwalk, but not something you want to see.
Whoa, whoa.
If that's what you call it.
There are 4 lights. Come on here. Have yourself an omelet for breakfast. Join us if you want. I think it's breakfast for him.
You get white dog shits?
They're saying that
we
they
get
haven't seen
white dog
dogs.
shits.
I haven't seen that in ever for a long time.
Never heard of that.
No, I've
I
heard
was
of it, but I never.
I think it's when they sit around for a long time. 'cause
That-
it's
that-
usually-
Oh, yeah. That's,
They've stopped using it in the UK, so I think it's calcium. They've stopped using the ingredients to make you have because dogs used to shit white, didn't they? I don't know what happened in America. It was a big-
Yeah, they had it here, man.
You had it here as
Nathan,
well.
are you on the side like closer to the farmer's dog, the expensive fresh dog food, or closer to the
No.
old Roy?
Yeah, I'm
Sweet
closer
Crumbs?
to the old Roy.
Old Roy. Okay.
Well, my last dog had
Nice one, Galaxia.
my
It's
last
mostly
one had
Roy's, isn't it?
a problem, and we had to spend a fortune on canned dog food. So
only
when-
canned.
when-
I mean,
well, it was
That's what
like
most people use.
Cans.
no, it was
Dog
special.
food.
It wasn't just regular. It wasn't store bought can. We had to go to the vet to get it.
stop.
Oh right.
Why don't you just
Oh,
make your own food for the dog then?
So it was
Because
more.
we couldn't.
It was more
He had an
expensive from a
infection.
can than you would use.
Ow.
So everything from a can you use is mostly $1
Cheaper.
or $2.
Yeah,
and,
right.
and the food and his food was mostly $6. I know what you mean.
It was,
Isn't it,
man.
Karen?
It was. It was.
Was it an odd price? Because in the UK, anything from the vet is like 17, 28p. Was the can like $10.48?
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it was really expensive. Like we
Yeah.
paid a fortune for it, and we had to. We didn't have any option.
You get
Yeah,
brands
you know
like
why?
Royal
You know why you have
Gala,
to get it through the vet?
Because they profited off the sale.
That's
I
right,
guess.
because it's
Yeah.
a cartel that the vets and the dog food company go. It's not like you need a prescription for a can of dog food.
Wouldn't it be
It's
more
just
like
food. It's not regulated.
Yeah, it's the same with regular doctors.
But my dog-
regular doctors make way more money than vets, so the vets just scraping by with that sort of
Right,
shit.
right.
But
All I know is my
breaking
dog. We had a Lhasa Apso, had real long hair, real awesome dog, perfect dog. But he would
You
when he
got a
would go to
purebred?
pee. Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Wow,
he
I
would
expect
he would
you'd go to a estate sale and steal their dog.
Well, since then we've only adopted him, which is
Okay.
I think a better plan.
dumpster dive.
But anyway, we had a Lhasa Apso, and he would squat and he would start shaking, and then it was like red blood-colored pee that he would
Jesus.
pee. And
What
until we switched over to that dog food, that was the problem that we
The
had.
food did that?
yeah, man, you eat
He
the
had
raw
a
food,
he
you
had
do
a
the same
he
thing.
had a condition where it was later on in his life, you know, and it was from the second half of his life on, we had to give him that special dog food.
Dog food without ground glass, huh? That is.
Yeah, exactly.
so much more expensive.
Exactly.
Lasso Apso came in second or third, I believe, in the recent
Oh, really?
big
Did
one.
you
The
watch
winner
that
was a pug.
Thanksgiving?
West,
It was a pug,
Westminster.
It was a pug. Yeah.
My wife was so pissed off because she loves watching that every year. She taped it, but I guess there was some protesters in the Macy's Day Parade, and
It's not Macy's Day. It's Macy's Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kick them off for 10 minutes now.
Oh my god.
And there was, I guess there was like an hour delay or whatever, so it pushed that dog show back, and my wife had it recorded, and she didn't know.
Oh,
and she
that
goes to
sucks.
watch it,
She sees the end.
and there's an hour
Sorry to hear
of the
that,
parade, and then she can only watch the first hour of the dog show.
Oh.
And then she found out through, pictures everywhere that the pug won.
Pug won. Vinny, I
But
think.
she's so
He was
pissed
cute.
at those protesters. What were they protesting? Was it the Palestinians or something?
Bingo.
Of course.
Can't they protest something else for a while? Let's get creative.
That's the thing right now.
What do you think the next set of protests are going to be? Trump probably, but
Well, people are not shopping at Walmart right now because Walmart was a big Trump supporter.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't see any evidence of that.
Or what are you canvassing the country?
Aren't
Give me a
most of the
fucking
Trump
break.
supporters going to Walmart anyway?
I mean, what you're talking about is that the Waltons donated to some Trump PACs, but that doesn't mean that Walmart per se.
Oh, are we
supported
at
it.
that point now that we're boycotting everybody that supported Trump with donations?
Home Depot out.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Home Goods.
Yeah, you're right. Marshall's Home Goods, big Trumpers.
Target in, Home
Target
Depot
in.
out.
Yeah, Target's okay because they had that swimsuit where the boys who dress like girls can stuff their wiener into the little pouch.
That's brilliant.
I can't wait to see Aphid repair his house.
girls
with
Aphid, say that again.
That's brilliant.
Hey, whoa! Time out. What?
I know he's trolling, but it's funny. It's just the way he said it.
They have underwear you could put that in.
Yeah, Target done it last year.
Well,
They
And
did
what
have
does
Target.
it do? Does it hide it?
Little
Yeah,
pocket.
It's a
Oh,
pouch.
Makes
yeah.
it invincible?
No, hide.
The good
Invisible,
question is,
yes,
why do you
not
need a
invincible.
pouch?
What's
So
that?
what-
You know-
Why do you need a pouch? I don't have a pouch.
Will it keep it warmer?
No, because a two-piece bikini is less. It does less for the
I thought we were
opposite
talking about
sex
underwear.
if there's
both.
a
They
big
had it for both.
bulge in the front.
Well, where do you tuck it? I mean, it's got to be in the front. There's nowhere else to put it.
I don't know. I'm
Oh
not
no
sure
no
of
no
the
no no! You could.
logistics.
Haven't you seen Silence of the Lambs?
Yes,
Of course,
I
but
don't
you have to
know.
stand all awkward in
You
order
gotta
to
stand
pull
all
that off.
awkward.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, now if there's something to hold that shit back.
Yeah, well, what
I'm
was
interested in this
interesting about
topic.
what interested me about that is that I had heard about it. I think at the time we even talked about it, and shortly thereafter, we as a fam went in there, and right at the entrance, like right at the front of the store, is this giant pride display. With all that weird stuff in it, and they weren't backing down. That was just
Was it?
that.
But was it kid stuff? Is that what we're
Yeah.
talking about?
I don't
It
know.
was
I didn't want to
spe-
walk up to it. And I didn't
Adult
want to look
shit. I
like
don't
I
care.
was.
You didn't
But
go
we
over
have,
and look at
we
it.
have store video of Smokesteve examining it.
I mean, I was trying to act like I wasn't looking, but I was definitely looking. But you had to
They had their own pride section in Target, right in the center.
I don't
Right,
care
right
about
at there,
the
right there.
pride
Why-
part, but is it targeting?
And they
kids?
moved it. They moved it under pressure to the back, and then eventually they said
But-
no more.
Is it
Not up
targeting
here in the gay
kids?
state. We kept that shit right up front. Brother. Bernie Frank was right up there with this fucking flag. I mean, he might be dead, so maybe he wasn't. but
Was this in June by any chance?
I don't remember the month.
It was all fucking summer.
I don't care unless they're targeting kids.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like it at all. I want to just go to a store and not have to see any shit at all.
I know you're
Just
upset
let me go
about they
shop.
I
Let me
remember you saying that you're upset they took the rainbow from you.
I don't. I could care.
Who doesn't like to look at a rainbow in the sky?
Here we go.
It's a beautiful prism. It's a refraction of light through the water that's in the air. That
It represents every color.
I turn away from it now.
They
Steve. I
ruined
gotta
Absolutely.
say.
what the
And-
rainbow stood for. They ruined what the rainbow stood for,
Oh,
haven't they?
guys,
I
stop.
mean, it's physically beautiful. We've all seen the double
But
rainbow
what's wrong
guy.
with them
Af-
using the rainbow, though? It discredits the rainbow now?
Yeah, they've corrupted it. They've
Oh,
No, they
shut
have.
up.
what it meant.
They have
It's a
reappropriated
Christian
the
symbol at the
rainbow.
end of the day. It's a Christian symbol.
They
It's
did.
a classic case of reappropriation And no way, man. We all
What
get
could
the
they
rainbow.
pick? What could they pick? They could pick a Christian symbol, and we'll destroy that.
What was the Christian symbol for, Welshie?
I don't know.
Let's give them what they originally picked. The triangle. Boom. There's. They can have it. Triangle.
Yeah, the
don't really
triangle.
care.
Why? I like the
Yeah.
triangle. Why are you going to take the triangle from me?
Because it doesn't
triangle's
belong to
cool.
Christ.
Is that what it
It's
was
an-
originally?
Yeah, it was a triangle.
Yeah, they can have that. Fucking.
What is a triangle? One use of the triangle is male, female deities.
But the triangle is one of the strongest, like, in physics, it's a very strong support.
Mm-mm.
It is.
Mm-mm.
Well, I'm not making it up.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. All right. So the triangle, the rainbow. What else did they take from us? What else?
Well, that's it. They
Oh,
got the
okay.
rainbow. That's them.
Well, I don't know where we're going here, but obviously women's sports has been destroyed.
No, it's not. Not anymore.
Spaces have been destroyed.
I thought we already discussed this earlier.
Well, I believe there was 800 or 900 biological females have now been taken off medals, or medals have been taken off them over trans biological male women, or whatever they want to call themselves, trans or whatever, as entered their sports.
Yeah, I mean,
corrupted our schools with the push of degenerate stuff, not just normal get gay and lesbian, all the degenerate stuff, which is they push all that.
Is it part of the curriculum?
Well, I mean, it's not part of the
Or is it
curriculum.
the teachers?
It's not part of the curriculum, but you've got public libraries doing shows for children over the age of 3 to 9. So if
That's
you're
a
targeting the
public
ages of
library. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean the kids have to go.
No.
If they're doing it in schools, it's different. I don't agree with it either. I'm not standing up for it, but I'm just saying it's a
I said-
public library.
Yeah, but I said the word public. That nothing public should be funding this.
Uh-huh.
A drag time story time event for the ages of 3 to 9 years of age should not have a public library.
I would never take my kids to it, but
of course not. At this point, it would be a potential place for something to. Here we go. Yeah. I expected that. Are we really going down this road again?
Which
What?
road?
I know.
the trans book readings.
I
Yeah,
think
that's normal. Let's not talk about it.
That's
completely normal. Yeah, it's fine. Look,
Is it happening?
by the age of 3, the kids know. You know.
I think it's fucking weird, and anybody that wants to read books in their outfits to kids, there's something wrong there.
I think the change in federal government and education is going to make the states no longer have a lot of those books. Like when they revert, do you think that's all going to disappear?
Well, I thought that Santa's got in trouble for doing that. What was it called? What the liberals called it? The say no gay name or whatever the fuck
But
it was.
he was doing it at the wrong time, apparently.
Yeah.
When we had a little baby, we went to some story times at a library that were read by a sweet old librarian. You know?
Yeah.
No, it's just like
Okay.
a
Trying to
bunch
get
of parents sitting around with their babies and like toddlers, and the kids sort of interact, and the librarian reads a book. Sometimes one of the parents might volunteer 1 week to read the book. Wholesome, right? I mean, what is
Yeah,
good
man.
God? What could go
good
wrong
parent.
with that?
That's good.
What
parent.
could go wrong? Let's think of what could go wrong.
Let's get a fully
A
grown
man with a mini
laughing
skirt
in a
goes
dress.
up on the stage to read
That's
the book.
modest, Steve. That's way
Okay,
too modest.
like a real short mini skirt.
Is his legs crossed?
with a 3-day beard, or
yeah,
unshaved.
I mean,
3-day.
like this is where you get into the interesting things of it. Like, yeah, if it was like one of the kids from the crew, like say a dad I had gotten to know, and then this dad volunteered to go up, and it's a normal dad dressed normal, and he's got a beard like me or whatever the fuck, it would be fine, right? You'd think it's fine. But if that same guy puts on a little mini skirt and goes up there, it's fucking gonna raise hell, dude. It ain't right. Like, so is it the clothes? Like, it's the same guy. You follow me?
But Steve, the problem we got here, and I've said it many a time, right? What we got, right? We've got queues of drag queens, wanting to read stories to children that ain't theirs. They're not their children, right? Now the left say it's because they're misunderstood. Now I say, okay, undertakers are misunderstood. Kids don't understand undertakers. Do we have queues of undertakers, right, wanting to read stories to other people's children? Do we have queues of carpenters, plumbers, electricians? No, we don't. We just have queues of men in dressing, laughing as women.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point that I've brought up. Why? Like, I would say it should happen almost never. Maybe in the rare case where, like, a trans couple was legitimately somehow adopted a baby or something, and then they're I don't know, like, but otherwise, why are these completely independent, unattached trans men so enthralled to be there and to do this, other than to make it seem normal to these little ones and to try to indoctrinate that normalcy into their upbringing?
That's
Is that
called
right?
grooming. You're saying it grooming.
Yes, grooming.
Yeah.
Grooming implies. Does that not imply some sort of SE, X sort of like?
Well, the first part of grooming is to get the person under your spell, like, isn't it? And then I believe the essay then might.
Well, are they grooming them to groom them for, like, to change their ideas about societal norms, which would be legitimate, frowned upon, but legitimate, or are they grooming them for something far more nefarious, which would result in some sort of a RAPE?
Either way, they could fuck off.
Right. No, but one is far worse than the other.
Yeah, but even so, even the other's terrible because you just want to let kids be kids.
That's correct. So maybe we should have, like, senior high school trans story time. Let some of the football team and shit fucking deal with these trans people if they want to do it, where these kids might actually be able to make their own decisions and say, fuck this, I'm out of here. As opposed to having fucking blubbering little blobs of cells that can barely even fucking, go to the bathroom. They're looking at fucking trans people like they don't even know what the hell's going on yet, dude.
I'm calling it grooming when they do this, though, but I can see where that's coming from.
Steve, they're not interested in any kid over 9 or 10 because two big groups that do it in the UK. It's 4 to 10 or 3 to 9. So they don't want the kids over 9 because you know what the kids do over 9 or over 7? They start asking questions, don't they? So it becomes that they wouldn't be able to take control of the kids in sort of preteens, but maybe even teens. They couldn't get that because they'd just get trolled.
It's suspect. No matter what you put on it, it's suspect. And yeah, I hear you, wife. I know they're not the ones that are known to be groomers, but why are they there?
What?
Just tell me.
I disagree.
Transsexuals are very big with grooming, actually.
Yeah, I know. In a percentage-wise thing, yes, there's so few of them that,
and most of them were groomed themselves as children.
If a man dresses up like a sexually dressed woman and does sexual things in front of young children, they're perverted, and they're showing their perversion to young children. That is on the grooming level to me.
All right, quick RW. What if a man dresses up in a complete Hillary Clinton pantsuit?
Well, she
totally
dresses like a
loose.
man too, anyway, so that doesn't count.
Loose pantsuit,
like
but
they're
woman's clothes.
So if a man cross-dressed is classy, in other words,
Yeah, with no sexuality involved, but clearly
I
in
think
woman's
it's still
clothes.
perversion. But then to take it to the next level and do strip dances in front of them and have their dick flinging around, like how is society supposed to look at that and be like, yeah, that's okay? There's
No,
nothing wrong.
clearly
With that.
that's not okay. I guess what
that's-
I'm trying to do is find the line. Like,
They're deviated preverts.
like
Why is it perverse?
Why are we
though?
allowing people with a mental disorder to start talking to our children?
Well,
there's a
RW
lot
just-
of teachers with mental disorders
Yeah.
too. So.
Yeah, but,
RW just
yeah,
mentioned-
but you can argue about some mental disorders.
They let me
You know,
talk
it's
about children.
clear. It's clear. It's visible in front of you. What the fuck are you doing?
This is true. I mean, RW just mentioned the extreme. If someone's up there with their penis visible, that would be
That's happened.
they,
That's
they,
happened.
they should end up on a list for the rest of their life. The question here is there's these ones that go up there with, like
Skirts on.
skirts, but with underwear and stuff.
Oh.
But the underwear is visible.
Okay,
I think it's perversion.
That's a problem.
They're intentionally crossing lines, but they're not getting so far beyond them that it's considered by legal terms perverse. And that is very upsetting to me. Like I said earlier, like, why are they there in the first place? What the fuck?
Do
gotta
you
ask.
know? Do you know of any of them like happening around you? Because I never heard any of these events happen around me, and we have kids.
Thankfully, at the local library, they're not doing that here.
Okay, in the chat,
Yes.
again, we bust a bit. There are sexual things happen. I know for a fact, and I can get people on the panels to confirm now. If you put it on Twitter, it ain't gonna lick itself. You'll see a drag event where this fucking character spreads its legs and his bollocks come out either side, and it's all on fucking camera. This is like not unheard of.
This is concerning me. You listen to Didio. That's what we should call it. Diddy audio, and now you watch these videos. Base, what's going on?
Yeah,
here,
I've got a problem with drag queens and kids. I've got a major problem with it.
Oh, I
because
do with kids. Yes, yes.
I understand that that's an extreme experience, but even the one Steve was talking about, where they're just dressing classy, or maybe they're wearing underwear in their dress. I mean, it's a kink. It's a perversion. It's not a thing that I would ever show to youth. If you want to read them a story, just be wholesome, culturally accepted wholesome, and read them a story.
So
You
by
don't have anything
culturally
to gain
accepted,
from that.
you mean gender appropriate.
I mean, if you're trying to force a concept on a child instead of just reading them a story, fuck you.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a totally legit point. I mean, would that go the other way for you if there's a woman who sort of ends kind of in her style and the way she dresses kind of ends up
If
looking
the
like a
purpose is to
man?
make a point of it, yes. I don't care who's doing what.
No, I like that. That's good. That's covers all directions with that. So you're saying save the messaging and all of that bullshit for adults, or at least close to adults, to make their own decisions.
That seems fair, right?
Leave the toddlers and 2-year-olds.
You groom dogs, not kids.
See, now Topple's worried about you again, Wealthy.
Well, that's on my hashtag on Twitter. Have a look. Have a look. It's on my hashtag on Twitter. It's on my front page.
What?
Groom dogs, not kids.
Oh, groom dogs, not okay. If you don't want your kid to go to a drag time story, don't take them. True. But there are parents out there that get all happy to go to them, which I don't understand, but
see, that should be a key for the security services to check things out. That literally should be like an MO. Should be MO for it. I mean, because I've been to a lot of these protests when it comes to and one of the worst people in these protests are not the on the drag front. Sorry, on the trans front, not so much the drag front, but the trans come into that they support the drag front is the parents. The parents, not the kids that transitioned either direction. It's the parents, because they're so sold on the subject that their little girl is a boy or their little boy is a girl. So they're sold on it so much. If, for example, they rethink what they've done, or they realise what they've done, they're abusers. So they're really violent, really vicious, and the worst out of all that whole group, the parents.
Yeah, and I'd like to say, Welshman, that no, they're just idiots, but it's so unfortunate. But actually, a lot of very highly educated people go down that road with their kids.
Megan Fox.
Professors, people you would think would be like, wow, this guy you would think would know better. Why not just let the kid get to a point where they can develop their own mind and their own decision making? Let the puberty hormones calm down a little, because a lot of this shit they regret, and it fucks them up for life. If they take blockers, they're fucked, dude.
Jordan Peterson said about Megan Fox, her three children, they're either bi, asexual, or they're not even normal gay or lesbian.
How old are these kids?
They're only like pre-teens or virtually teens.
There's no way to tell.
They don't have a sexuality.
No. But wait there. He said the odds of that happening is something like fucking 5 billion to 1.
But like, there's no preteen that knows what they are.
Well, you Google it, you'll see them now.
Would anybody here be willing to say that if someone is highly educated, they have more of a chance or more of a probability of believing in the system?
Not all of them.
Not all of them, but the majority, the ones that I know, yes.
I mean,
because I'm uneducated, so I don't believe in the system one fucking bit. So,
well, you'll be happy to know, Topple.
But you also lie all the time.
AOC is going to run for president 2028. You got that?
Yep.
Was she going against my girl?
She's going to take Kamala's seat, right?
She going to go after my girl?
Yeah, it might be woman against woman.
That'd be fan-fucking-tastic.
Kelsey against AOC.
And then no one can say racist, the election's this, because it wouldn't be true. You have to vote for one, unless no one votes.
Right. What does that mean? One in Welsh.
Huh?
What does the one mean, Last Dance?
Press 1 if you think all intelligent.
If what?
What happens if you don't? Do you press 2?
They're taking the piss. They are.
Oh.
Well,
what's the number? What's the number for if you don't?
Any other number.
1.
0. Why does everyone forget the number 0?
It's
not a number.
It's called Mike's type of democracy. There you go. Carry on.
No, but to your point, the most educated ones that I run into, they do believe the system. They are the ones most likely to believe the news. And maybe it's just my bias.
I've had the same experience in my lifetime.
Because if I say they believe the news, then I would say AFED's intelligent, and I don't believe that.
Bringing out the love. I love this.
I haven't taken it.
I don't know
Thanksgiving edition.
I would like to know Aphid's view on that statement. Like, what's your view of the news? Is there what is your view of the news?
My view of the news?
Yeah.
I think the news is feeding what their demographic wants, or they won't sell advertising.
It's a sales.
Right.
But
and
you
it's
believe
nothing more, it's nothing more than that. It's nothing,
but you believe that it's the viewer's fault, not the company's fault.
Well, I mean, we're all,
consumers
responsible for the way things are. I mean, with just about everything we don't like, it wouldn't be that way if enough of us didn't do it that it didn't warrant being done in the first place.
But you don't believe mainstream news is always telling the truth. There's bullshit involved with it. There's bias. But you're not going to quote a news article from CNN and be like, see, this is the proof.
I don't think there's anybody that's whatever source you're getting your news from. It's rare that there's one that is any better than the rest.
How about Last Dances? He always likes to post those.
Reason.com. I
They
do like
have
most.
their biases.
I do like a lot of the stuff that comes from that.
Okay.
There's several sources that I like where they.
Reason, nah.
I mean, I know
Lame,
that
dude.
they are definitely.
apparently.
They are definitely biased, but if you're not going to agree with them, or you're naturally skeptical, you're going to see the biases in every outlet, just like I do. I mean, every single, and some of the usually, I will say this too: the people that complain about the news are usually far worse than the people that they're complaining about spreading false information. Far worse.
Have you lads heard of the website called Ground News, where they put all the news together on their website, and
I've heard it.
yeah, I'm sort of looking into it maybe because I think it might be worth it. What they do,
they advertise on a aviation channel I like to watch, Mentor Pilot.
So Joe Rogan said the election was won due to internet, not mainstream media. Do you agree with that?
I mean,
I think X had a huge part.
Huge.
No.
huge.
well,
I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing.
But I don't think it was.
There is no way of knowing. But I'm convinced that if no matter what news source that you're going to claim is more important or whatever, or what incident that you're going to claim was more influential, that if any of those things were gone, the outcome would have been probably the same. And if Trump would have won the last election, I think the outcome would have been reversed of what they are now. You know, when things are not going good, or when things have been bad for so long during a current administration, it's going to change. It's going to flip and go the other way. And that was a perfect example this last election.
I mean, Biden started his tenancy the same way he finished it, basically asleep.
No, I mean, I you can't say that. I mean,
Yeah,
if you look at
if
you look at this, if you look at the statistical matter of things have changed direction and are going in a much better direction than when he took office. Whether he should have done it quicker, you know, is an argument you could have. But to say that they're the same as they were when he took office, that's just not a true statement.
Can you imagine?
What's not the same?
What do you
Everything
think he did that made
across-
things so good?
I don't know that at administration, I mean, they obviously have influence on certain things, but I don't think that I think we give them far too much credit for the direction that things are going through. I think that there's circumstances that are usually put into place that are either out of their control or that happened before they took office that have more of a role than what did when they were in office.
All right, let's go one thing at a time. Immigration, is that better?
No, that's not what he's saying. No.
Talking about economic data.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you could cherry pick a lot of things, just like in any discussion over things.
Well, that was going to be my next guess. You think the economy is better? Is that what you're saying?
It's going. Yeah, it's by far going in a better direction.
Yes.
It's
But
on the way. It's on the.
That's not
Hold
saying a
on.
lot again.
Hold
is
on,
it?
and I don't mean
Well,
I don't mean to stop people because I noticed I did this last week when I watched a portion of this. It's just that my brain just doesn't work where I can keep a thought in my head. If I get interrupted, it's over. So I don't mean to be disrespectful with hushing people down, but just like I just did right now, I totally forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah,
He's
I don't
losing
think
it. Let him
it's
talk. He's
You
losing
say
it. Let him talk.
inflation's going in the right direction.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. It was almost across the board was
Inflation.
going in a bad direction, whichever way you down or up, whichever way you want to say, and then things have turned around for the better, and more things that they're not.
Yeah, but only with inflation, it hasn't gone down. It's only stopped inflating.
That's still a better direction than going in a down. You
but
can't
it's
stop.
still
fucked
You
because
can't. But that's the thing. That's the
At
thing.
some point, isn't it? It's got to go down at some point. When it's gone at
It's
20%.
not
When you
gonna
have
go
some-
down.
When you have something that's going down or up, All right. When somebody takes over and starts making decisions to try to change the direction of something, even if they do the best decision in the world, if it's going in a bad direction, it's still going to continue that slope. It will slow down. And if it slows down, that's an improvement. You know,
I want to agree with
people think that it needs to change directions, and that's just not how. That's not a realistic viewpoint of how things work.
At some point, there's going to be a tipping point of inflation will eventually go down a little bit. It will never go down to where it was. It's going to go down because it can't keep on going up. So when you say it's like on the right direction,
it could get worse than what it was for sure.
So
it could.
Trump's first
or like the rest of the world, you know, it didn't improve as well as ours did. Statistically, I'm not saying there's not some place that did a better job and they're doing better, but for the most part, we're a better than average for the rest of the world, and you could say has nothing to do with what Biden made or not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that across the world, the United States has shown a better economic recovery than the average of the rest of the world.
I want to agree that
you can't argue with that fact.
I mean, at least for myself, I'm feeling the plateau for groceries and gas prices and stuff like that. I don't feel like it's getting worse right now, and I don't really think it's getting better.
Right.
So this is kind of the normal. I'm curious what you guys think is going to happen in the near future for the economy, because we have major talks happening about, you know, tariffs and such, and there's fear. Right? There's fear and people also looking forward to it.
It's threats of tariffs, right?
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, you could say it's threats of tariffs, but then day one happens, and those tariffs are put in place, and you can't be surprised that it happened. Still, you have to go off of what's being told that the actions will take place.
Cruden just went to see Trump about this yesterday.
Well, here's the thing.
So
the threat,
he's scared.
How do you know if it was good, bad, or didn't make a difference?
Obviously, he doesn't want this to happen, so he's negotiating. That's the whole point of tariffs.
I think with Canada and Mexico,
the threat of it should get things moving.
With Canada and Mexico, they are threats. With China and
that's not a threat.
Far East countries that are especially our enemies, those are real.
Yeah.
A lot of appliances and some cars are made in Mexico. I'm not sure what Canada has that, but I know it's well over $1 billion a day of imports that come from Canada. So it's a huge market, and if every single one of those is taxed, and the way that some of this shit works, some of this stuff comes into Canada, into the U.S., and with some manufacturing stuff goes over the border multiple times. The way they put vehicles together.
I'd be curious what Scum's view is, because he probably is going to get hit by that in the car manufacturing industry.
Yeah, the same thing with Mexico. Like, they put together a lot of wire harnesses for everything from fucking vehicles to HVAC to every kind of thing you can think of, with various different wire groupings, wire harnesses. And some of those wires might be assembled in China, put together in Mexico, shipped to the U.S., shipped back, reassembled.
Globalization.
It's all fucking crazy, dude. So, like, I don't know. Is this his mouthing off, or is
no?
No, I think it's a sanction concept.
It's a bit of both. Like someone said, you know, the friendlier countries, hopefully it's a threat and they can come to an agreement. And like when it comes to China, no, they're going to tariff China. So that's what I think is going to happen. And like I said, he done it before. Chrysler's were shifting their plants to Mexico, and I'm sure it was the Chryslers. It was an American brand.
It was Ford.
And either way, he gave him an ultimatum. 2 days later, they said, "Oh, actually, we're going to keep the Detroit place open, and we're going to pull the Mexico plans." They go, "Oh, that worked."
Right. I mean,
theoretically, if they're made in Mexico, they're still made in America.
And I believe he will not.
No, Trump said 20%. He said 20%. That's how much Trump said.
He will not have significant tariffs.
It was much more.
He will have tariffs for show, but not significant tariffs.
Unless it's more of an ultimatum again, and something has to change in order for relations to work with that country like China. If they're beating us on the market somehow, and we're trying to win out somehow.
I don't know what you think's going to happen if you institute tariffs.
Where we
There's
get
going to be inflation like you've never seen.
Yeah,
right. I understand that it will become more expensive for us, but if it's a higher level of chess between two nations and it cripples them somehow for the benefit, I'm just curious if that's possible.
It's not going to be.
Nobody will care about the
I know.
chess. All they'll care about is the price. Ask Biden.
Yep.
Nobody cares about what inflation
Commoners,
what caused it. They just care that their cookies are.
Don't you think
they
the
should just
commoners
care?
and elites
Their
are different,
cookies
though?
are 20% more.
What's that?
I mean, commoners, yes, it's about what we can afford and how we're going to get by. But at a certain level of wealth, it's a different game, right? And that's the ones that are playing the game. We're just eating the breadcrumbs in the system, and those guys are wheeling and dealing and making the system happen.
But it impacts the consumer more than it does the elites, actually, because the elites will just raise their prices to make it, and we're the ones that get hit.
But they're
with
not
it.
going to make money. They can raise their prices, but they're not going to make money.
They're going to make the same amount of money as they were going to, and then the consumer has to pay more.
Or just there's less consumers.
No, they're not going to make the same. They'll make less, and the consumers will pay more. It's a lose-lose.
Then what is the delusion of gain?
The gain is
the
more
gain is-
American jobs.
Yeah, more jobs, more
And
factories,
higher
more
wages, but it'll be I think it'll be offset by more than the wage gain, the costs of items.
And you're
Basically,
bullying
America had
another
more to
country.
offer.
The
Sorry.
And
the percentage of unemployment should drop, and wages should go up.
But we don't have a problem with employment.
That's
rate right now.
what the
When
plan
we
is.
deport everybody, we will. No.
And
No,
it
you're not
will
wrong,
increase the
Papa.
amount of, as long as if you keep it in place for 20 years, it will increase the manufacturing base.
If we already had a strong economy of our own products, we wouldn't feel it as much. But since we don't, and we have to create that market, and we're going to be lagging behind, I'm curious how long it would take us to catch up and equal out.
Equal out.
Yeah,
Equal out with what?
now
Equal out where we're paying a reasonable
Plateaus?
price again for things.
It will never equal out.
Not with
and we're
tariffs.
still got to get hard material from other countries like steel and all that stuff too. Stuff
Well,
that we
guess what? They're gonna impose counter tariffs. So
The only
Yeah.
thing that could equal out is if we got lower wages for the employees, because that would lower the price of the goods.
but it
Lower
won't.
wages, though.
Yeah, no,
lower
it won't.
wages.
It won't.
You would think it would force many civilians or people in general to buy less trinkets. People are going to be buying more necessities and less entertainment.
I think that's going on right now.
Yes,
I
that's
agree.
going on right.
I
Well,
agree.
did anybody go
Not
out Black
to the same
Friday?
degree. What?
Was anybody
Hell
out
no.
Black Friday?
I never
Who goes
go
out on Black Friday? It's
Oh,
the
I
biggest day of
I
the
had to
year.
work.
I feel like it's very digital now, Topple. I don't think I was just talking to my mom today about it.
I
like,
was at a
Amazon.
I was at a mall yesterday, and I was at the same mall the year before. There was more cars there than before. So
okay. I mean,
I want to know what all these retail companies, what their fourth quarter earnings are going to say about this year.
It's
And I'll
up
know-
over it's up over last year.
Is it
Amazon would be just
Online
fine.
sales and
all right? Is that something to do with the president, or everything's starting to equal out now?
I mean, it just has to do with the economy being a better place.
Well, now, the economy has always been
I
going
do
up.
think the concept
No,
in
but
people's
you got-
mind of not being scared to invest anymore is happening.
Interest rates are lower than they were, so that helps. People are more willing to
Yeah,
put money on a credit card.
Yeah. I don't use credit cards.
Credit cards suck.
Hackers use them a lot, just not their own.
Yeah.
Do you have a debit card to RW, or do you have a lot of cash under your bed?
Well, let me tell you a story.
Uh-oh.
So I had to go and pick my wife up from the airport, and I live on the ranch all the time. And technology is advancing, and I feel old now. But I went to a Circle K gas station, and I went in to grab some snacks and some caffeine drinks or whatever, just to be able to stay awake on the road. And there's no cashier. There's no cashier.
What?
There's the guy pointed to me and said, just put it on the platform over there. And there's like this little white mat, and you put it there, and all these cameras look at the items and tally it all up on the screen, and then you pay. But you have to pay with a card, and I have cash. So I'm looking around and like, I don't know what I'm doing. How do I pay this machine? I can't pay cash. And so the guy had to come around and do it for me anyway. So I was like, in my mind, I'm like, can't we just have the old fashioned, here's my chocolate milk, here's some cash. All right, see you later.
They didn't have that machine didn't have a place to
cash
put your
insert?
dollar bills and
It did,
change?
but you couldn't make it do cash mode. They had to manually do that for you.
See, ours, we have Circle K's, and ours aren't like that.
No.
Yeah, I thought that.
Something like that.
I thought it was.
Well, I feel like yours.
Cash.
Yeah, yours was there was a problem or something.
Yeah, because I think you legally, I think you have to accept United States dollars in the United States of America, don't you?
No, it's a law. Yeah.
No, you do not.
RW, was there like 10 people behind you? Like, look at this fucking.
No, there's just one
figure this
beautiful
out.
woman behind me.
And
Hurry up, old man.
The guy behind the counter was like, "I'm just going to do this for this asshat because he can't figure it out on his own."
No, there wasn't.
So the buttons he pushed was just pay cash.
There wasn't on my side.
I think RW could figure that out.
It's like when I go to CVS and try to pick up like NyQuil because someone's sick in my house. I go scan it at one of those self-checkouts, and then a thing comes up that someone has to check my ID. It's like a waste of fucking time.
That's because
real quick.
Kids fucking took too much NyQuil and killed themselves back in the day.
What? You died from NyQuil?
Yeah, they were ODing on it, bro.
Really?
Man.
Delsum. They love
now,
Delsum.
Here in the liberal bastion of Massachusetts, Gillette Stadium, where the fuck New England Patriots play.
Oh, fuck you. You had 10 years of...
You only got 8 Super Bowls. It's terrible.
Right.
Well, anyways, for a couple of years, they were like not accepting cash, and the governor was like, that's illegal. That's against state law.
I thought it was against
You
the
can
law.
see they're phasing it out, though. I mean,
no, it's a state law, state-to-state thing. I think last Dance might have alluded to that earlier. But
well, you live in the Commonwealth.
Every business here in Massachusetts that accepts payment has to accept cash.
But they can hit you with a fee.
At point of sale. Now, internet is obviously completely different, but point of sale transactions, cash has to be an option here.
But if in certain locations where I am, if you give cash, you get hit with a fee.
Wait a minute.
That should be the other way around.
Yeah, it is
the other way around.
Everywhere here.
It used to be the other way around. Then they changed it because
now
the money truck has to come out, which they're going to come out anyway. It's just another fee.
Huh, that's weird.
Are you sure this ain't like one of your typical Topple stories? Because that sounds like...
There's no Topple stores out here.
No, Topple story, I said.
Oh, no, I'm not lying.
You have to forgive him, Aphid.
Now, fool Aphid lip once.
Here's the thing.
On you, fool Aphid lip twice.
Right.
Shame on Aphid. The fool Aphid lip 1,000 times.
Do it like what? You didn't believe my picture of my mansion when I was a kid?
I didn't believe your Whitey story.
No.
And then you said, then somebody said something.
Hold on. That was on a private server.
All right.
Oh God, we can't talk about the Discord.
We can't talk about.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
It
pertains to you, Topple. You decide. I just don't want things.
Oh, I don't care about that. I brought that out.
It was a lie. So what does he care?
I said that 3 weeks on the show.
All right, fine. I'm just watching out for my people.
No, I respect that, Smokesteve.
Etc.
All right, go ahead, bust each other's chops.
I wish people would have checked me at certain points with the stuff I've said.
Yeah. So we all need someone to look out for us.
Now we got Julie from the Stern Show here. We're high rolling.
Julie.
He's long gone. Thanks to RW.
Forever.
No, it's not RW's fault. RW took the natural direction our show would go, and that didn't work for them.
I was welcome him to the pub concept of using his mind instead of flirting his ego. I just wanted to ask a question.
Did we use our mind here really that much?
I can't wait till this stupid pub's over till I can go find my new friend Shuli. Yeah,
nice.
What up, kid?
What was his plug again? Do you remember his website?
I don't know. Last Dance.
I put it in the chat. It's the Shuli Network.
TSN.
TSN, the Shuli Network. Here,
I got called cute, so I'm happy.
I'll put it again in the chat so we can do
Private
it.
chat or
No.
regular chat?
No, the regular, the YouTube chat. Here it is.
And the privates or
Boom.
in public?
No. I can put it in the private if you want. I'll put it in both.
Me and RW got called cute.
Yeah, but you called me cute, so I'm pretty sure
I
that
didn't want
doesn't
to leave
count.
you out.
I know, but you can't. I'm drowning in the water. You just leave me alone. I just want to make a quick comment about cash real quick. I know Aphid, you talked about using cash, and my family now uses cash as for budgeting, so we have like money allotted for all these things. And now that I'm doing that, not just swiping my card or tapping my card, I can see as I go out more how it's phasing out. Even though they legally have to accept cash, they're definitely motivating people to not do that anymore.
I don't.
And like
well,
when
I
you do use cash, they're almost confused, like they have to count or something. It's interesting.
I've only ran into, because I only use cash, but I've only ran in. I mean, obviously I have cards, but I've only ran into problems at like certain venues or events. Not
I only use
establishments.
cards.
Do you ever run into trouble with that, Dance?
Oh, using cards?
Yeah.
No.
Do you ever run into a spot in the last 5 years where they're like, sorry, we only take cash?
Yeah, there's a couple places like some
mama pop shops,
some ice cream.
That's how you tell if it's a good pizza shop if they only take cash.
Mama pop shops. Some of them just take cash.
But now they have their phone. They just stick the little attachment on their phone and tap the card. You know, it's.
But that costs them a service, and that's what I mean. Where they hit you with the fees.
But people that use cards are used to paying that percent.
More of a percentage than you think, and certain cards are more, and certain circumstances, like if you take the information over the phone, it's another percentage or two, and if it's out of state, it's another percentage or two. If it's a work card over a personal card, there's more percentages. It sucks, man.
I heard
But
Amex
there's no
charge an
there's
arm
no
and a leg.
Yeah.
There's no bounced checks. There's no having to go, deposit cash. Cash is physical. You have to physically deposit it. I mean it.
Well,
we
or you hit the delete
I just
button.
take pictures of the dollar bills and send it to my bank app.
Yeah.
And then they put it in.
What's that bank again? Maybe I'll join.
The Bank of Half-Ass. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I mean,
I always keep $100 in cash on me just in case.
I do
you like
too.
my father. You keep
That's
it
enough
folded
for
up
North
in a
Street,
I'll tell you one place that only takes cash. The dispensary.
Strip club.
Yes, this in Maryland. Yes,
is that right?
That's what I'm told. My friends.
They only take cash.
Dispensary.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
In Maryland.
Have you been to
any
one,
place
Bob
else?
Dance?
Huh?
Have you been to one?
I've been to one, yeah, for my girlfriend.
Did you get some weed?
Not for me.
You didn't try it?
No, I don't.
He just sniffed the bag the whole way home.
Come on, you're
Smelling
drinking
funky.
straight booze on here. Have a puff, for Christ's sake.
Wait. Is it a medical down there?
No, it's recreational.
Oh, okay.
But it was medical.
For the last year
First
and a
it was
half.
medical, and it was still only cash.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to pick up for your girlfriend if it was medical, though. That's what I'm saying.
No, I wouldn't. That's correct.
And that's a federal thing, right? Because it's not legal federally, so they can't move money
Right.
around or something.
That's right.
It has-
They can't move money
yeah.
around.
It's not FDIC. It's not protected.
Okay.
So they have to hire their own security guards to guard their pallets of cash.
They have to move cash around.
It's crazy. Bought lots of boats, lots of Ferraris. What else are you going to do? Can you buy a house for cash? I guess you can.
I'm sure you can.
You can.
And I'm sure you look sketchy as fuck, but I'm sure you can do it.
Yeah.
You can.
Two duffel bags right there should be enough. Count those.
You could buy anything with cash, I bet.
It's
Exactly.
Yeah, and
Cash is king.
my father-in-law, may he rest in peace, he would he liked to pay cash to workmen because they would take a discount because they wouldn't declare it.
Right.
Of course.
So he would, everybody wins except the government, and who gives a shit about the government?
Right.
So they were all paid under the table.
What do you think of the sports betting? That's
the problem with that is Last Dance is if there's any kind of problem, you know, if somebody gets injured or something like that.
Why is that a problem?
Because if there's no,
they're not on I-9s.
Well, it depends if they're on your. I guess you could, if they're a employee of yours technically, but if you're just paying somebody on the table and something happens to them, there's no record of them being an employee of you. So, you know, if you're just constantly paying them cash, and if something happens to them.
Oh, you mean over a long period of time?
Well,
No, these are just jobs. You know, going to, fix
but
the roof, cash.
You can't hire them to work on your house because if they're not insured, then they're going to fall under your homeowner's policy and you're going to get fucked, dude.
Yep. But or you could
Well, what does that
contact
have to
ICE to
do-
get them deported.
That has nothing to do with paying them in cash or not, though.
No, but it does have to do something with hiring them in the long run.
They're not I-9
demand a workman's comp with yourself in the ledger, the name and the address, so then you're covered if they fall or hurt themselves at your house. These fly-by-nighters get hurt, they can just, basically claim it to your homeowners or whatever insurance they can find.
Yeah, but I mean, that has nothing to do with cash. I mean, that's, you could always pay in cash. It's up to them to declare it as income. They're violating the law, not you.
No, because you're gonna have to most of the time, and I don't know your father-in-law, but he was probably not showing any record of paying them cash under the table because there's a lot of fees that he would have to pay to save any money by giving them cash in the first place.
What do you mean?
Right. You declare them as 1099, and then
you have to have insurance for them.
No, those are for employees. I don't do 1099s for anybody that does work in my house. They're not employees. They're
But you hire a GC though for it though. So you're paying the GC that's paying for.
You could be hiring a Jose.
Well, did your father-in-law have a business and he was having these employees do some kind of service for him?
No,
oh, you're talking about
work around the house.
I'm sorry, I totally misunderstood you then. I was thinking he was an employer paying them cash under the table.
Well, no, that's illegal.
Yeah, okay. You're not paying the kids.
I mean, you could pay them anyway, but you gotta withholding and report their income.
But then it's up to them to pay taxes.
Yeah, it's up to them to pay taxes. Although you may, there's withholding, and if they don't, you have to withhold a certain amount unless they file some withholding change. Yeah, that's a pay.
That's the same as a 1099.
What's 1099?
The same what you just described.
I thought that was a W-4 or something, or W.
Yeah, well, you pay them their hourly rate no matter what it is, and it's up to them to pay the taxes after.
It's usually for waitresses and people that receive tips.
Subs do it too, like sometimes painters and carpenters will do it. And then they get fucked at the end of the year because it's like they made $80,000 and they owe 19 grand, and they're like, whoops. Misjudge that one,
right?
Because it adds up, and it people just get fucked by that, Because if you're not taking it out of every check, you're never going to keep up with it.
No.
Well, they're not just getting fucked; they're spending it on stuff that they're spending, someone else's money. So
exactly, the point is you got to take 20% out of each check, mail it in immediately, and if you don't, you're screwed.
And cash in hand with tips. The employer is going to document that, and at the end of the year, the IRS will be knocking on the door.
What do you guys think about, speaking of tips, Trump proposing no tax on tips?
Well, Harris did the same thing.
Either way. What do you guys think about the policy of no tax on tips?
How can it be hurtful?
I'm going to say that's fucked.
Really?
I agree 100% with Last Dance.
It's income. Income is income. What does it matter the particular way you get income?
Of course.
First of all, nobody pays taxes on tips anyways.
If a waitress is getting paid $5 an hour because they're
less than that,
be over carried with the tips, I can understand it in that scenario. But at the same time, Bob the Schlob isn't going to get a whole bunch of money out of that, but Perky Tina is probably going to make bank. So like, not everybody's going to benefit the same from that
Yeah,
situation.
you're completely right. Like RW, a full-time employee at Walmart is going to make $15 an hour or more,
But they're not getting
17,
tips. Yeah.
they're going to get taxed. Yeah, and a server working at a really popular fucking Applebee's, not all of the Applebee's because some of them suck, but they're going to make $200 a night. And like 175, 180 is going to be untaxed. That's on just an Applebee's. The really slamming servers can make 300, 400, dude.
Yeah, my niece makes about 500 every Friday and Saturday night at a not a gentleman's club, at a very good restaurant around the corner.
Exactly.
And that's $1,000 of income she just made in one
She should
weekend.
be taxed
Gosh,
because I'm taxed.
I'm doing it
You're
wrong.
taxed. We're all taxed. They should be too.
And she's
And
15
secondly,
years old.
the thing with overtime makes 0 sense. Though I love it because there are occasions when I have to work overtime, I'd be like, wow, I can actually make the entire amount of time and a half, like to my paycheck. Fuck yeah, that'd be sick. But it ain't right.
Is that going to be a
Why is
federal
that not
thing?
right? But that's
That's what
based
he
on
wants.
the overtime, though. To me, it's more fair because it's based on merit. You're busting your ass and you're getting rewarded. If you're just a beautiful woman that's getting amazing amount of tips enough to pay tax, good for you and everything, but there's no merit there.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with beautiful women. There's plenty of male waiters, maitre d's, waiters that get tons of tips too. They should all have to pay taxes.
And usually when you tip, it usually goes not to just that one person. It goes through the cook, the hostess, and all that too.
Well, chefs and cooks get a decent hourly wage. They're supposed to get tipped out. Barbacks get tipped out. Bus boys get tipped out. But that's
What about
20 to
bareback?
$40 each. That's not. That's
No,
not.
That's not on the
Definitely.
books.
You know what I mean? Like, and the overtime thing, which Trump is a big proponent of, I think is complete horseshit too.
What is
What-
the overtime thing? No taxes
No
on overtime?
taxes on overtime.
Well, that's just stupid.
But
It doesn't
why
make
do
any
you have a
fucking
problem with it?
It doesn't make
Why-
any sense.
Why should someone's
It's income.
labor be taxed and someone else is not? I don't
If they're
understand.
going to tax income and they're going to claim we have this fucking gigantic deficit, which we do, then why are you giving tax breaks on income? I mean,
Think of
We're
it this
not-
way. Think of it this way. If you have
Fucking
a construction worker that's busting his ass and earning overtime and making more money because it's tax free, good for him. I don't care. But when it comes to an easy job, an easier job of waitressing, and you're just making bank on tips, there's going to be a flood of people moving to that type of work, and that's going to create an unbalance in all the other jobs that suck ass.
I don't think
So,
it's
like-
an easy job. I disagree with your premise to the argument.
Yeah, the
think
construction
it's much
worker
easier than
that's
some jobs.
slinging a hammer is not going to want to go clean up somebody's table. you
Yeah,
know.
10 hours a day from like 7 a.m. to 5 is a lot better than working fucking 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., bro.
But
I don't
you also
care
have
who you are.
But you also have states that state that after you work 8 hours a day, everything else is overtime. You don't have to go over the 40 mark. So that's a state thing. So I don't know how they would handle that federally.
Exactly. So in here in Massachusetts, a lot of jobs are like required to pay overtime on Sundays.
I mean, let's be honest. Trump doesn't actually believe any of those things. He just did it for votes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, politicians buy votes. Trump's no different.
Yeah.
There's got to be some type of incentive, like just lower taxes for everybody across the board because, incentives for roof workers to work in the hot heat, incentive for sewer cleaners to clean the sewers. Like,
I mean, the incentive is you get paid. That's the incentive.
Yeah.
You get paid
agree
for
to a
working.
contract.
You don't get paid for not working. That's how the world works.
I
That's the
understand
market.
that, but if you're going to tell somebody that's cleaning sewers that if they work as a waiter, that they're going to make way more money, they're probably going to choose that over working in the sewers.
I don't think you quite understand how markets work. It all
How is
evens
that
out.
not valid? It seems like a valid thought. I would think that.
the more people that go into, as people enter the waiter market, that will depress the wages of waiters, and the sewer market, labor market will be tighter, and that will increase the wages for sewer workers. That's how the market works.
And you're talking about guys that make 45 plus an hour compared to $3 an hour plus the tip.
Yeah,
I don't know the difference.
yeah, that's
Right.
that's like
difference, fine.
Probably 75% of waiters and waitresses don't make nearly as much as some guy that's
Depending on where they are.
75% of the people that are working sewers.
yeah, sewer work. You're talking about pumped in air. You're talking hazmat suits. Complete body protection.
It's
high
all
risk.
I don't use any of that stuff.
It's pretty disgusting.
Not on the ranch. We don't have those rules on the ranch.
And I don't have hepatitis at all, so I'm good.
Well, I mean,
You
at
get
least
around.
if you're
Take
working,
Go check out your belts.
yeah, exactly.
While you
Boys
brush your
and
teeth with your toothbrush that's sitting next to the toilet.
No, that was based. Mine's sitting next to my sink.
Oh, I'm
like,
sorry.
Like normal people.
Like 4 feet from the splash zone.
They're not sleep. No, my toilet is separate from my
Yeah,
sink.
you got to go around a curve, I bet.
Yep. It's a different. It's got. There's a door on it.
And there's the fan over
The exhaust fan.
Right? Exhaust fan, so that's pulling it up.
Where does that blow out? Into the attic or outside, though?
Well, it should blow outside, but I've known a few that blows into the attic. So. Man, that attic's pretty awful.
Yeah, exactly. Who's hanging out in the attic anyway?
Why is that insulation brown over here?
Yeah.
Oh, it gets that way. That's just natural.
Jesus.
Why is it pink over there but brown over here?
Oh.
Do you still have your thoughts, Steve?
About what?
About wages or
answer's
whatever
no.
we're just talking about?
No, I mean, I think we made a pretty good synopsis of it there.
But why do you have a problem with people? So your whole problem is the government getting less money now? Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm pretty much going to get taxed on all the money I make, my
I don't
income.
know.
I work and I get taxed. They work. They should get taxed too. Why should it fucking affect the overall tax income of the country to have them not get taxed for the same amount of work? Like if I'm working, they're working.
Why
Who's
not make
fucking
their
not working?
wages?
But the more
not
money
tip?
they make, the more money they spend.
What do you think about a
Not all
CEO?
That's not true. The more money they make, the more money they save. Probably, dude. You're
Not
making
always.
assumptions that they're going to be like, oh, more money. Let's go blow it on
Time for that
Amazon.
Lambo.
I mean, fuck that. They're
What
gonna
did
save
a lot of
money.
people do with their work-all checks from COVID? They blew their money.
Literally.
Where's the whole?
Smoke
They're
Steve,
idiots.
what do you think about the average CEO paying much less taxes than us hardworking Americans?
5%.
You mean a lower tax rate?
Yes.
5% aphid lip, right?
Percentage. Well, I mean that's lower taxes.
It's a lower
I didn't
percentage.
make an incorrect statement.
No, it's not lower taxes because they're paying.
Well, I mean,
let's
it depends
say
on
like
how much money you make.
$900,000 a
If you're
year.
an actor or a baseball player, then that statement's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
how do you know the average CEO pays a lower tax rate than you do?
Prove me
I
wrong.
would suggest that
Tax
is
rate
absolutely
percentage.
false. Yeah, rate.
what are you saying? That a CEO who makes 20 million is paying a lower rate than a baseball player that makes 20 million?
Yes.
No, I think
Why?
it's about the same.
It's the same tax bracket.
No.
Because the tax bracket is based on income.
Right, minus deductions. But
Yeah, the deduction.
So the
deduction
tax bracket is based on
loopholes
income.
are the deduction loopholes are easier for. They're designed more for a CEO to take advantage of this
no,
of the
it's
system.
nothing to do with the
I think
CEO. There's
on
only
the federal
one
level for that
There's only one
income. On the
loophole.
federal level, it would be 36%, I believe. So anything that they can take off of the top of that on legitimate deductions, write-offs, what are they doing wrong?
The
'Cause
difference.
they both fall into the same bracket.
I think the difference that Aphid Lip is alluding to is that CEOs tend to get stock options, which have high value, but I believe they are taxed when they're not taxed until they are
They're not
cashed
taxed
in.
there until they
And when they are cashed in, if they're taxed as long-term capital gains instead of income, which is a pretty low rate. It's like, I don't know,
I don't
18% or
see any
something.
problem with that.
Well,
Steve, go
I
ahead.
mean, you could just tax it as income. And
But
it would be,
they haven't taken it as income until
well, when they
turn
take it.
around.
When they take it, though, it's not taxed as income. It's taxed as capital gains at a lower rate than their
Capital
income would
gains
be.
is still pretty high.
It is still pretty high. It's like 18%.
I mean,
Well,
we're
let me-
talking vast
let me look.
amounts of money here. Like the equivalent of 1,000 or 2,000 normal taxpayers paying taxes for one guy. I mean, it's not insignificant. I guess if you're unhappy about the percentage being too low, then I understand what you're saying. But the actual numerical figure is in the millions of dollars, which is going to be more than the average one single person pays in 2 lifetimes. Follow me?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I mean, the total tax is going to be phenomenal.
It's huge, the amount of money they pay.
Right.
Do they use that much more, in your opinion, that they are deserving of paying that much more in a percentage than millions of dollars, when the average guy pays, what, $18,000 a year, $20,000 a year? Something like that?
I think it should be equal tax.
All the way across.
Yeah, 20%. Yeah,
it's not 20%.
If they're taking,
it's a graduated level, bro. You make
I know,
less,
that's
you
what I'm
pay
saying.
less.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Average it out. Take more from them and less from us.
Don't take more from them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I see the logic in it.
Because it's a percentage. Why should the percentage be less for them? If they make more money, they pay less.
It's not less because they're a CEO. It's less for capital gains because the Congress thinks that investing in, is good for the economy.
Won't go out.
But it should be separate from business. Business tax and personal tax from pay from that company should be two separate.
They are separate. They are separate.
I know, but the personal gains and what they do with that money shouldn't be seen as anything in relation to the business and what the business spends its money on. It's strange.
But capital gains only applies to non-monetary compensation, right?
It applies to assets that are sold.
Well, what I mean by that, if the salary is $20 million, then he's getting a tax. If that's all in,
if it's
income,
salary, then it's taxed as income.
Appropriately in that bracket, which is the highest bracket.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So what
they do is they accept. I mean, they get pretty high salaries. $300,000. It depends on the company, of course.
No, more like they'll break it down into the values of usually 3 or 4. So if it's $20 million, they'll get $5 million, and then $5 million, $5 million, $5 million in various different, facets, right? I mean, like we're talking income, stocks,
Yes, stock options are usually what the CEO will take, and they'll take more stock options and less salary. It depends on whatever deal that's negotiate. They negotiate the deal with the company that wants to hire them. But their stock options, when they cash them in, I'm pretty sure they're taxed as capital gains as opposed to income. So in a sense, it's like they're getting paid like income, but only in the form of stock options, because it's a tax advantageous way to get paid.
I don't think so. With capital gains would never apply to the stock market.
Oh, it definitely applies to stock market. And I mean, I pay long. I have stock that I have held for more than a year. If I sell that, it gets taxed at the long-term capital gains tax rate.
What's that?
It's like 15 or 20%.
15 or 20?
Yeah.
That's a big difference, bro.
Well, I know. I'm not. I think it's. I'm not sure which one it is.
Huh. Yeah, I would have thought that it would have. So, what does a 401k fall into? Income?
That is taxed as income when, depending on whether you do. I think it's taxed as income when you withdraw the money.
Boy, it's paramount to be able to somehow switch a 401k to that capital gains.
No, you can't do it.
It's impossible.
Nope.
I have a quick question.
The benefit is that you get, presumably after you retire, your income is lower, so your tax rate is lower. So when you withdraw it,
Right, of course.
Can someone explain to me the American model of tipping? So, in other words, when we go to Australia, tipping is not cultural. You know, like they get paid a wage just like everybody else there, and tipping is like above and beyond and not normal. Why does America run with the tipping model? And would it be so bad if tips were taken away and everybody was just paid a wage for their service?
Yes, it would be bad.
Why?
I don't think it works. I think servers have carved out a sweet little niche for themselves where they can make a couple $100 a night, and they're not fucking getting rich here. And if you want to turn around and pay them 16 or 17 bucks an hour, they're going to be hurting, and it's just going to cause chaos. I don't mind. I look at the tab. I double it. I don't care if I'm doubling the tax too. So if it's, $60, I double the 6, make it 12, give them a $12 tip, and that's it. Simple for me. That's well over 20% because it includes the tax that I'm doubling. And I'm happy to do that because I know here in the state of Massachusetts, servers get like $3.12 an hour.
Right.
No big fucking deal, dude. You start telling me they're making $16 an hour. Now I know they're fucked. They're not going to make any money. The restaurant has to raise prices. I'm going to tip a lot.
That's the argument I've heard mostly, is that the food prices will go up. The
Everything
model is
will.
based on charging less for food. which
My
doesn't
favorite is
make sense.
when I go to pick up food, they want a tip. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
You push the get the fuck out of here button?
Me too.
Yes, I'm like, fuck you. You just made the food.
Me too.
I give them like
got a bottle of water.
$3.
No.
He said, "How much do you want to tip?" And I said, "Other, 0," right in front of him. And
Yes. Yes.
Right. Sarita bought a muffin for like $7 or something at the airport.
What?
She turned down an egg sandwich for
I was
14.
hungry.
Well, yeah, like
$7
it's
for
like-
a muffin?
You remember how Kamal was talking about price gouging? I feel
Yes.
like the airports are being ignored if the grocery stores are considered to be.
Oh,
price
you're talking about the
gouging.
airport. Yeah, everything's expensive there.
Right, but to a gouging degree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
that's
my
rough.
favorite. I went to pick up food, and then I swipe my card, and it says, "How much you want to tip?" I'm like,
0.
I'm picking the food up.
And then it said, "Be
Right.
honest" at the bottom.
Well, the other thing I've noticed is that when they give you the choice of tips, it used to be 15%, then 18%, then 20%. Then it became 18%, 20%, and 22%. And now I've seen where the lowest predefined tip amount is 20% and on up to 25%. So you got to hit the custom tip button and
Hit
then
0.
And then
enter
draw
the
little
actual
finger.
tip, and the server knows that you're not giving them their good tip because you're like hitting the keypad 1,000 times, even if they can't see the numbers.
And you do that to save $1?
Absolutely, I don't.
Why the fuck
Or-
would I
or more,
pick
I'm
up
not-
food?
Look at the pride in Nathan's face for dance right now. He's
Why
just
would I
like-
pick up food? I would just have it delivered and then
My
pay the
hero.
tip on that. That's the shit that drives me nuts.
I mean, if the prices of food goes up, then 15% also goes up. So they're getting more. I mean, there's no reason to change the tip amount.
Are you for
Do you-
as a percentage.
Do you feel bad if you like if you have a coupon and you're getting a good deal or something, or like say happy hour and you're getting half price appetizers? Do you double up the tip to compensate for the good
Definitely
deal?
double up the tip.
Oh, do you? Oh,
I do.
shit.
I tip what
gonna-
would be normal, what they would normally get.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
you'd be an asshole not to double the tip, bro.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
Oh,
$5.
that deal
no.
you're getting is between you and the restaurant, not between you and the server.
Right.
That's a good point.
The server's doing the same amount of
I'm
work.
gonna have to think about that next time.
I don't know.
You really do that, AFAD?
Well, I always give more than 20% because
Well, I mean, are you
feel like-
serious, Topple? If you had a coupon, you wouldn't tip on the original amount?
No, I would tip on the original amount. I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I thought
They
he.
could set the same thing.
Oh, I
No.
thought
I'm not saying the same thing.
Well, he's saying he's a bad man.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you tip on the fucking
original
On the
price.
discount. He tips on the discount.
Well, not if I had a coupon, no, but happy hour pricing or something like that, then I would tip off of the bill I was handed.
That's terrible. I mean, you know what? Just think about your fellow human beings.
But
Fuck humans.
like I said, though, I always tip more than 20%,
Well,
unless they did a shitty job or something. But I feel like 20% is where you start if they did just a
I
total
got buy one
average.
get one free pizza. It was $12, so I tipped on the 12.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be tipping you a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Nor would he eat the food you serve.
No.
Dude.
No, tipping is getting out of control in the U.S. though. That is very
Well,
very
and like
true.
everywhere you go now, they want you to round up for some kind of cause or something.
Yes.
Oh, I always say no to that.
No,
I don't
I
care
know,
if they
and my
starve.
wife gets mad at me, and I'm like, I'll choose what I want to.
Can I write that off at the end of the year?
Like
You've
the
heard the
guy ringing the bell, like I do several times every Christmas season. I'll throw some money in the can for
I
that.
avoid them.
Man, I usually just
Salvation Army?
The guy, the
Yeah.
fireman on the
Salvation
side, and the fireman at the corner with the
Fuck
boot,
that, I give
and you
them
get
money.
you get a Tootsie Roll. I give that guy some money.
Yeah, your house is on fire. They'll remember your face.
I just
What
want
you
to
want
share
to do is
quickly.
grab like 30 pennies, and those babies
Now,
make
see,
it sound,
if
they'll
they're
make
in
it
a,
sound like you're making it rain. Clink, clink, clink.
oh, you're gonna
It'll be
give
like
him an idea. He's gonna get slugs.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna put some metal slugs in there, some washers I found in my
Some
pocket.
washers. You get in the
Worth
junkyard.
more than the penny.
Lead's better because it makes a bigger sound.
Yeah, pennies actually worth less than a washer. So use
Right.
the penny.
Exactly. 5 cents versus
Well,
3
not-
cents.
I
Not
don't
if
know
you-
about that.
Not if you took the rusty washer off of something you took apart.
Well, yeah. Now you're just being evil. The
Couldn't find
the
it for a
concept that
special.
Walmart uses for its donations is they'll give $50,000 to Save the Kids Foundation, whatever, and then they'll ask you, do you want to donate as a customer of their store? Do you want to donate towards Save the Kids Foundation?
Oh wow, you
Right.
read it?
But they only ever give them $50,000, and everything that they make past $50,000 they keep as a profit.
Oh, I never
That's
read
what
it. I
the
just hit
workers
zero.
were
Oh, I don't
blowing the
believe
whistle
that.
on them for. And if that's true,
I don't know if that's
that's a messed up money making scheme.
Yeah, I don't think
Well,
that's
have
good.
any of us ever sat down and read what they were saying? No.
I don't
What he
think.
was
Now,
saying.
I'll tell you something that is true though. When you see those gumball machines and it says like donate to the March of Dimes,
Yes.
that's all profit for the company.
So
They
it's a
pay the
nonprofit.
March of Dimes for the right to put that little sign above the gumball machine. And that's their donation, and it's a fixed amount. The money you put in that
Wow.
machine, they take it and keep it all.
So there's nothing
Sons
new
of
under the sun.
bitches.
Damn gumballs.
Same thing. Same thing. Well, not similar with the clothing drop boxes. You'll see the little shed on the
Yes,
corner.
it's the same thing.
Yes, Make a
It
Wish
is.
Foundation. I did a lot of work for
Same thing.
one of those, and the Make a Wish Foundation.
A
was
lot of
the
work
big thing.
diving in those.
And no,
You got first dibs.
but the percentage that they
It's how
give,
they know what's valuable. They filmed what he's taking away.
what they do is they sell this per pound to Africa, and if you look at like a lot of African clips, you'll see that a lot of these African kids and stuff have American shirts. They have no
Yeah.
idea what that shirt says.
Yeah.
It's because they sold per pound, and it is literally like 18% of what they get per pound and sell
I'm about to
is
buy
what
it.
they give to the foundation that they're supporting.
I'm about to buy a lot of shirts that say I'm not gay, but $20 is 20, and drop all them off at those donations. Just to see kids walking around with
Yeah,
them.
then you're gonna see a bunch of guys in Los Angeles wearing those shirts, and none of the kids in Africa.
Is it true that they gave out shirts to kids like in situations where like they had 2 sets of shirts printed out for championship games, and they like sent the loser shirt?
I'm sure.
Like,
what are you gonna do?
overseas?
Throw it
no one's gonna
away?
want those.
Yeah, you gotta throw it away.
Right, but wouldn't those shirts be worth a lot? Like to
Well, that what the famous what was it? The Dewey versus the
Dewey versus Truman. Dewey
Yeah.
defeats
The
Truman.
newspaper.
Chicago Tribune.
Yeah.
yeah, that's relevant.
Truman was holding it up in that photo.
Was that from 70, 80, 90 years ago? That's
It was from 1948.
Did the same thing happen with Al Gore? That Al Gore supposedly won, and then a lot of newspapers reported that, and then it changed overnight. Am I thinking this wrong?
I don't think anybody called the. Well, it's not that I remember. That's
Okay.
not what I remember about that election.
Are you talking about a news ticker that was showing prematurely a win?
No. Newspapers printed that he won, and then they had to pull all the newspapers because the change of the events that happened. The hanging chads
dangling.
Right.
or dangling. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that was that was a tricked out election. Excuse me, near the end.
And that was all Florida, right? That was just based in
Yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
Basically, the local election committee needed more time, and I believe the federal mediator decided to tell them it's over, shut it down. It was a Sunday night, and all the votes hadn't been counted. They stopped counting, and the election was called. Is that
Gore.
right? Is that your recollection, Last Dance? It was something like that.
It
I'm
was
positive of it.
It was the Supreme Court of the United States that
Oh,
Shut it down. They shut down the local count. They said no more, and it was
no,
it.
all the votes. I think all the votes were counted.
They
I think
were
it was
not.
it was the recounts that were.
they
shut
had to do
down.
the recount. Yeah.
There was all of the idiosyncrasies of it, the minutiae of it, were not complete. And
Well,
they
the problem
decided.
was, I mean, first of all, obviously, Gore wanted to keep recounting them until he won, and then that would be the total. But the other
So-
problem was that these were physical cards, and every time they recounted him, the cards changed a little bit. Holes fell out and things changed because it was a fragile physical piece of paper that, the more you couldn't just keep recounting them, the state of the ballot would change over time.
What
They
was the final
hadn't
count?
finished
Was the
the
final
count.
count? He lost Florida?
He lost by like, I don't know, 500 votes or
Ugh.
something incredibly small.
They couldn't finish the count because the Supreme Court had decided that that was it on that Sunday, and that they would stop counting, and that was all they were going to allow.
How
And-
long after the end of the vote did they make that decision? Like a month or a week? Or
No, it wasn't that
It's a
long.
few days, I thought.
Yeah,
So how's
Oh.
California and stuff getting away with it?
because it's
They
irrelevant.
haven't even counted the ballots yet.
It's already been called.
First time.
Back then, it hadn't been called.
Florida was a recount.
It was an uncalled election that had gone days later. There was a lot of suspense. Now,
And it was down. It was down to
know-
that state. If the state went one way or the other, that was who the president was going to be.
yeah,
Right.
now we know Cheeto Bandito is our man. We're psyched. We got him. He's our dog. So wasn't like back then.
I just
All
need
For
right.
one
some
more
reason
week.
now they've claimed him president, but all these states aren't finished. Like,
Well, Senate seats are still available. That's why.
yeah, I don't really get it. Why, like, they're just not finishing this shit so quickly. I know we went over this earlier. It's kind of ridiculous, but what the hell are you going to do?
Well,
Do
I
you
think it
think-
has a lot to do with the scrutiny over past elections that people want to make sure that they do it absolutely perfect too, and that there's no funny business.
Do you think that the next 4 years of time are going to be 4 years of peace or 4 years of chaos?
What
Any view on that?
world-wise? World-wise on the world?
Yeah, I mean America, and then the rest of the world.
So here, let me just bring up one example. I hate to interrupt you.
That's fine.
In Michigan, the Senate seat has been the projected winner is the Democrat, and she's leading by looks like about 20,000 votes. There are an estimated 87,000 votes yet to be counted in that race, and it's November 30th. I mean, come on.
Are they hard up for volunteers?
I don't know what. Maybe they just can't count above that amount. They just they can't figure it out.
Well, would you rather have people counting them or machines counting them?
Don't
I'd rather
care.
have machines counting, but either way,
I
come on.
don't care.
Because you could cheat both. Doesn't matter.
Well, with the machine, it should either be able to be say a 1 or 0, and if it can't read it, then it would be like an X.
Thrown out.
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah.
And then a human would have to look at it.
Oh,
Well,
So
the
You could
machine
always have a
counts.
human look at it afterwards anyway, just to verify it, and then they could always come back later and be like,
yeah,
this
every
is
state has
accurate.
different.
The
sure.
machine counts will be finished 1 minute after the polls close. So that's a big benefit these days.
Let's just not talk about Dominion, because we know what's happening.
That's where I was leading to.
Rudy can't even buy a.
I saw that. He can't even buy a drink these days.
He's screwed.
You should
Oh,
donate him some
man.
tea, Topple. Ship some.
What's that?
Ship a crate of Bojangles tea to his house.
You
Is
feel
no-
bad for him? I heard you, Aphid. You feel bad for him?
Well, is nobody buying a drink for him? Because like
America's
20
mayor?
yeah, 20 years ago he couldn't walk into a bar without getting drinks handed to him left and right. And now he's got the shit running down the side of his face, and he can't
What?
buy a.
Wasn't he
drink
just
for
selling
himself.
something? He was selling something. Like a coin or something?
Or like Trump
Oh, but-
sneakers or something.
He really looked good in that Borat movie where he laid down on the bed on his
Oh
back.
yeah, he did. He came
He
off like
unbuckled
it.
his belt.
Oh man.
Yeah, but the belt really turned Aphid off. That's the problem.
That's right.
It's dirty.
Right. That was,
Oh,
I
no,
knew.
you- Don't touch
I-
her now.
I knew it was on that belt.
Fecal material.
Who
Yeah,
left?
I mean, what the fuck?
Paka.
Oh, our bass is out.
Sleeping. I'm surprised we haven't heard him snore yet.
Well, I heard a snore coming from.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove him from the stage.
Yeah, he can always
Why?
come.
Later,
he can
buddy.
always come back.
Just kicking people out.
Well, what if he has like he gets up and starts pissing in the corner of the room or something?
No, only you do that
We don't want to.
No, I
We don't
made
wanna
that
hear
mistake,
that.
Topple. He's not the
I mean,
only one that's done
no.
How
it.
about this? Do you
Get that
sleepwalk at all, Aphid?
Not that I know of. I don't think.
Well, your
so.
wife would tell you, so.
I think only when I have
She just
massive
films
amount-
it. She never tells you.
massive
Mass
amounts
amounts of what?
alcohol is when I.
Because I had a buddy
sleepwalk.
that used to sleepwalk, and he would like pee in a corner in the room and shit.
There was
That's
there
me,
was
dude.
several other incidences that I think that the same thing happened, but it was in a trash can the one time.
Well, that's
So you
classy.
sleepwalk.
So
There's a difference
we
between
just
a
had
blackout
we
and
had a
sleepwalk,
little
though.
trash can filled with piss, and
Oh,
how else would that have happened? It was just by default. And
Trash can full of piss.
past experiences. Well, it was like a little trash can with like a shopping bag insert.
All right, I
thrown
got
into it.
enough of a picture. Thanks.
Jesus.
laundry
I really
basket.
paint's quite
I
particular.
seriously doubt somebody broke into my house just to piss into that trash can.
It would fuck with you though if someone
It
did.
would.
It's that Dean, where call it, that comedian, just break into a house and kick down the door and walk out. The owner will be so confused when they get back.
I mean, it happens. I broke into houses before. Who does?
Whoa. This is on YouTube
Whoa.
now. Watch out. You're not doing beanies.
Well, no, we
Smokesteve.
went into a house and we made a sandwich, and then we left with our sandwiches. Completely normal
So
college
just
town
breaking and
behavior.
entering, it's just theft.
Sandwich.
Did you know the person's house?
Were you a practicing
Don't
communist?
think so.
I feel like I'm an investigator now.
I
What
mean,
was the
UMass
address?
Yeah, don't
UMass
ask the
Amherst
right
was a
questions.
wild. UMass Amherst was a wild place, bro. Telling you.
So
Crazy.
you just knew they had sandwich material in the house?
It
Like,
was
God
actually
forbid
just-
you broke into the Last Dance's house. There's no meat, no cheese. You're
What's
fucked.
the snow
Oh.
turkey substance?
That would suck. That's when you come home and find somebody that committed suicide.
You'd be like, what the hell's going
Must
on
have
here?
broken into a vegan. He got up his nerve to break into someone's house, and it was a vegan's house.
That's when you piss all over the place.
No, now you're raising it to another level. Sandwich making doesn't get you to that level. You get in, you get out.
You broke in and... Okay.
Yeah,
I hear no justification on
You
his
probably
That's
should
a-
stop asking for details.
That's a lot of risk.
You
for-
entered a
Little-
house with a
little
closed
reward.
door. How did you enter the house?
Well,
Don't answer that. Actually, don't answer that.
First of all, like, we had a huge wrestling match in the front yard.
Gay.
It's a
Yeah,
college.
just thinking
You have
that.
assault going on in the front yard. You're breaking
Right.
and entering.
Of course, I won.
They were
'cause I'm
hungry after their orgy.
kind of tough.
You guys do a gladiator skit before?
No, totally gay wrestling. And
Whoa.
then
Oh.
we
CW.
threw on our rainbow tank tops and just
Oh.
paraded into the house. And we were like turkey and geese, and then they served us up sweet
Wait,
pickles
yeah.
only,
Wow.
and it was great. We left. High five. It was great. Quite
Yes,
guys-
we're looking for a group of guys with no pants on wearing rainbow shirts. I hear they're eating provolone cheese currently and some rye.
They might have some mayonnaise on their lips, but we're
Yeah.
not sure. of the mayonnaise.
Right.
It might be
Don't
Miracle
forget,
Whip.
don't forget the
Fucking
sweet
tops.
pickles, boys.
Sweet pickles.
And
Apparently, they're after the relish.
See,
Yeah.
I would break into a Dairy Queen and have some blizzards, but not someone's house for a sandwich.
Ew.
Now, see,
Yeah,
Dairy
they
Queen
might
would
be college kids.
Dairy Queen would prosecute. Most likely, the person at someone's house would just laugh it off.
Yeah, I'm
I
not.
don't-
Sure
I don't know
would
about that.
happen. I don't.
Someone
think that's what-
I don't know about laughing.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
Nervous
good
laugh
chance.
it off.
They might shoot you
There-
too. That's more common.
Dairy Farms on the other hand do let you break into them. Dairy
Like
Farms.
Last Dance, if you came
If
home
there's
and all your
anyone
broccoli
watching
was
this
gone,
for
wouldn't you be
educational
pissed?
purposes, please don't listen to what we're saying.
I honestly, at my age, I would just assume I forgot what I did with it.
Can't wait.
I thought I had broccoli, but
Jesus.
Do you guys have any thoughts on betting being legal, sports betting?
I think it's, my son just started.
Oof.
Yes. And he's under 21, which I told him if you ever win big, you're fucked.
right.
Oh wait, it's not 18.
No, it's not 18 online. Well, I don't know if that's a state thing, but I think most online is 21.
I just thought it was an interesting question because a friend of mine was talking to me recently, and he was big on fantasy football. And he was complaining that about all the sports betting that's happening because it's changing things. And I
What,
was
the
like,
outcome of the
I
outcome of the
think-
games?
I think I guess the vibe of maybe fantasy football is changing because people can just like legit bet now, and the aspect of gambling and fantasy football. I don't know if it was related or if it was not.
Well, I've done fantasy football and not using just friends. It was just fun.
Right.
But I don't
Apparently
know.
There's a little more competitive.
Yeah, I don't. And
Well, what I think should be controversial is the tight integration between professional sports and gambling establishments.
What does that mean?
For example, hockey games are televised by television networks that are owned by gambling companies, and they have they advertise all the time.
Why is that
And
bad though? Like a monopoly type situation, or
well, it's sort of putting the sport and the thing they're trying to avoid, which is fixing games or throwing games for gamblers. You're moving them closer together. It's like it's like taking the two spheres of uranium and moving them closer together. It's eventually going to chain react.
what happens at the chain reaction?
Games are thrown by the players or the coaches or whatever and they get paid for it to help gamblers who are in on the scam.
Pete Rose is rolling over in his grave. Too
I
soon.
don't know the reference.
Or you have refs that dictate games.
Yeah,
and
I don't think we're there yet, but we just keep getting closer and closer to it.
I think we are there with the NFL. The
I
Chiefs
was going
keep
to say,
winning
does anyone here
games.
think NFL is rigged?
I see, no,
The Chiefs keep winning
I
due
know
to refs. So,
I don't think it's refs. I mean, who
bullshit. Saw that game yesterday.
who made the guy snap the ball when nobody was looking?
The ref was already calling it off.
Yeah, I don't know. The refs seem to be a little biased with the Chiefs, just like they were with my boy Tommy Brady.
Yes. We all hated them.
Yeah,
I'm never
Blunt,
going to
they were
deny
talking about
that
it
they
last time.
seem to give him a little bit of safe passage, a little bit of more calls, you know.
Apparently,
Tucker
Blunt
Rule.
thinks that the
That's the most
Jake
famous
Paul
one.
fight was faked. I didn't
Well,
watch
no,
but
it
you
was
guys just said it's pretty
staged. It
boring.
was staged.
Hey, do you like Tom Brady as a color commentator? Have you listened to any games with him?
I have. I think he's gotten better.
I agree. I think he's gotten a lot better. And
I think Romo got worse.
I know Wayne
Yeah.
Brady.
I think
I
Brady's.
love. I just take everything Tom Brady says as gospel, just because who he is.
I
That
think
could
he
get you in
started
some tight
out rough,
places,
and he's
man.
gotten a lot better, and
I think so.
he's going to develop into a good guy. I think he's going to work.
I think so too.
What do you guys think about Jay Buck?
I
Joe
don't
Buck,
know him.
Joe
I'm
Buck?
sorry, Joe Buck. Sorry.
love him.
Do you?
Very
Hate him.
knowledgeable.
Another commenter.
He's
He's the play-by-play guy.
last name.
He's kind of a Yankees sycophant, but he's
the
all right.
son of Jack Buck, a legendary sportscaster, baseball
Cardinal.
announcer.
So everybody in St. Louis area loves him, but I've heard a lot of people can't stand him and just won't even listen to a broadcast. that he's doing.
Philadelphia fans hate him because he's always been, I forget, a New York Giants rider. So that's a divisional opponent. So that's why they hate him. And the shit that he would say.
What about Bob Costas? What do you guys think of him?
He annoys the crap out of me. Just yammering on forever. I don't like that.
He's another St. Louis guy.
I miss Madden. The clueless talking of nothing.
Yeah,
There's a guy that's going to tackle that guy. That was his commentary.
I thought
Pretty
some of
good.
his things.
Pretty
I
good.
loved it. Some
See,
of
the
his-
quarterback, he's going to throw the ball. The other guy's supposed to catch the ball, but he didn't.
He commented on things he wasn't supposed to, and that was fun. Like, for some reason, there was a fight in the stands. And for some reason, the cameraman zoomed into the fight, and, you couldn't tell anything. And John Med says, the guy, whoever got his shirt off, that's the guy that's guilty. And then the cameraman zoomed in, and there's some guy with his shirt off getting restrained.
Well, you also have the Joe Buck one when Antonio Brown scored a touchdown and he fake mooned the crowd and he got all that is
Yeah.
disgusting. It's like
I
shut the
agree.
fuck up.
Joe Buck has done that a couple times, kind of feigned outrage, which is
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
weird. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, Joe Buck's a fucking moron for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
see?
whoa,
See? I told you.
whoa.
Some people can't stand him.
Have you guys
For
heard about-
that one, for the most part, when he just called the stupid game and shut his fucking face,
Well,
I'd
his
be like,
job is
all
to
right,
talk.
he's good. No, he's fine when he didn't inject himself. When he did, he sucked. That,
worst right now,
that particular
Colin.
time was one of the worst. Although that being said, when Antonio Brown lost his mind with I think it was with the Bucks.
Bucks.
I think
Yeah,
Brady was his quarterback.
right.
They were friends.
Mike Evans, I think, was on the squad at the time. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
And
Still is.
Evans was trying to convince him not to fucking do it. And fucking Antonio Brown ran to the end zone, took his shirt off, acted like a fucking psychopath. It was one of the greatest downfalls of a pretty good receiver.
Oh,
You
I
know,
don't know.
I don't call it a downfall.
I guarantee you, he knew what he was doing. He knew he was.
He never played football again.
He
Toppled.
knew it. He knew he
he
was.
made a lot of money. He's making money.
He knew
now.
he was leaving football, and not just the Bucks when he did.
Yeah,
that.
but
I think
he's
He's
still had
making money
game.
now.
He had game left though.
for
That's
sure.
all I'm saying.
But he also had a lot of concussions. So are we going to blame him or the NFL for letting helmet hits happen?
We're going to blame him because he's a sentient being. He's a human fucking being and can do it
Topper's
himself.
going woke.
Jesus. Blame the NFL. What are you
What?
fucking crazy, dude?
I'm
Right?
against tackling. We need to do flag football now.
Fag? What'd you say?
Whoa.
Flag.
I don't think
Flag.
you use
Leave
that word.
that out.
Oh,
Nah,
we're not allowed to say that on YouTube.
I know
uh,
Trump just won, but we can't use
As
that
an
word
alpha
still.
male, I didn't realize I was not as safe. But
You can't
we
say
were
the
all
F.
talking. It didn't come through really that much. It sounded like bag.
sorry,
With the
I'm so immature.
You can use the 4-letter F word, just not the 3-letter F word.
Yes. I know.
Oh,
There's,
yeah,
you're
that-
counting that, are you? Yeah.
Remember the guy who retired?
Anyway,
Retired at halftime.
Oh yeah. And it was Boston in Patriots, the cornerback.
I don't remember.
He
who
was a
it was.
cornerback. He just
Okay.
quit during halftime.
I know he was in the defense. He just said,
Fuck it, I'm out.
I think he said, I just realized, it just came to me that I didn't care anymore. I didn't have it in me, and I knew I was done.
I wish I could make that kind of money and just be like, fuck it, I'm done.
have you guys heard of Peyton Manning and his brother? I believe it is do their commentary
Yeah.
over football games.
I
It's
see
on
bits.
Monday Night
I don't
Football.
watch it, but I see bits.
Okay,
Yeah.
my brother-in-law was talking it up, saying it was interesting because it's just two
It-
quarterbacks saying what they would do or
I
what.
mean, it's pretty good, but I still prefer to listen to the play-by-play.
Right.
I wish I could hear both at the same time, but I don't have that skill.
Oh well.
Uh,
One day
And actually, the worst
when you get your
one,
Neuralink in.
Collinsworth, I cannot listen to that program
hate
at
him.
all.
I hate
And
it.
if he's watching the Chiefs game, he's just sucking on Mahomes.
And I feel guilty about hating him because he's knowledgeable. He was a fine player,
Gobble.
but he's just too annoying. I can't stand him.
Oh, you guys are
What,
such
Mr. Bigglesworth?
bitches.
What'd you say?
What?
What's his name?
Collinsworth.
Chris
Colin.
Collinsworth.
You
Very
guys are
proper.
such bitches, man.
Oh yeah,
What?
you got it.
Collinsworth ain't nothing. He's just a fucking talking head.
Yeah,
Why
but
why be annoyed by him and his dumb blah blah blah? You know, he delivers what's happening. It's fine. It's not that bad.
he can't say it on here. Anytime you watch him, because
I'll
you
do
loved
it.
him
What
because
is it?
he did it with the Patriots with Tom Brady. Oh, only he could make that play. No,
He hated
no.
Tom Brady.
No,
He
that's not
fucking
what I
hated
got.
Tom Brady. Oh no.
Well,
Collinsworth.
they didn't play at the same time. Collinsworth retired many years before Brady came on the scene.
No, I'm talking about when he's called the
when
game.
the commentary.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what the repercussions are for college games when players get into a massive brawl? Like,
Oh,
so
like
my
today?
understanding is that the Michigan.
Yeah, I want to watch
Ohio
that.
game-
Michigan, Ohio State. Yeah, I want to see that.
Michigan tried to put their flag on their logo.
No, no,
Pull
no,
it
no,
up.
no.
We'll play it on
Ohio.
here. I don't care.
Ohio.
Let's pull it up. Pull it up.
But it
I'll
looked
get
like
the
a
link.
lot of
Hold up.
Michigan players got maced
Give me
too.
a second. Oh, I'm just curious what the repercussions for that are. Is that the last game of their season?
No.
Okay. So what would that be like? Whoever was caught fighting is going to basically sit games out or something?
No, I don't see it. That I think they will leave that to the team to discipline.
Oh, pff.
They're not paid. They're not paid.
That's assault. Like that's like breaking laws of
Well,
the state.
Now, if
Nobody.
it's a sports. Like if
I
you
mean,
look
what
at
do you-
hockey,
Yeah, hockey.
people can beat the fuck out of each
It's
other.
5 minutes for fighting in a penalty box.
Well,
Nobody gets.
is
nobody
that
gets
where
arrested.
football's heading?
No, football will never reach. They're all wearing pads anyway, and they got rid of that in hockey already, which I don't watch hockey. I used to, but
What do you mean they got rid of it?
well, it's not as much as it used to be. You didn't have
but they're still allowed. It's still allowed, and people still get the 5 minute penalty, and they're
Are they getting suspended too now? If they get a certain
not.
amount,
Typically not. Yeah,
All
if they, there are limits, but then no, they let them fight.
I mean, you would think that the schools would have standards at these universities that assault is an offense. So if their sports team is breaking these offenses, there would be some type of repercussion.
did anybody get injured?
I don't know.
I
If
don't know.
someone
I
gets
have no
injured, okay, maybe. But if no one got injured, it's like back in the day when we played football for high schools. There'd be
I mean,
fight. No one got
it's-
ever.
It's not out of the question that criminal charges are filed, but it would really have to be quite egregious.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just angry and you smack some guy's helmet 100 times, even you're not going to get charged. The league may, the athletic association may suspend you or demand sanctions or do something, but no, there's not going to be police
You got the
involvement.
heat on, Smoke?
Not really.
Why
Doesn't
not?
get down here. Doesn't really get down here.
Oh, you don't have it? Okay.
I have some vents. I think I might have blocked them off.
Oh, you got forced air, don't you?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's freezing, dude. It's like 27 degrees outside and going down.
No, I just filled
For
my
the
tank.
second
I only
video I
spent
sent is
600
better.
for it.
Well, I got gas, so I'm fine with that.
Oh,
It's
I got oil.
When I was playing football in high school, I remember that they treated soil from the field as like this religious relic. And like if you beat a rival team, you would take some of the soil of the field like in a clandestine manner and take it back
Really?
and put it on your field. So in the second video that I sent here, it shows how the Wolverines come out with their flag and they're like showing off their flag and everything. And it's when they go to stick it into the soil that shit goes south.
Well, you're also talking about rivalry.
Rivalry.
It's college, yeah.
close enough. You're fine.
It's
We know what
college
you mean.
football. You're talking about a whole different. Ohio against Michigan's always one of the big games that it was natural. It was on the TV.
Yeah, who lost the game?
Ohio.
Ohio.
Bingo.
Apparently, it was an upset.
So, I mean,
Ohio hasn't won in 4 years.
you stick that shit in the field of the loser, then the loser has carte blanche to go fucking crazy. I don't care what they do.
I agree. That's just part. Those are the rules.
Yeah.
You know,
Unless
the
someone
loser
gets
already
really
lost. So they're like, fuck it. We already lost. Let's go kill. You know,
Unless you're
saying?
stomping a
I
guy's
would do
head
it.
on the ground, but
Yeah, fuck it. I mean,
The
that's
Army
how I
Navy
would
games
roll.
rival like that?
No,
what's
they're
that
much.
really.
They have much more mutual respect.
Okay.
Now the Air Force, they'll call it an airstrike if they lose.
Wait, what?
The service academies.
No,
They like
AFED.
to-
Oh, Cup of Tea says my dad hates
Yeah.
me,
Oh,
and I admitted
oh.
it. And
That's
my dad's
past
been
tense. You have to
my
use
dad's
past
been my dad's been dead for a long time.
I
Uh-oh,
mean, I
somebody's
kind
gonna
of miss
call.
that. Sorry, man. I'm kind of wasted.
I mean,
Sorry.
We can tell by the hoodie.
I don't like
That's
that.
because
I
I'm
mean,
cold, not because I'm wasted.
Oh, I thought it was fashion.
Legitimately cold.
Well, when it comes to temperature setting in, it's definitely cold here now. Like I think it's going down to 12 degrees tomorrow night or something, and then it's staying in the low
12
temperatures.
degrees? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be down there somewhere. We got snow today. It's so awesome out there, like because everything's covered in snow.
yeah, you saw that picture.
Because it's like there's that sound difference because the deadening of the snow. So
Oh,
you go
yeah.
outside and it's just like
You
That
forget
snow-
about
that
All right,
snow
I gotta
hush.
take off. I'll talk to you guys. Have a great week.
I'm gonna.
All
I'm
right.
getting ready.
that. Sorry
I'm
for
getting
getting
ready.
Hey, it's good talking to you, Taco.
Yeah, top.
I'll
Have,
see you
have a
guys.
great week. All right, see you next week.
Just running up.
He doesn't look happy.
I'm getting ready to scoot out. Yeah, he just got called, so it might
Yeah.
be something to do with that.
Poor guy.
Holy
Probably
crap!
all the
It's
editing
midnight.
I'm doing on those.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Yeah.
scooting out of here soon. I got leftovers that I'm looking forward to going. We had our.
Not
I
from
cook-
Thanksgiving, I hope. Those
Well-
are done, dude.
Yeah, well, I cooked today was when I had mine.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, what
tell
do
us
you
a little
guys
bit
know about-
your Thanksgiving experience, bro? We didn't get to hear your story.
Who?
Aphid.
Me? Oh, I
Hey,
just
Thanksgiving.
I was Cup of Tea telling him how I told him how my dad was disappointed. No, I had a great relationship with my dad. I don't know where you're coming from. Cup
Yeah, I
of
don't
Tea.
know.
It doesn't affect me in any way, so don't get too offended by it. But
All right.
I didn't
it's
believe
just
him.
not. It's just not true. I mean, I had a great relationship with my dad. Anyway, no, we had we went to in-laws. Usually, I used to do Thanksgiving dinner every year, and then several years ago we went to this revolving thing with because I always had it, and we had Christmas a lot too, and there was 3 siblings on my wife's side of the family, so it just made sense that we started trading off the responsibility so I don't get Thanksgiving. But it was such a big deal to me. I was on the news the one year with because I started cooking at 3 a.m. for like 20 something
Yes.
people. So this year, it was not at my house. So, but my mom and my brother are the only ones left on my side of the family, unfortunately. So there's, I feel bad for them. And my wife was like, we got to have them over, So today we had the full spread. I got up early and cooked the big Thanksgiving feast for my mom and my brother today. So I got some leftovers upstairs that I make these wontons with ground turkey, carrots, celery, and fried wontons with cranberry sauce, sweet and sour sauce that I make, and
Sounds
I'm gonna
pretty
warm
good.
I'm gonna warm some of those up before I hit the hay tonight for sure.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, eating ground meat before you go to bed doesn't give you upset stomach or indigestion.
We don't worry about that. Until
Okay,
it
I was just
happens,
like, I
you
can't. At my age,
That's
no,
why I got a big old. That's why I got a big old plastic thing of Tums sitting next to my bed.
The gallon size.
Gnawing a couple of those,
That's cool. I'm glad that you guys got a good spread. I had my sister came over with her family and they brought instruments and I got to jam for the first time with them. Like I've jammed with the band for a long time, so it was a great vibe.
Bluegrass?
No, we did like a bunch of '90s songs, like and redid it, like "Hit Me, Baby, One More
What are they
Time."
playing?
Britney
Well,
Spears at 3
give me the
times
rundown. Give me the rundown of instruments.
Britney Spears.
My sister played bass, electric bass. My brother-in-law played guitar. I played djembe and cajon, drum, and sang. And we just like made
So
fun.
bass, drum, guitar. It's a good start.
Yeah, it was just fun, and
Anyone
taking songs
singing?
and having fun with them. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds epic, bro.
Did you sing?
Yeah, man.
Did you sing "Hit Me, Baby, One More
Oh.
Time"?
I was making fun of it as I was playing drum.
Doesn't matter. Singing is singing.
Singing is singing. I was
Yeah,
singing
spin it.
every other syllable, I think, for half the songs just to make fun of it.
And also, like, trying to stay tight on that particular song with the djembe, not that easy. Gotta hit it.
Oh,
with
nailed it, dude. I've got like 20. I've got 25 years now or no, shit, 30 years
of playing Britney Spears songs.
well, probably.
Britney Spears forever.
It's Britney, bitch. No, not her in particular, but you know, just
big fan, are you?
Yeah, because you can't play like an offset conga type beat. You have to play the straight.
No, but
like
a djembe is very forgiving. Once you get good at djembe, you don't just have 2 hands, you have 10 fingers. So like you can play many different rhythms inside of a rhythm and match music that you wouldn't normally match. It's way more I guess you can do it on a drum set once you get really comfortable with the drum set and you have a lot of cymbals and snares and toms. But usually it's a drum set's very like clear cut, you know, there's not much creativity when it comes to it. But with the djembe, you can get really smooth with it.
What's a djembe?
African hand drum. It's
Like
goat skin wood.
Like a bongo?
It's yeah, sort of, but way more flexibility in the head, so you can make a lot more sounds. Like bongos and congos are incredibly boring because it's just like bong, 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 bong,
right.
Djembe, you can like bend the head and make a whole different pitch of notes and stuff. So
I got a buddy that plays the bongos, and he's always talking about these gigs he's doing. And I love him to death, but you know, I just kind of feel like, you know, it's just kind of silly. I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad for saying that about him because you know he's a good friend of mine. But
as long as he's having fun, though.
Yeah, he is, and it's mostly guys that you know he went to high school with, and you know they'll cover a lot of, you know, 90s, you know, bands and stuff. You know, just like.
Yeah, but when you're singing
know,
songs from
silly.
90s from Bush and it's like your 90-year-old grandparents are the venue, it's just, it doesn't feel right. You're like, these songs are the wrong songs.
Well, and like I've seen the clips, he'll you know, in our group text, you know, he'll upload a little video or like I said, I feel horrible even saying this, but you know, like you can't even hear him. He's like in the back.
Yeah.
Playing on the bongos, you know. And he's totally into it, you know. I feel great for him.
Good. But they
theoretically,
rough.
If there's a 4-person band, let's say they're getting 500 and they got to pay the sound guy and 100 or so to each player. What do they pay to the bongo guy?
I don't know.
He just gets
not
free beer.
Much.
He just gets free beer.
It might be a free, maybe some free wings.
He might. I've never talked to him about his.
I've never worked up to wings. I've only gotten free beers.
Free beers is pretty good.
Yeah, they were legit tap too. Like it was nice.
I mean, I would take that. As
we had a theremin player. So the in a band I was in when I was younger, the girlfriend of the guitarist wanted to be in the band and she wanted to play theremin, which if you don't know what that is, it's like a microwave with sticks coming out of it. And the Beach Boys had it, and one hand would do the pitch and the other hand would do volume, so you could be like a musician, like just making wee wee. Anyway, I hated it. It sucked. You know, if you're out there listening to this, I'm sorry, but her input on the mixing board was very low. Like she was there chilling out and hanging, but like her she wasn't making much noise. We'll just say that. So it felt like the bongo friend of yours who was in the background and being quiet, Mike. Everyone gets a trophy, right?
He's always got the move going, you know.
Right.
Yeah, you're into it.
Real loser.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. Come on, man.
Kind of is.
No, this is my friend.
What's going on with Last Dance above you? Can you give me an assessment of him there? Guy looks like he's fucking 5 sheets to the wind.
I'm tired, but I'm still here.
Yeah, he's still there.
I mean, I can't keep my eyes open very far, but they're open.
Why not?
Smokesteve, this far into the show, it's pretty rich that you know you're picking on somebody else.
Dude, Steve's been
not being with it.
Doesn't bother me.
He's been a late night soldier for the last 3 gigs.
Yeah, well, you know. I do what I can.
Usually this is what we get from you. It's like just a stare out, and then if we call you out on it, you're like, "No, I was thinking about something, man."
Yeah, I was
It's
thinking
like-
I'll be right
Yeah.
back. I got to get a drink.
And often I am. I'm thinking about sleep most of the time. Like how lovely it is and how wonderful it is to have my eyes closed. So
Warm beds
I
are
don't
even
know,
better
man.
in the cold winter.
yeah, ever since my trip down to Paris Island when I went to the Marines, my whole attitude's changed. That
Really?
was when I saw somebody else become a Marine. I just witnessed the whole thing. Yeah, ever since then, my whole sleep schedule has been fucked up.
Like in what way? What do you mean?
You get up with the Marines now.
No, it's more just like, I don't know, like I can stay up later. I'm not drinking as much, maybe. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Probably that. Probably
drinking as
nothing to
much.
do with the Marines, but I'm not drinking.
Right. Well, I mean, it probably that
Marine!
that event probably made your decision on not drinking as much happen. Probably. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
only
clearly.
guessing.
Well,
Yeah,
it
I
has
told
to
you.
be-
I told you that I got a lot of respect for people that serve.
Well, I think what
I
it
think
has to
they're-
do with is I'm not drinking as much at the beginning.
You're pacing
So
yourself.
I'm like, yeah, I've made like 9:30, 9:15, 9:30 my time. And then I'm like, all right, now I'll have like a real drink as opposed to like starting out the show with like,
Right.
Oh, little Steve's growing
real.
up.
yeah, well, I'm assimilating to the pub. I still would rather just have a drink and go to sleep at 9, but I've chosen the path of being here, and if I'm going to do this, try to stay somewhat sober for it, at least until midnight. And wow, we're at 12:12. Oh, baby, time to drink some gin.
I definitely
up?
tried to stay sober.
Gin, 4 gins. You
What
guys
is
got
that,
gin
Ethan?
in the cabinet?
This is
Let's
coffee.
everyone have a gin
Oh,
at
wow.
the same time.
Because if it wasn't coffee, I would have been
Well, I have to
asleep.
go get it.
I was gonna say.
Get it from where? The liquor cabinet?
Well, yeah, from the freezer.
You have gin?
Yes, I have gin.
It's like that's a silly question. I always
In the
have.
freezer.
RW? What do you got for gin?
I've got some tea that I made that's like cinnamony and it has real ginger cut in it for nutritional value. for
All right,
my body.
I'm gonna make a quick small gin and tonic.
Oh man, here we go.
I have-
Gin
I
time.
have a quick-
I like gin and tonic. That's good.
All right, Aphid Lip, what do you got? You gonna make a gin?
I got something. I'll go pee, and on the way back, I'll swing by there, and I'll do something.
It's
with you
it's the
guys.
eggnog liquor. I know it.
No,
All
that's
right,
gotta be too old.
We
fuck
were
is
joking about that
happening?
last Christmas. It's been a while.
Jesus Christ.
Are you going somewhere also? Okay. Well,
All
I guess
right,
I'll hold it
everybody.
for-
It's gin time here on the pub. Everybody
So,
except RW get some gin or something like gin.
I'll hold down the
Coming
fort.
right back.
So, these two guys walk into a bar. Everybody left me. No. Go ahead, chat. Say whatever you're gonna say. I'm tired too, so my brain stopped working. But I am gonna ask Steve a question when he gets back about his nephew that graduated into the Marines. Yes. Laoshan beer. I'm wondering if I have had that. I'm wondering if I've had it, but I know I think it's a Japanese beer that I've had that's got like a dragon on it. Not Laoshan. No, the one that actually impacted the bar when they were walking was Polish, which is okay to say because I have Polish blood. So it's not actually appropriation. I'm allowed to joke about my own people like that without being racist. That's what they tell me. Which is why I have black in my name, because I identify as a black man for tonight only.
All right.
Wow.
Where'd everybody go?
Exactly. You started a trend and everybody ran out for alcohol.
All right, I'll hold off then. We'll drink it together.
Polish beer is good. I don't remember ever having Polish beer. I'm sure I have. Belgian beer, I remember being very
All right,
strong.
what do we got? Here's
Welcome
what I have.
White label? Oh, there we go. Monkeys.
47 Monkey 47.
I had Bombay Sapphire. I don't have the bottle.
This is better.
Bottle
I
blue.
think, I think that's what I have here. Is that what that is?
Yep.
It looks blue, unless that's just
And
your
then-
room lighting.
I got this. I got Seagram's.
Oof.
And for you, RW, I have
don't do it.
open egg.
Don't do it. It's separated. You can see it's separated.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh no!
No, I'm only gonna do one.
I'll tell you what,
Seagram's-
this 47 Monkeys is the best gin I've ever had.
What's the difference in taste? Just different styles of burning, like
All those monkeys give it a great flavor.
all the teabagging monkeys in the vat.
So incredible. RW, you would be blown away to just taste this.
It gives it that earthy flavor.
That musky taste.
Right, sweat.
There's no
It makes
harshness.
the gin taste so much better.
Ball sack sweat.
It's 47%. It's incredibly smooth. It's so incredibly smooth. Incredible.
Steve, last time we were chilling on the pub, you were talking about a dynamic where you were trying to figure out how to talk to your nephew, I believe, that just graduated from the Marines without singling him out and making him seem more important than everyone else or something. I didn't understand what you were trying to do exactly, but do you feel like you accomplished that?
Yes.
Cool. Did it just come naturally, or did you plan it out in your head and figure it out?
It came naturally, and I did happen to find out apparently they did not provide voting ballots for the Marines.
Like they weren't allowed to, or they just had to go figure it out?
No, there were no ballots made available for the recruits.
And they weren't allowed to leave base?
Of course not.
So how does that work out legally?
I have no idea.
It's not like when they sign up that they're signing away their rights to have a political view.
That's correct. And he's somewhat famous for leaving out information. So I don't think what I'm giving you is possibly not the full story.
Not the full story.
After all, the kid just spent 13 weeks on Paris Island, and but his recount was they didn't let us vote. So
that's a hell of a statement.
It's
I'd be curious to
interesting,
hear
isn't it?
more. I haven't had
Yeah.
a chance to hang out with Winton since he came back. He kind of ghosted, but I know that he's popular and getting back to his family and friends. But I am curious to hear his story, and I'll definitely ask him if he voted.
yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Like, maybe it's too much for the DIs to have to fucking deal, and I could entirely see that. They're trying to turn, teenagers into Marines. What are you doing over there, Abe?
Oh, I'm
Jesus.
drinking. I think this is what Last Dance is drinking.
That looked harsh, dude. I thought you were gonna yak.
Bombay Sapphire. Is that what you got there, Last Dance?
Yeah, the blue bottle.
You're not supposed
You're mixing
to
it
drink
with coffee,
straight,
though.
dude. You sip it with tonic water, and
Well, I don't have tonic.
garnish.
I don't have tonic. Yeah,
Yeah,
gin and
I
tonic. I like a gin and tonic with a little
Yeah, you
lime,
sip it
lime squeezed in there.
lightly.
Yep. I'll be honest, and Smokesteve will think less of me. I have some real lemon lime juice, which means it comes in a bottle. So
No. What you want to put in there is a couple cocktail onions. That is nice.
Oh, that
Oh.
sounds gross.
lime,
Maybe a
lime.
maraschino cherry, make it more of a Shirley Temple.
No. A cocktail onion, olive, or olive stuffed with blue cheese.
That's
Any
it.
of those.
I mean,
Not
I
happening.
dig the olives, but
It's
I don't know the
disgusting.
taste of gin enough to know what that type of back and forth would
Let's
be
just
like.
take everything I hate and put it in some gross.
You don't like blue
tasting-
cheese?
No.
Really?
I hate olives. I hate blue cheese.
You hate olives?
What about
Ugh.
pickles?
I don't like
I
olives.
like
either.
a I like a pickle.
What about
That's
sauerkraut?
pickle in it.
A pickle, but I don't think of putting a pickle with alcohol.
Cornichon. Cornichons are delicious. You know what a
What is that?
cornichon is?
No.
No, it's too fancy for me.
Is that
Last
like a-
chance. Tell them what a cornichon is.
Never heard of it. Sounds like you're saying Cornish hen.
Don't
It's
put
a
that in a drink.
Cornichon.
That'll
It's
make you ill.
It's a tiny French pickle.
Well,
Soaked
you've been-
in
You've been nibbling on
Urine.
those tiny French
Yeah.
pickles.
what?
You've been nibbling on some tiny French pickles?
Yeah,
Yummy.
I love a tiny French pickle. From a small male from the Alsace region. You know,
Oh, that's disgusting.
carrying a small bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon.
I just
He
don't
doesn't
think
like
that that's stuff that you find at Food Lion or Safeway. That's probably more of a Wegmans, Harris Teeter type find. What is your high-end grocery store up there?
We call it, I call it whole paycheck, but most people call it
Whole
Whole
Foods.
Foods.
That's a good comparison. Didn't Amazon drop them?
No, they own them.
They own them? Okay.
Yes.
One of the guys that hangs out in the voice chats with me every once in a while, Kang, he works for them, and I believe the Whole Foods got shut down, and now he's working just for a regular facility. So I guess I'll have to ask him if they're cutting back.
Well, individual stores may open or close depending on what the market's like.
Apparently,
That
all the
poor
other
guy-
grocery stores are on board with the pickup and delivery now, so Whole Foods took
Yeah.
a hit.
Oh, I
That
can't.
poor guy seems constantly tired, RW.
Yeah, yeah.
These stores that we deliver, they deliver the groceries. One of them is around here is Wegmans. Now, they
Wegmans.
charge a small delivery fee, but the actual groceries are individually more expensive when you order them through their order out app for delivery.
They
So it's
add
kind
on
of
to
a
it. Yeah,
Scam, yeah.
yeah. Wegmans is
So-
already expensive, but the variety they have is bar none.
Yeah.
The Walmarts by me, man. There's constantly up and down the aisles those huge, gigantic carts with the employees pushing them, loading up people's crap, and then they wheel it out into the parking spot that I want to park in. Just to give these lazy asses their fucking food.
Hey, Aphid. Aphid, look.
I'm right
It's
here,
like,
dude.
I'm one of those lazy asses, you bastard.
He's waiting.
Did you divulge who you voted for?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Apparently, you're not allowed to vote for her if you can't pronounce her name correctly.
Apparently.
Did you think she would be the best choice for the country?
Yes, I did.
Did
You still
that's a
think
past
that?
tense statement.
Yes, I do think she would
Oh,
have been.
that's a future tense.
And I can't stand that fucking bitch, and I think she would have been a horrible president.
That tells you what he thinks.
So,
of Trump.
with that statement, Aphid, you're saying, even though you have obvious disdain for her, you would have chosen her 1,000 times before you would have chosen DJ.
I don't know about 1,000 times. Maybe 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say he would.
Wow.
1-0
You're
factor.
that close?
Well,
Seems
10
to me
times, that's 10 times over, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 times would be a lot. 10, that's a lot.
So to me, you're on the fence. You like Trump.
Yeah.
You're a Trumper.
Yeah, that's what I get too.
Trump.
Secretly
Trump.
likes Trump.
Have you guys heard a lot
Can we
or
do the Trump
anything
dance?
about a third term for Trump? Because I was talking to my brother-in-law. We don't talk about politics very often because we're on different sides of the fence. But he's like, "Yeah, my biggest concern is that Trump's going to run for a third term." And I'm thinking, I haven't really heard much about that on the wave, like on X and stuff.
Well,
He
I mean,
can't run for a third term. I don't know what people. How is he going to do that?
I wasn't sure how that would fit the narrative. Like I know that Zelensky's still in because he's at war and he's no longer under democratic vote. But
I mean,
what can America do when it comes to that? The same thing.
I wouldn't be surprised if Trump wants to run for a third.
Right.
Secretly.
I don't know if that's true. We'd have to see, because how old would he be?
My brother-in-law?
Something. No.
Oh,
Trump.
Oh, I could give a shit about your brother-in-law.
Well, I
That's
thought
how
it
we
had to do with
decided.
the demographic.
Last dance. What do you think about plastic African?
What?
Did you say plastic African?
Can you see him down there in the green room?
Oh, we gotta. Oh, let him in. Let him
Better
in.
reference, man. Better reference. I now know what
Well,
you're talking about.
Let him
I
in.
don't. I don't know. I don't recognize him.
Come on.
He's got a spooky
It's the
wizard,
end of the
wizard's hat.
End of the show. You know, what do you got to lose? What's the worst that could happen? It's Thanksgiving weekend. You should be thankful that somebody's wanting to join.
He looks familiar somehow.
Is that Dave? No, it's it.
Just put him
No.
on.
You know what? You put him on.
Let's do it.
It's
How
up,
you
man.
Yeah, he's there. See, he's
How you
there.
doing?
You're all right. You're right. All right. All right. How you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
man.
think that's a wizard
That-
hat, but I think that's a miscalculation.
Well, it's plastic.
Yeah, man. It's plastic African because I grew up in
What
Africa.
up?
I mean, come on.
How are you?
That is an awesome beard. Can you
Yeah, it
see the-
is. It's
Can we
impressive.
see the bottom of it?
Are you here
You
in the
need another panel
U.S.?
for the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Dan.
It just keeps going.
Plastic African.
How you
Are
doing,
you,
plastic
are you here in the U.S. and A or in UK?
No, didn't you hear his accent?
I did not.
Where's the accent? What's the accent?
Well, talk some more, and I'll tell you.
I don't know. Where you guys from? You guys American?
Yeah, this group is. If you'd have come on a couple hours earlier, it would have been a mix of Americans and UK.
Yeah, the sun is up where you're at. I have no doubt about that.
It ain't up yet.
It's got to be close.
What's that hood signify?
What?
Getting a little worried here.
What's that?
Oh, what clan are you with? I guess is his question.
Yeah, I think that might be his question.
Kind of figuring that out here a little in hindsight.
Oh, look, he's drinking out of a horn.
Yes.
It's okay to be horny at night.
Gotta
I
do
give
it,
you
bro.
respect because you have books in the background. Those things are awesome. Those relics of time.
Well, wherever you're from, welcome to the show. Most of us are just about.
All right, it's been good to see you.
cooked.
Oh,
Oh, man!
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think through careful
You were getting a
thought
little.
and-
You were getting a little paranoid, weren't you?
Yeah.
That's that weed.
No,
Wow.
come on, think about it. The hood and
I
the
think he was
second half
closer
of his name.
I
His
think he was
last
closer
name?
to a druid than a clansman.
Oh man,
The second half of his name combined with the black hood. Come
That
on.
doesn't mean anything to me.
Come on.
He seems like a nice guy.
Oh,
I was.
No,
yeah.
no.
But it's your show, so you got to decide.
I don't know. Too much symbolism there.
Well, Plastic African, I did my best for you.
Yeah, it's good talking to you.
Man.
I don't know. I mean, he's teetering the line with that name.
Oh.
What? It's African. It's not.
He said he was
So
born.
you're saying-
He said he
What
was
about
born
my
in.
name, dude.
It's
He's not African. Hello.
No, he
Hello.
said he
Context.
said
Ding,
he
ding,
was.
ding.
Yeah, I
he
know
said-
he's not African.
He could be South African.
He could
He
be
said he was
South
born.
African, or
He said he was born in South. In
could have been born in Rhodesia.
It's
Hey,
possible,
no,
Dan.
Rhodesia,
Oh,
guys.
On the
They're
deep
not-
Saharan Africa
Man.
of Rhodesia.
I don't think that. I think that we only have like racist people in here in the United States. I think it's like not like that the rest. of the
No,
world.
no. If you go to
Right.
Australia,
That's a good
racism is
theory.
alive and well. They actually
Yeah,
make American
Australia.
look pretty tame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, I
you know,
can't believe it. Plastic Africa, come back. We'll give you a
He's
second
still there.
chance.
He's in the green room.
Oh, let him back on.
You know,
Let him explain his reasoning for his name, at
let's
least.
just bring this whole thing to an end.
Okay. He took his hat off just to accommodate you.
Oh, he took his hat
No,
off?
He did.
Yes.
He did.
Oh. Oh.
my instinct goes with that name.
Oh.
Negative.
Well,
Let me just change my name back real quick.
or we'll kick you off. Well, I think I'm going to go.
Oh, he booted him.
I didn't boot anybody. Hands in pockets.
He's
Frozen.
changing his name. I am going to say goodnight.
Yeah, me too.
And it was really a lot of fun tonight.
Always
It was.
is. Good to see you
It was.
guys.
Hey,
I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the two of you guys.
And I'm thankful for the two of you. And I'm
everybody else.
for Plastic African.
Yeah, I want to say that
For
too.
those 30 seconds, that was fun.
Aphid Lip, Last Dance, you guys are the best.
No, I'm not. You're the best.
Yeah.
And Plastic African, I'm sorry if I misjudged you. Please come back.
Yeah.
It's a suspect name, so I'm like, I've gotten burned before by guys who just come here and like porn bomb. So I'm like, you're not at, I don't know, dude. But maybe if I misjudge you, I apologize. And boys, I'm gonna start Xing you out. So if you want to do it yourselves, go ahead.
Take it easy. I'll do it.
Take care, brother. All right, here's the thing. You're all good. RW, Last Dance, Aphid Lip, Plastic African. Sorry, man. You're the best. Come back again next week. I see you again. You get on. You're the man. I'll feature you. Grade A #1. The Blunt Crusader. What up, dog? Plastic African. Still there in the chat. I missed it. Blunt Crusader. Gilsey 1. Last Dance. Just going to run through the chat real quick. Cup of tea. There are 4 lights. What up, dog? Yeah, I mean, I'm not the sharpest knife in the draw. I missed some stuff. So I literally might have missed you on here for like a half hour before you joined up. And if it's my fault, I'm sorry. I'm also overly protective of this stream. I've been burned a lot. But to everybody who made it tonight, you've all been real. You're all awesome. I love you all. Let's just remember something. We all don't disagree. We all might hate each other. Just spread the love, all right? Spread love. Be a human being. And take care of those who can't take care of themselves. Be well. I love you. Good night.